long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I am Sara the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you yet another live Moderator Monday. I actually have to start off with an apology to Mel and Chris LaStrange because I usually do a teaser video for your debate and I promo the shit out of it. And I didn't do that for you. My deepest apologies, but hopefully the topic and you two alone will bring a big crowd. So we have Melanie Cosmic Fox and Chris LaStrange here. We're going to debate owning a gun makes a person safer. Does it or does it not? I believe Chris is going to start off with his opening statement and then we'll move to Mel. Chris?
Yeah. So owning I'm gonna say shell chucker makes people safer. So I kind of just laid it out in some short, simple terms. No need for a whole long intro. So basically, how I see it is when we look at history, it becomes clear that the regularity of day-to-day life is in constant flux. This understanding grants us foresight and deduction capabilities to understand that the expectation of the world around us is something changing and unavoidable. With this, the invention and advancement of weaponry, humans have crafted and forged our modern world. So, maintaining law and order in a society has been paramount to safety of communities. We have examples of when law and order have not been able to be upheld by governments, riots, sickness, I'll just say demoniums, basic infrastructure breakdowns, famine, natural disasters, war. So, conclusion would be the need for martial law becomes necessary. Then good men need to take up duty as a proxy of the government to maintain order in communities. And the conclusion of this is good men need to be equally equipped to the government and military to ensure safety in case of dangerous situations which are highly probable of occurring. This is the best method to ensure safety and require shell chuckers.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chris, and Melanie, to you. Meow.
Hello, folks. Tonight we have a question for us in our hands, and we want to come to the best possible answer for everybody involved. I think the question is: does guns make people safer? And I would argue assertively, no, they do not. The research backs this up. In fact, a lot of medical health professionals consider guns to be an epidemic that is a public health issue. And to that, I will just assert the argument without responding to Chris yet that if we do not regulate guns properly, then they will most certainly lead to more deaths and injuries. And that makes guns inherently unsafe. Guns are the only tools out there that are made specifically for killing people as like a whole industry. You don't have like a gun with much other utility, maybe killing animals, sure, but like it's the lethality of the tool, or what we would call the instrumentation effect, that makes guns valuable. When we see guns marketed, they're marketed based on lethality. So I just want to say two more things. Chris brought up law and order. That's, that would be interesting, but we can see that the police in the UK, they do not use guns. In fact, there is only a small amount of police in the UK that are trained and called on to use guns in situations which necessitate them, but most guns in the UK do not use them. But what about in America, where policing is the most dangerous job? Well, it turns out that when you do the math, police officers only use about guns. Only one. Sorry, let me make sure I get this right. About 1 in 170 police officers use their guns annually. That's not very much, considering that's the most dangerous profession possible. Now, if we're talking about personal use, I don't think most people are living lives nearly as dangerous as what a cop faces. In fact, most disputes that you face are within the home. They're not like from some random person who's robbing in the streets. We don't need open carry or concealed carry for that reason. But most importantly, the good guy with the gun notion is just debunked by the fact that as a public health issue, more people die to guns by self-deletion than anything. And if you want to help help self-deletion and help these people, then you want to identify that there's an instrumentation effect. The lethality of the method is one of the things that people consider, but even more so, it's the availability. And that's why we want to take guns out of the household. And in conclusions, guns do not make the home, or any individual or even a community safer. They just make them more dangerous. And I will be able to demonstrate that tonight.
Perfect. Thank you to both of you and good luck. I also want to add in, we will go into open panel at the end of this debate. We will run through the debate, do closing statements, read super chats, respond, and then the panel will be opened up to the public. The floor is open.
Well, Chris, I responded to you, so you should go first.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to see what.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, the deaf
No, we
cat
want the cat
is.
noises.
Yeah, the
I
deaf
like
cat is
cat. I do
That's
kind
your
of like the
backup
cat.
singer.
it's a classic thing on my streams. Apologies for that, the
It's
cat
okay.
interruptions.
It doesn't bother
So
me.
I actually have I wanted to add this in my opening statement. So if I flip the prompt, Mel, and I ask you this question: is there any general dangerous situation, right, where having a firearm makes you more unsafe? Can you give me anyone where any
Yeah.
general situation that's dangerous?
Yes.
If I
So,
have a firearm, how
in
does
fact,
that make me more unsafe?
what you can see happened in America when the NRA started marketing guns to civilians based on their as like a self-defensive tool, is that more guns started popping up in the homes around children without being locked up or put under safety, still having ammunition, and definitely not monitored enough. And you saw a lot of children dying from accidental gun deaths.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, is there one general situation where if I had a shell chucker, I would be more unsafe?
Oh, if you were at a higher risk for self-deletion.
But I would just do that irrespective. The object of how I do it wouldn't matter if I'm at that point,
Oh,
right?
it
I could
totally
find any
does.
way to do it.
It totally does. First of all, people are more likely to choose a gun because it's more irreversible and it's easier to do without needing to commit to the act. And it turns out that most of these thoughts that people have to do these things aren't really planned out; they're transient. The most common window is something like 15 minutes long for most people who have these thoughts, with like the longest being. And this is very rare when you get to this point, 90 days. What we see is like what you're suggesting is like if they didn't have the gun, they would use another method. The substitution effect does not bear out in the data. In fact, we can look at other forms that could have been substituted easily. And when you put prevention measures in places, the amount of attempts drastically decreased. In fact, pretty much disappeared. There were 2 bridges, and I think it was Washington, and I can figure out what they're called and stuff like that really easily. But the main point was that they were both the same height. You both fell into the same river, so you could have jumped off either one, but everyone always went to one because initially the barriers were lower.
Okay, but the problem is that's not an answer to the question. So how I can
No, it
explain
is.
this to you is
You wouldn't. You wouldn't be. And I can't say for you specifically, but I can say that in general, you will see the rates drop. In Israel, they stopped letting soldiers take their guns home, and
Wow.
and because of that, the amount of self-deletion rates by those soldiers dropped dramatically.
Yeah, the problem is with self-deletion, that's not a dangerous situation. If you're creating it yourself, you're not in a dangerous
No, I think that's
situation.
incredibly
You're creating
dangerous.
Well, you're not creating. You're
Hey,
creating
can you
a dangerous
define?
situation. You're
Can you
not
just give
in
me
a
an
dangerous
example?
situation.
Let's just do a hypothetical example then. Let's have a hypothetical situation.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if you're in a dangerous situation, not you
No,
cause
can you
a
name one?
dangerous situation.
Because I'm trying to,
Exactly. I
like,
can't.
I would
I can't
consider.
name one.
I would
Even if I
consider.
was under the ocean scuba diving and I had a firearm, it would not make
No,
me
I'm
more
asking you to name any
unsafe.
dangerous situation, and then I'll respond to you based on that.
Well, that's what I was saying. There is none. Even if,
Just
like
name
I
no, just
said,
name any. Just throw one out there. Just a dangerous situation that fulfills your qualifiers. Because I don't think we're speaking on the same wavelength here.
I'm telling you, I'm in a dangerous situation. Name one where I'm in a dangerous situation where if I have a
Well, it's
firearm,
almost all of them. So
I'm
just name
more
any of them.
unsafe.
Do you mean like a robbery, for example?
Yeah, that could be one.
Well, chances are, you're not going to be prepared enough to actually use your gun. It's just the way it is because in a lot of circumstances, these robbers will have a gun, and secondly, you're not safer in a shootout. What it turns out is that guns are like very, very rarely used for self-defense. So if the robber has a gun, that's not very likely to be violent. However, if you try to pull a gun on the robber, statistics show that immediately becomes your outcomes are way less good, medically favorable. Let's put it that way.
I don't see how that you could correlate that with data. How would you track?
Well, you can
that
see
in
that
any way?
when the robber has the upper hand, the situation is almost never violent. But going
So
back to if the robber doesn't have a weapon, and you both have to fist fight, then again you're very likely to be injured, and that's very likely to become violent.
no, well, that wouldn't be the case. So I can explain it to you very easily, right? If you say, well, if I'm in that situation, I might not use my firearm properly. That's like saying I have to travel a distance, but now I have a car, but the car's not gonna make me traveling this distance better because I don't know how the fucking car works, and that doesn't really correlate. If you have the firearm, it would correlate that you would know how to use it, right?
Oh no, for one thing, being prepared for a stressful situation doesn't always mean that you're going to act properly and according to your training in that situation.
Well, I mean, basic firearms usage is not that difficult. The
But it's
factoring in
not
of
sufficient to
saying
defend
now.
yourself.
Well, I mean, the thing is, right? If in a situation where the robber, as you stated, it also has a firearm, right? You actually have a method of defending yourself. In the opposite situation, you're at the whim of the robber. So you basically saying just kowtow because that's your best option.
Yeah,
So there
you're
is
least
no
likely to
form of
wind up in the hospital
self-defense.
after that. And if we're
Well,
talking
there's
again
no
about
form of
safety,
self-defense.
so if we're talking about safety, then whether or not you wind up in the hospital as a result of that altercation, I think matters greatly.
Well, it also depends where you are, right? So I mean, that might be nice saying that for US, but there's a lot of other countries where it doesn't pan out that way, right?
Well, no, almost in every country, self-defense uses of a gun are completely outweighed by the amount of like criminal or hostile uses where you would be at the end of the barrel, right? So it's just far less common that guns are actually used for self-defense than people, especially Americans, seem to think. Even in Sweden, I
Well,
think there's a high rate of gun ownership in Sweden, and they still don't like they hardly ever use their guns in self-defense. Like you'd be hard
yeah, but I
pressed to
mean,
find someone
crime
who
is
has.
less in Sweden, so that would just mean that they have less instances where it's necessary to use their firearm, right?
But still, like even in places where crime is high, like let's say just America for now, we should focus on developed nations because it does keep things a little bit more focused on the guns, I would say. But
I mean,
the,
but
the
if
rates
if
of
we're
crime.
talking about
Okay,
something
can I just
like,
can I just point something out? The highest
yeah,
estimate, and there's a lot of reason to discount this highest estimate. The highest estimate is that 2 million uses happen annually per year. And even if we gave that credit, there would still be 30 crimes for every self-defense gun use, and that's assuming that every single self-reported defensive use or defensive gun use, or DGU as it's called, is credible, which it probably isn't.
so how would you know if any of these attempts were thwarted by owning a firearm if there's no shots taken? How would that data be collected if it's not reported? But the
Well,
problem is when there is a shootout, that would get reported, right? So
sure,
we would
and
have
but
an
the
undercount
researchers
of
do account for
statistics
that.
where firearms actually did avoid confrontation. It's the mutually assured destruction,
Right,
right?
and the researchers do actually account for that because when police pull their gun, they have to report it, and
Well,
the
that's
police.
police,
Well,
but
you,
that's
you, you
where
can.
we're talking about everyday citizens. So how would you know about these
Well,
cases
actually,
then?
the police are like the best example of a population that always takes a gun everywhere they go and are trained to use it properly.
Yeah,
So
but
you
we're
can
not talking
expect
about
them.
police because are we discussing whether police need to
No,
have
but this would
firearms
be
or
like no,
everyday
but
people?
Chris, you don't understand. By me citing the police here, that's more favorable for your argument. These are supposedly
No,
good guys with a gun. They are trained to handle their weapons properly and responsibly, like they're accountable through paperwork.
not
They can't
necessarily.
even pull their gun without filing paperwork. So
Yeah, but
I think
that
you
but
should
that doesn't
consider,
matter. That's granting your point, saying this
and they
person
even have the
that
most
every time
dangerous
they
jobs.
draw
They
their
have the
gun,
most
there's
reason to do these
paperwork.
things.
Yeah,
But
I'm
they,
telling you, everyday citizens that pull theirs would not be accounted for, and that's what we're
but that would be
discussing.
even less frequent than what we see in police.
It's how would you know?
How could
How
it?
would you be
Are
able
you
to
are you telling
correlate
me? Are
that?
you telling me that your average U.S. citizen experiences more crime day to day than a police officer? That's delusional.
No, the problem is you're saying you can account for, oh, I avoided something bad happening. So literally nothing bad happened. And you're saying that would be counted, but
Well,
nothing
no, we
happened.
we could say though that like
You
if it
understand
happens
that?
this much in police, it has to happen less in normal groups of people. And again, so that 1 in 170 number that I told you about that happens annually, 1 in 170 cops who even end up discharging their firearm purposely, and I hope I said that right the first time. Uh, that number doesn't even take into account the fact that like not all of those can happen because of the cop defending themselves, right? And so it's still even smaller than that. And so you have to imagine that the amount of people who probably do use their guns in self-defense are even smaller than that.
Well, if you want to talk about police, are you then saying that if we're saying you're not safer having a firearm, that police would be safer not having firearms?
Yeah, in general, it turns out that like the majority of police shootings happen in a shootout. The majority of times police are shot, it's because they also drew their weapon.
I doubt that. I seriously doubt that. I believe that in a
So,
lot of situations it maintains order because
so
otherwise it would not be necessary to have less lethal sources to protect themselves, right?
I can give
Because
you some sort of
protecting
estimate.
yourself is a priority.
I can give you some sort of estimate, but it's like very rare that a cop that isn't going through their normal duties will just randomly be like accosted or attacked, right?
Yeah. because they are armed, right? So that would be a bad decision to do that.
Well, also because like the entire police force will show up to fuck you up.
Yeah,
You,
yeah.
like if you
Force
thought that you
is
could
a
outgun a
great
single
deterrent.
officer and nobody would do anything about it, I'm sure police would get attacked way more often.
Yeah, but force is a very good deterrent, right?
Right. But here's the thing is like, I don't think that that force is something that the normal population can handle properly without hurting ourselves and others. So one of the most interesting statistics is that whenever you look at what's called a case control study, so instead of saying we're going to test a hypothesis and prove it, we just say what ends up being like the most common themes if we look at every household that owns a gun. And what it turns out is that you are 6 times more likely to experience gun violence if you live in a house in a gun, even if you don't own it. Just being in a house with a gun makes you 6 times more likely to experience gun violence, pretty much regardless of country and stuff like that.
Do you know why there's a lot of car accidents? Because everybody drives a car.
Yeah, but we have different utilities for cars than firearms. And let me point something out, right? I said that if we don't regulate this, this will be a massive public health disaster, essentially. And yes, that is what would happen if we didn't regulate cars as well. They are also dangerous. You're
Yeah,
less
that, but
safe driving in a car than walking on the sidewalk.
yeah, life is dangerous though. That's just a moot point. If we're gonna go about things being dangerous, we should just lock everybody up
Well,
in
life
gun
is inherently
bubbles.
more dangerous with bullets flying in the air.
No, not necessarily.
I
Would
think that's
depend on the
delusional.
situation.
Like,
Yeah,
first of all, if you've ever been to
situational.
a gun range, nobody treats like whenever there's bullets flying through the air, everyone is ideally alert of it. I've heard certain accounts that like not all gun ranges are run smoothly, and so some of them might be very dangerous. But in general, you know, the idea would be that if there's bullets going through the air, you don't just be like, oh, okay, let's drink and have a fun time. You say, weapons are hot, you know, about to fire. Sarah probably knows more about what the actual protocol is. And you don't just like go walking into the gun range. Well, there's bullets going through it, obviously, right?
Yeah, and if I walk in the forest and I don't look where I'm walking, I'm more likely to get bit by snakes. But that's just
See,
logic,
this
right?
is what
That's you
this is
just
what's
stating
crazy to me.
obvious things.
This is what's irresponsible about gun nut logic is like you're saying that guns are effective for self-defense because the threat of
Yes,
force, the threat of lethality that they impose
yes,
is so great, but they
yes.
can't possibly be dangerous in the hands of the owners in the homes, because one of the things that you see is that they're even more dangerous to women than men. And one of the reasons for that is that most crimes occur as crimes of passion, whether it's to do to some sort of dispute. It's usually domestic, and it's over to do money or like love triangles and stuff like that. And that means that uh, guns are most often used in the commission of a crime in the home. So one of the best examples and one of the biggest reasons public health people are against guns is because women in domestic abuse situations are just at far greater danger when their partner owns a gun. Even if they own the gun, there's a good chance that their partner's just going to take it away from them when they get the chance anyways.
So basically, so listen though, right? You're talking about women and domestic abuse and these things, which is an important thing, right? But what we do know about the difference between men and women, right, is there's a massive difference in strength differentials, right? I mean, most women against most men can't win that fight. I mean, that's
So
kind of what you're saying, right? That
no,
is the situation.
no. What I'm saying is that women, because they are often more found in the household, and they're not out in the streets and stuff like that. They are around these guns more. Even unintentional injuries and deaths, women face higher rates of that. And just to point out,
Yeah.
just to add to the gravity of what I'm saying, guns were used in over half of the homicides of women, and 40% of those homicides were committed by a past or current lover.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. The thing is, yes, and most bad things that happen to you is usually somebody you know, but that's not what I asked you. So what I asked you was,
Well, no. Can I just
is
ask
this
you? Can I just ask you? Do you have
yes?
any reason to think that if we got rid of the guns there, that half of those homicides might not disappear?
No, you would have to display that somehow.
Yeah, so we
So I
have.
won't. I'm not
So
even going to grant
in
that.
places where we've had gun control, yeah, we have. In places where we've had gun control, the amount of gun-related homicides have dropped, obviously, but the amount of non-gun-related homicides stayed the same. So you ultimately you saw a drop in homicides, but the amount of gun-related homicides are what stayed the same, and that actually
Yeah,
proves. that it was
we're
effective
gonna
at reducing gun-related homicide. And I have
yeah,
sources.
we're gonna get to that. That's what I had already addressed this. We're gonna get to that. I addressed it in my opening statement. So, firstly,
Well, same
though,
with
again,
self-deletion too. You can see
yeah,
the same
but I'm
thing.
just gonna go back to what I asked you. So the thing is, I asked you, do we know there's a very clear strength differential between the average man and the average woman? Right? In most of these instances,
That's
men
just
can overpower women.
again, my claim is that it's more dangerous to women. It's not impingent on that, but if even if you made that case, it would favor my argument more than anything.
Well, I'm just asking you a question, right? So I mean, just listen
I
to the
think we
question.
can move past it with just it
No,
doesn't.
I'm just gonna take you down a logical entailment. So listen to my question and answer. Is there strength differential between the average man and the average woman? In the sense of the men can usually have their way with women because they're stronger, right?
How about you answer that question, then just go ahead with the answer with the
No,
argument you
I'm
want.
asking you. I'm
But you
asking you
can't answer your own
logically. What do you
question.
think?
But you can't
What do
answer
you
your own
think?
question. Wait, can you
I'm
not answer your
asking
own?
you the question. What
Can
does
you
it
not?
help if I answer my own questions? Am I debating myself?
Well, if you can't answer your own question, then why am I answering the question for you?
Dude, come on, really seriously. You okay,
Yeah,
well
no,
we know
really
this is the
seriously.
case.
Like you
If you're
need,
gonna
like if you have an argument you're trying to make in a road you're trying to walk down the road yourself, and I'll follow you. But like
okay,
you
cool.
don't need
Okay,
me to do
well
this.
yeah, okay, well let's just get to it then. So yes, there's a strength differential. So what is the best equalizer for this being a female against a male? What we know this lovely thing that everybody's allowed to have that immediately equalizes the strength differential. Do you know what that is?
Well, it's not a gun.
I thought it was.
No, it is a weapon. It is a firearm to protect yourself, to equalize the strength differential.
So what if somebody just has a semi-automatic and you don't?
That doesn't matter.
It would. Being able to shoot more
Doesn't
bullets and
matter.
spray bullets at somebody makes a huge difference.
Well, if you know anything about firearms, the better shooter is probably in the better position and who's quicker on the draw. The caliber doesn't matter. It's who's quicker and who's more accurate. That's what matters.
So I
I can
think that
tell you
this is
that
like a
right now. I
crappy
do
way to.
use them.
I think that this is a crappy way to try to protect women because it puts the onus on them to like pick up the skills to be the better
Listen,
shooter than their partner, which isn't always
listen.
the case, especially if you're dating a police officer who could be very abusive. Statistically speaking.
Logically,
Police, Chris?
logically,
Okay, fine.
I could
Go ahead,
have
answer
a
your question.
bazooka. I could have a bazooka. And I could have a damn crossbow. If I'm quicker and more accurate, I win. The caliber does not matter. Okay. So, a
It
good
kind of
way.
does.
Nah, it doesn't matter. Whoever's
So
quicker and
wait,
whoever's more accurate is what
so
matters.
let me ask something. If I shoot you and you shoot me at the same time, both in the shoulder, right? Who's going? And I have a larger caliber. Who's going to have a bigger wound?
Who's gonna? Well, I again. Okay? So you're saying exactly the same. I mean, this is a loaded question. Exactly the same spot at exactly the same time. The magical occurrence
Well, it doesn't need to
of
be
this
exactly the
happening.
same time, but I mean, like you both pull the trigger before you can be shot yourself.
Again, if my claim was whoever's quicker and more accurate. So you're just taking both my parameters out.
Yeah, I don't think self-defense should be a battle of strength and wits. If we're like these sound like
It is
situations where you
all.
should be calling
It
911,
is always. It is always. Do
especially
you know
since
where
we
safety
see,
starts? Do you know where
especially
safety starts? With being aware of your surroundings. Again, who's quicker and more accurate to spot danger is usually the one that avoids danger. When there's a car coming down the road, if I'm situationally aware of what's going on around me, the quicker I move out of the way and the quicker I am to notice a threat.
right.
That is the key of safety. First, safety first.
Right. So, which is why
Right?
it's actually better
So
to live in a
speed and
world where
accuracy is
people
what
only have
determines
knives.
who gets out better. And
Can
then the
I
equalizer, yes, sorry.
may I add some clarification? I think because I think there's just a translation error. Chris, you were saying that the equalizer between men and women is a weapon, right? A gun.
Yes.
And I think that what he's saying is that anything beyond that, right? Your skill set, the caliber, all
Yes.
those are all different variables. But
Yes.
like for instance, Chris and I could both be gun owners. We could both be trained, highly skilled, have exactly the same caliber, and that's what he's saying is it equalizes us in terms of a power
Yes.
play. Now, if he's more skilled than I, naturally we can, but that's an additional variable. But in terms of bringing a man and woman to the equal playing field, that's what a gun's doing. I think there was just a translation error there.
Yeah, because the same thing would happen even if it was hand-to-hand
So Chris,
combat,
going back
right?
to going back
You
to
could
your
have an
assertion,
untrained man
Chris, you
against
got to say so
a
much
female
there.
UFC fighter,
Jesus
and
Christ.
yeah, she's probably gonna win that fight, right?
So
It's the skill level does matter, but what takes the strength factor from the man is a firearm.
so who can hold a heavier gun?
You could have a small gun that's still highly effective. That doesn't matter.
It could be,
None of
but
that
statistically
matters.
speaking, the person who can fire more bullets can do more damage in less time.
Okay,
Their
so
weapon is more lethal.
it was something I also stated, right? So again, you're gonna argue tonight out of modernity. So something I put in my opening is the problem what you're firstly making, the problem that all of you guys, the big problem you make, is granting yourself that tomorrow will be like today. You grant yourself the regularity of life. Now, this is what I stated earlier. What we can tell from history is the regularity of life is not something we can bank upon, right? Because it's always in flux. There's times when countries are peaceful, there's times when they're not. I said it, a natural disaster can hit, famine can hit. There's multiple things that can happen. Riots can happen. We saw what happened. You call the police and they say they're not coming. And when that happens, shit actually hits the fan. And then you need to be able to proxy or have
You need a gun because you're scared. We get it, Chris. It's very obvious. You don't need this many words. You really don't.
No,
you need a gun because you're
I
scared.
know you need one because I've been in bad situations.
Here's the
thing.
thing.
You're in that situation, and then your mind's going to flip very quickly.
But here's the thing. Guns make people more afraid of that person they're going to encounter in those scenarios. And that's the thing is like people don't even feel safer with a gun. They feel more afraid of their neighbors that they might have a gun. And you can say that maybe deters some crime. There's actually no evidence that bears out that even deters crime. But I will point out that the more guns that are around and like during a wildfire, the more guns people can steal. And if those people are stealing guns, they're probably not the good guys with the guns, right? So you're more likely to encounter someone.
Them? Are they out in the cornfields where the fires are happening? You can't just say random things and say,
that's the only time we ever see guns concentrated in rural zones, by the way, is for long guns. Handguns are distributed equally between those zones. So again, you're definitely going to find
why are they just
as many handguns
stolen?
for people within the city as outside. So it's not just going to be distributed in the cornfields. Right now in LA, you're seeing various home burns. I guarantee you there's thousands of handguns out there that people have looted.
This is all anecdotal, dude. This is like you starting me off on episode 3 of a series. Like, where you at, bro?
Not anecdotal.
Where's shit just getting stolen?
No, this is what this research bears out, is that in a place with more guns, you're more likely to encounter a criminal with a gun.
Say that again?
In places with more guns, you are more likely to encounter a criminal with guns. Most guns don't just come in through the black market. That's really like illegal guns. Handguns and stuff like that are often like if we want to talk about gangs and stuff like that, if you're like a youth in a gang, people will be like, go see if your parents have a gun and steal it. Right? That like it's so common in the US that gangs will tell kids to do that. And that's where you see a lot of guns coming in, is from the white and gray market. And don't even get me started on the gray market. And then it entering the black market because someone has a drug addiction and they just they pawn their gun, and that pawn shop is kind of seedy, so they don't care that they sell it to somebody who's kind of seedy. It happens all the time in America, probably every day, more than we can count.
Yeah, but like I said, again, that's got nothing to do with nothing. It's the same reason.
No, it has everything to do with the gun industry. It has everything to do with the gun industry, dude. The gun industry is the only industry which is exempt from the Consumer Protection and Safety Committee upon its inception. Toy guns are more regulated by the government than the safety of actual guns.
Yeah, it's because toy guns aren't a problem. As long as there's not lead paint on them, you're fine. You can shoot each other in the eye.
You should be regulating something that's a problem more.
No, well, the thing is, no, it's not about that. You have to understand that I understand the American argument. What I'll do is I'm gonna grant you the American argument. It's a difficult argument to make because I'm pretty much having to take ownership of the problem child. So I'm doing that tonight for all of our American friends. But
Well, I can
there's
talk
a
about
bigger
South
argument
Africa
to
too.
this.
There's a huge movement in South Africa to get rid of guns as well. It's called Guns
Nah,
Free
they're
South
never gonna
Africa.
take our. Nah. They're not taking shit. Don't worry about that. The real people here play like the Americans. They're not taking shit. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. But what I'm talking about in a broader spectrum is it's okay. If I have it's very simple. If I have an old car, right, and the wipers don't work good, that messes with a big section of the functionality of the car, because the windscreen is what the driver perceives their driving experience through. But because the wipers aren't working well, it doesn't mean that the car is fucked. All you do is you just fix the wiper motor. So if America's the problem that we're not seeing anywhere else in the world, maybe you can tweak the motor slightly, but nothing's screwed. It's not the firearms that's the problem. And another thing is also, now again, you made
Hey,
this
how many things do
claim.
I have to respond to? Because I thought you were just going to say one
Okay.
thing there. If you're going,
Well, it was just an analogy, but yeah, it doesn't mean it's broken or it's the firearms' fault.
well, yeah, it is, because again, like if you look at crimes in places, crimes can in like let's just say Sweden or Switzerland and America, right? They both have pretty high gun ownership rates per people.
Yeah,
But there's a huge difference. There's a huge difference in how often guns get used in crime. One of the big differences is that nationwide, you don't get state different stuff like that. You can't open carry, you can't concealed carry. People almost never bring their guns out in public. That doesn't mean that guns aren't used in crime at all, but there seems to be a much better response program if it turns out somebody's like in fear of their life or something like that and goes to the cops. The reason that I started my argument, please, with if you don't regulate things properly, it becomes a public health disaster, is because America is proof of that. America has every time they've had a mass shooting, if anything decrease regulations, and that's been the case since the Brady Bill. So it's important to note that every other country who's had mass shootings, they increase their gun regulations and they get less mass shootings. America decreases its gun regulation and gets more shootings.
Yeah, again, I remember what I told you. If I'm not in the ocean, I don't get bit by a shark in the ass. Yeah, that's obvious, right? But what I'm telling you is it depends on the situation, because as soon as modern day life isn't the American fucking dream and everything's beautiful and the sun shining out your asshole and shit gets real, in real life instances, it's important to have the appropriate tools to protect yourself in a lot of different situations, right? So if you're somebody and you're not factoring in a lot of Americans that live in rural areas where these things are necessary, animals are dangerous. I live in a place where animals are dangerous. If
Well,
you
no,
don't have
I
these
want the
things, you
EPA to
die.
take. I want the EPA and like the Parks and Wildlife Services, whatever they call it in America, to be taking care of that, not individual people. If there are like population issues or dangerous animals, and at
They
the same
can't
time,
take care of it themselves.
at the same time, humans have developed plenty of devices which can ward off scary big animals. Pepper spray is a great example. There's actually
Pepper
something
spray is
called
not
air
always
mace.
effective.
There's actually
It's
something
not
called,
always effective.
and neither are guns
Did you know
actually,
that?
because you can miss.
No. Did you know that mace isn't even effective on
You
humans
think
sometimes?
okay, let's say you have a long gun in the woods.
Really?
Let's say you have a long gun in the woods, right? And you're just carrying it on you. Do you think you should be you're not hunting, you're just going through the woods? Do you think that you should be carrying with that loaded with the safety off?
Hell yeah. If you're walking in the woods, you shouldn't have
Okay,
a
well that's how you
safety
get a lot
on.
of
You
gun
should be
accidents and
prepared.
accidental shootings of other people who like hunters who you mistake as a wildlife.
I'm just messing with you. Listen, but I'm going to get back to my point. Have you ever been maced?
Sure. Probably not by bear mace.
It's not that bad, is it?
Well, it's not bear mace. Bear mace is particularly worse.
Yeah, exactly. A bear is also way stronger. So in a lot of instances, you know that most bears, even with a firearm, and you discharging this into said bear, it can still end you. You understand that? It's not even, that isn't even
with
the
a gun.
ultimate.
If a
Yeah,
bear-
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
If you're close enough for a bear to attack you,
doesn't mean you're safe.
if you're close enough for a bear to
understand
attack you and you have to take your rifle off your back, cock the bullet because you didn't have something in the chamber yet, but there's probably still you put some, I forget the words, but you put something in, but you haven't loaded it, and then you take the safety off. The bear can attack you in that time.
Again, yes, anything can happen if you're not prepared and you're not aware of your surroundings, right? But that is
Well, no,
with
and especially
anything,
since like you're
with
under stress,
anything.
you're
Whether
aiming
you're
like
driving
shit.
in a vehicle, that's your reality. If you're
But
not
also,
fucking paying attention, you're probably going to get into an accident. That's very obvious.
so
You just stating
these are two
obvious things now.
scenarios where I think like sure, if you had some training, you could be better at it. And if we're going to go down the road of training, I think that guns should be kind of like a car where you need a very specific amount of training for the use that you're going to say that you're use it for. Then you have to demonstrate that you can actually use it properly and get your license.
Yeah, you
based on
hurt
that.
yourself with anything in a workshop with power tools. You hurt yourself all the time if you don't know how that thing works. That is a very obvious thing that happens with fucking
Well, here's the
anything.
problem with guns: you also tend to hurt others.
Says who?
Says the
Where's
people
your
who get
data on
injured.
that?
Says the statistics on unintentional firearm injuries.
Okay, but again, it's the same thing. You can hurt somebody with a vehicle too. That happens a lot. It's called an accident. That happens
Right,
a
but
lot.
and that's why we make sure
Yeah,
people
a
prove
lot of things
competency
do
before
that.
we give them a license.
I'm telling you, it does. Yeah, that doesn't matter, but it happens with everything. If I have a skateboard, you know what happens? My chances of getting hurt by my skateboard and getting knocked in my fucking shins goes up highly, because that's what I said. Again, you're appealing to saying we need to make this one thing safe in this thing we call life that is not safe. Again, you're granting yourself safety, security, law functioning correctly, all of these things you're granting yourself. But we can very clearly see from history and other countries that that's not the case, right?
Really? Because
understand that?
from other countries, we see that they regulated guns more and treated them as a public health threat.
No,
And
well, you're
that's why
speaking
they.
from a point of privilege. That's what you don't understand.
What do you mean?
Speaking from a point of
you mean
privilege,
that I'm
saying,
white?
no,
You mean
I'm
that I'm
never going to
white?
have a problem where I live. It's always going to be safe. I'm never going to have an issue. That's
Well,
the
no, that's the
problem.
thing, though, is like, first of all, very few people in the developed world actually experience crime. Even fewer people than that
Child.
actually end up using guns to defend themselves in a crime, it turns out. Because really, at the end of the day, most people are not prepared mentally to draw their gun in that kind of situation. You can freeze, right? It's not necessarily natural for people to draw their gun if they're not something like a police officer who does that training like every week or something like that. So
You're in dangerous situation, you freeze. Even if you don't have the firearm, you're probably screwed.
well,
If you
going back to the robbery
turned around
thing,
and ran away, you'd be fine too.
well, that's
But
why
if
the
you
robbery
freeze,
thing
that's
matters.
bad either or. Doesn't matter whether you have a firearm, you don't have a firearm. That's what I told you earlier.
That's why
If
the
you-
robbery thing matters, though, because it turns out when you do fight back, you're way more likely to wind up in the hospital. So it's actually unless you have like a clear upper hand, and you just can't guarantee that like your gun will be better than theirs or your shooting ability will be better than theirs.
Again, it still gives you a chance. Remember what I said earlier. If you have no means of protecting
No, your best
yourself,
chance
there
is to
zero
not be armed
chance.
at all. The people who go to the hospital the least, regardless of the weapon type, is the people who were unarmed while they were robbed.
Again, there would be a lot of statistics for this because something happened. I
There-
explained this to you earlier.
Well,
so I got robbed, so this
so
needs
you-
to be reported to the police. A guy comes
Not
up with a gun and
necessarily.
tries to rob me, and I pull mine out, and he runs away. I don't report shit. Why do I need to? Nothing happened.
That's not necessarily the case, because if a local police department files a police report and has the word gun in it, that doesn't necessarily go out to every single national thing that tracks these things, or statewide or regional thing.
Yeah, okay.
So the research that compiles this stuff is often dealing with like, okay, here are the amounts of crime, and then here's a very, very rough sample set of how many times guns have been used. And that's why, again, they tend to look at police instead, because police are way more like regular in how often they report even just drawing their gun, because there is paperwork for that. You cannot draw your gun without filing paperwork.
Yeah, I would assume the people that have to protect society draw their gun. Again, you're just stating obvious things. That's
Well, no,
the problem
they
with
don't
this.
really. Like this is why I said earlier that even they hardly draw their gun. It's 1 in
Yes,
170,
because they have
and
tasers
that's
and other
that's
methods.
including just for random reasons, like to check that their safety's on, stuff like that, all the way up to like they're not for reasons that they weren't even supposed to use it. Once you discount, that's just like intentional firearm discharges. We don't know how many times were actually for self-protection, but it has to be a fraction of that.
Again, you're discounting the fact that there's an individual with body armor on that is highly armed with a threat of force and alternatives to pulling his firearm. They are guided not to pull a firearm and rather use things like tasers
Right.
if
All
they
I'm
can,
saying,
right?
all I'm saying is that
Because
the
of
data is
all the
more
PR
robust.
bullshit that they're going through in your country.
But it's ridiculous to think that somebody who's not a cop will encounter more crime, try to intervene with it more often somehow, because they'd have to have more than 170.
Okay, but what point are you
person.
making? Yes, okay, so police draw guns more than normal people. So what's your point, though?
So the police already draw their guns very rarely. Like, very few police officers even draw their guns within their entire career.
Okay, so you're saying it's not necessary. So again, I'm telling you, if that is the case, police usually travel in two. They have the threat of violence. They have the threat of people knowing they are armed. Again, that's what I'm telling you. It's something you discount with firearms, that the threat of the firearm usually de-escalates situations. You are granting yourself that having it escalate situations because these are the things that are reported.
Really? So if I think someone can shoot me and my fight or flight goes off, particularly the fight path, then how do you think that's really going to de-escalate a situation?
I'm telling you, you've not been in enough real-world encounters to know how this works, how the threat of violence works.
Well, it turns
Again,
out in countries,
you're arguing from a point of privilege.
It turns out in countries where the police don't carry guns, people are way more likely to trust that the police when they show up, that they're not in danger. So again, I don't necessarily believe you that it on its own it de-escalates things. In fact, police have been terrible at de-escalation until programs were introduced, so that way they could actually talk. Like they were taught, okay, don't just get them to conform to your instructions. Talk to them, talk them through it. Do what you can to try to persuade them. Right? That's been way more effective. Chris, just let me land this plane. Chris, let me land this plane.
Let her finish. Let her finish, please.
That program has been way more effective in de-escalating things than cops carrying guns.
How would you know that? How would you
again,
know
there's
that?
plenty of research on this where they compared these things and were like, okay, so cops before this had guns and they didn't. How many violent altercations were cops in? Oh my God, dramatically less. But it can't be the guns, right?
No, but you're going, oh, they had this solution and then they got a new solution and told, please don't use your firearm. Please don't do that. Do this. And you're saying they did that less. That sounds like they literally just did what they were forced to do.
No, it would.
So that doesn't grant you nothing.
Again, if having the gun was what de-escalated things, we could look at when police departments got guns and how often that they were involved in violent altercations. And if that went down, then we would agree. Then we would see that. But no, we see the opposite. Again, when police departments gained firearms, their violent altercations go up because people feel intimidated by that, so they're more likely to have a fight or flight response. Half of that is fight.
Again, you're granting yourself this from a very small set of data. Usually,
no, police
when things happen,
police are not a small subset, by the way.
Yeah, how many cops are there in the country? And then you got to factor in the occurrences of this with the amount of police, right, in the country.
Yeah, there's like.
And then you also said that through their whole careers they don't pull firearms.
There's roughly one police officer for every 500 people in America. So that's very representative.
Yeah. So again, if most of their instances they don't need to pull their firearms, but now you're saying it's such a big problem because every time this happens, so this is such a common occurrence that this happens. So your two data sets are refuting each other.
No, I never said it happens commonly. I said the amount of violent altercations they have, things where people might start refusing to comply, forcing the cops to get physical.
So that's uncommon.
That doesn't have to be uncommon to. Wait, no. If that's common, that wouldn't refute my argument.
I'm saying it's not common that these occur, right?
In like places like the UK and where the police aren't armed, there's a noticeable decrease in the amount of these altercations per person in the population.
So what happened there? What increased greatly when they took those away? Knife crime, right?
No,
big
no,
problem?
knife crime remained about the same.
No, it's been on the increase.
So that's one of the things where like it depends on how you do your research. There's mixed results where research that tends to have
We don't need
more
research
robust
for
data.
these things. That's why I don't
Well,
even
then
care. I can make all of my arguments without
can't.
data.
Look, if you're not going to use research, then you definitely can't say anything that's with certainty. Okay, at
Dude,
least I
we
can
can-
look at
we
people.
can
At least I
deduce
can
these
look. Hey,
things with
hey, Chris.
logic.
At least I can look at people who are paid to study this and know as much about guns as they possibly can.
I don't give a shit about who's paid, because you understand that there's agendas being pushed by each side that funds these things. So I'm telling you,
Yeah, like the
I don't
NRA,
need
who
data
literally
sets
lobbies
to
the
use
government. Yeah, like
logic
the NRA.
regarding
Yeah,
safety.
Chris, what about the NRA and how they literally lobby the government to
Exactly.
prevent proper gun
Exactly.
reform?
You're just proving my point. Yeah, exactly. So screw the data. Let's just use logic on these discussions, and then we can work
No,
our
you
way
can't.
through
Okay,
and
but that's the
realize
pro-
that
that's
if
the
it comes
problem,
down
though,
to
is that
safety,
intuition, because you're really using
One at a time,
intuition.
guys.
Sorry, but intuition is not sufficient here, because at the end of the day, just because you can conceive yourself feeling safer with a gun does not mean everyone around you will feel safer with that gun. And when you look at at the actual research on it, people, you are just more likely to be shot. It's
I
that
don't give a
simple.
shit about anybody's feelings, and I don't care about you saying you're
It's
more
not
likely to be
feelings.
shot.
That's not feeling.
I'm telling
You're
you,
asking if guns make people safer. We're asking that here. I'm saying no, it's a public health epidemic. Does that sound safe to you?
you still didn't give me any situation where if I have a firearm that I'd be
I did.
less safe.
I gave you a robbery. Now you're just avoiding my argument.
No, you didn't. In the fact of somebody taking it from you, you already the argument presupposes that you're able to use this thing. I told you, it's like saying I don't know how a car works, but I need to travel with it. So obviously, then you're not.
It's not about if you can use it.
So
It's
a
how well you
pointless
can use it,
argument.
how safely
If I
you can
have
use
it and I can use it, and if I'm in a dangerous situation where somebody's going to use the firearm on me, I was already in a dangerous situation. So that doesn't change nothing.
Chris, do you have to
understand how that works?
If you're driving a car, do you have to make a dangerous decision for that car to become dangerous, or is it just always dangerous?
Yeah, can you just not pay attention for a second and then have an
Right.
accident?
Right, and that's why
Can
we
random
have.
things just
That's
happen
why we
that
have
don't
to
even
make sure.
involve you.
That's why we can't just make sure that drivers know how to use the car. We make sure they know how to drive and follow the rules of the road.
Do you
And when
know
they
that somebody
demonstrate
with a
they can't,
vehicle can
they
just
take
smash
away their
into
license.
you? That doesn't happen with firearms. Somebody with a vehicle can just smash into
No, it
you.
happens
That
to
doesn't happen
it
because
happens
you
to
own a
bystanders and
firearm.
shootouts all the time.
Yeah. So again, but that would just happen regardless. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Did you really just say
You don't
that?
need a
like,
special
you can't just be
situation for this
randomly
shit to
hit by a
happen.
bullet? I mean, you definitely don't live in America if you think
Whether
that.
you have a firearm or not, if there's a stray bullet flying and it hits you, it's gonna hit you.
The majority of people who go to the hospital for receiving firearm wounds in public are bystanders. It's not the criminals. It's not the victims. It's the fucking bystanders.
I hear you, but I'm telling you, it's not as big as an issue as it is in a crisis situation where this would be a benefit. Again, if you want to talk about the numbers, and we
wouldn't be a
already
benefit, but
basically conceded that it's a rare thing
Chris,
that happens.
you're arguing about the individual having. I've already pointed out you're more likely to self-delete. Your whole household is more
You
likely.
can't prove
to
that, dude. How would you
experience
even
violence.
know you're more likely?
I've
Again,
actually.
we
I
can
have
just
more
use
statistics
logic.
here. Let me. I know you're afraid of statistics, but tell me, like, how much is this going to take for you to actually change your mind? Or are you just like void of reason in this sense?
I'm
where,
listening. I'm listening to you, but you're not saying. You're saying, well, this is what data says, and then I can just refute it with a logical question. So then the data doesn't really mean anything, right?
Well,
Just keep pulling data out of
No,
my
because
ass and
going
appeal
back
to
to
authority
the
on
US
that. Or we can use logic and
compared to other
run
countries.
through situations.
when we go back to the U.S. compared to other countries, the U.S. is only an outlier in gun violence. It's not an outlier in violence overall. It has the same rates of violence as any other country that's a developed nation per person, especially one that polices things the same and same economic factors and stuff like that. And when you control for all those things, all you see is that it's the rate of gun ownership in America that makes it that outlier. It's not people are more trigger happy. It's not the people with the guns. It's the guns themselves. If you took away the guns, people wouldn't be able to shoot each other as much, regardless of how much they wanted to.
But do you know what the problem is, right? Especially for homicides, they calculate when it's a righteous self-defense situation. So that doesn't really count as that is also counting justified instances of using a fucking shell chucker, right? So, and if you look at the data on that, that almost accounts for at least 21 to 22% of it, especially if you also then add, actually, if you take the 21, 22% is if you take out self-deletion. So that would have happened with anything, because you can't prove that. If somebody's going to do it one way, they're going to do it another way. Then saying, well, this method's more effective than another one, that does not discount another attempt in any way. So that's why I don't care about that. If we just logically look at the numbers, we can cut it in half by just taking SAs out of it. And then we also have to look at not the method of the self-deletion, but the cause. Because the tool doesn't matter as much as what inspired the use of the tool, right?
If you're going to gish glop, but can you like signal that you're going to gish glop so I can start writing notes down?
I'm not gish galloping.
No, but like you might do things like saying like firstly and then secondly, furthermore, right? And then I know that you're going to do that. You're literally just you're going from one point to the next before I can even respond. Regarding the homicide rate, because you have jumped over many different goalposts. One of the things that is really, really important to remember is that wait, I had it. I had this written down. When it comes to one of the most common things that allows someone who is homicidal to buy a gun, that allows them to do that, is that most gun dealerships don't ask people why they want to buy the firearm, because at the end of the day, like for some reason that makes a huge difference, and it's not like such a big difference that it would disappear if you started doing it. But it turns out that like most of these things are again crimes of passion. So then
why would that matter if I can just lie about my intention?
Because it usually also comes with a waiting period and a background check. Here in Canada, you actually you can't get like your own personal handgun. You can get like long guns for hunting and stuff like that, but you can't get your own personal handgun unless you actually prove that you need it for self-defense. Like you have to prove it's called a may issue permit rather than a shall issue. And the US has a lot of shall issue permits. The last thing is that you can buy ammunition way more easily than a gun. And if you had the same things for ammunition, then somebody who gets a gun illegally but can't get ammunition as easily is going to be limited. My point being that there's all of these things that contribute to these things, but the number one thing that changes the gun homicide rates in any country is the amount of guns. So if we're talking about this as an epidemic that we want to do to actually make our society safer, even if we can't make it 100% safe, is to have fewer of the shooty bang bangs and bullets in the air at any given point.
I'm telling you, to have a safe society, again, you're granting yourself the regularity of society, which is not something logically that has ever happened in the history of humans.
No, you stop saying I want to make a safe society. I want to make a safer society, and that is what
yes, and you can't factor in for that because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And then in tomorrow's situation, you don't have it and you're screwed. That's what I'm telling you. You understand how that works?
Gun, right? If a tsunami happens, I can't fight. If an earthquake happens, I can't fight it. Volcano happens, I can't fight it off a gun. Most of the things that you're pointing to are things that a gun wouldn't even solve anyways.
Again, I don't care about a situation where you won't be worse off in a tsunami having a firearm, would you?
Well, yeah, you could use it to carry something else, for example.
How would you be worse off? How would you be unsafer?
And it's taking up more space in whatever you're carrying with you.
You can literally defend whatever food you have. How would you defend food? If I walk up to you and I say, my food now, how do you defend against that?
Okay, but going back to the whole...
Literally in a disaster situation...
Chris, you want me to answer your question or not?
Call the police.
Chris, you asked a question and then you started answering over me. Do you want the answer or not?
Go.
So going back to the point where we zoom out from the single person who has a gun and feels safer to the whole population, if some section of that population is looters, they're very likely to acquire a gun, and they might even have more guns and more people than you singly do. So there's no reason that having a gun will actually be an equalizer.
How do you protect yourself? What is your prescription then?
You
Give another
minimize.
prescription. Don't just
So
make
actually,
obvious
like,
claims.
most disaster survivalists say that like the best way to protect yourself is to minimize yourself. Like, don't show people what you have. Stow your stuff away when you move around, so that way they can't see what you have. That kind of stuff.
Sounds like you've been watching Walking Dead or some shit.
Nope.
Where's the data for this?
Where's the data for? No, I'm telling you what
Where's the data?
survival.
Where's the data? So again, I can logically display
Statistics
this
I
to
quoted
you.
were gun ownership rates and how that's just more likely that you're going to wind
Okay.
up being a victim of gun violence, and even in disaster scenarios.
Listen to me. I live in an unsafe
than
city.
you actually
I
using it.
know. Listen here. I live in an unsafe city. I know logically what I do when I walk late at night is I make myself big. I put on a hoodie and I make myself look dangerous because that is the best way to avoid a bad or unsafe
doesn't prove it.
situation.
It's actually
You don't
right.
make yourself small and look weak.
No, you
That
really
is not
do.
a good way to avoid
really do.
or keep yourself safe.
No, it's called the peacock effect. So
That's
if I notice
making yourself a target. Do you
if I notice
understand
somebody's
that?
doing really well, like they've got a Hummer and all this stuff, they're going to be a more likely target for me. I'm going to want what they have, right? Or if I just see some meek and humble little person digging through the trash looking for whatever scraps they can get, I'm going to assume that like I don't want whatever they have. They can keep it. So it
That's
does
not
matter
logical.
in a disaster
It's not
scenario
logical.
versus peacetime. It is. So
It's not.
here's another thing: if guns are safe, why do we use them in war to kill other people and make that less safe for the other side?
Are you more unsafe having a fucking shell chucker in a war than not?
No,
Again, same question.
if you like, for example, if you have a handgun and they have a machine gun and somebody with a handgun, you're less safe. So again, it's
Without it, you're more
much
unsafe,
depends.
right? We can do this all night.
No, they may not even shoot at you if you don't have a gun, and that they may not see you as a combatant.
Bruh. Do you know what happens in war when you don't have a means to protect yourself? Do you know what a POW is?
Sure. Yeah, they're
Yeah, that does not work out good for you. Do you know
not always
what
shot
torture
No,
is
they're
being
kept alive.
in a
I get it.
prison,
I get what they
locked
go through,
up?
Chris, but they're kept alive. They're not shot to death.
Dude.
Thanks for playing,
Dude.
buddy. Thanks for playing.
Dude, or you don't have any of that happen and you have a means of protecting yourself. Again, you're not going to get around this. Do you understand that?
Neither are you. because
You are arguing
day-
for no protection is better protection.
at the end
It
of
is
the day, you'd be
literally a
safer.
stupid
At
point
the end of
to
the day,
have.
you'd be safer in a war where neither side had any guns.
Bruh. Do you understand that we have killed more people without firearms in the past? We did this shit since we could pick up a rock. We did it. We hurt each other. That's what humans do. That's what humans do. They find a way to hurt somebody. If you don't have a weapon, you use your hands.
Not true.
That's what humans do.
So, I'm looking for the actual statistic on this.
It's
But basically,
obvious.
if you look at like a 30-year period of gun violence, more people have died from that than all of America's wars combined.
No. Say that
Yeah,
again.
no.
That just sounds
There's
ridiculous.
a 30-year. I can't. I know it's in my notes somewhere.
That sounds ridiculous.
Well, I thought it was ridiculous too, but that is again how dangerous guns are.
Dude, listen.
I will cite it as soon as I find it. I'm looking for it. I swear.
Again, I'm gonna tell you this. So again, logically, that's why I say I don't even need the stats. We can logically run through this, and it's the problem with the prompt itself is a self-defeater. If I just flip it around, there's no situation where if you have the firearm, are you more unsafe?
No, I've
You
already.
are always safer having a means to protect yourself than not. You can say, well, you might be shit with it or not, but you'd be shit without it. It
Okay,
just makes you less shit
However,
at least.
You can keep like peacocking and telling yourself you won, even though I mentioned robberies and how you're just simply more likely to wind up in the hospital if you have a shootout with a robber. But
Dude.
because you just didn't like the fact that means giving up your stuff. But here, let me point out something else. Let's say someone starts shooting at you, right? Don't you think that they're just gonna like shoot you dead? Like how are you supposed to respond to that in time?
if they do that and you don't have a means of protecting yourself, the outcome is exactly
Bullets are already
the
flying
same,
at you. How are you
with
going to
zero
draw your
other
weapon?
option.
The bullets are already flying at you. How are you going to draw your weapon and discharge in that time?
Again, we can just use logic. If you are
I'm
in a
using
bad
logic right now, Chris.
situation, if you have a bad situation with the shell chucker and you go away, you self-delete or you're deleted. If you didn't have it, the outcome would be exactly the same.
No, if someone
But
shoots you
with
in the
it,
back,
you at least have a chance. Do you
no, if someone
understand
shoots
that?
you in the back, you don't have a chance, and it would have been better if
Bruh.
you didn't have the gun in the first place.
You're just making the same argument with a different premise each time. So now listen again. We're just going to get off this because you're just going to keep making the same argument. You're not listening. The problem is, again, when you look at the statistics, if you take SA out of it, that's at least 21 to 22% of all of them, right? Then factoring in proper of the homicide side, you end up at almost 30%. That's almost cutting it in half just by taking that out, right? And then do you know what's very funny?
Actually,
Sugar is about half the
accounts
deaths.
for half of all gun deaths.
Listen, half the equivalent amount of half of the shell chuckers.
I'm just pointing out,
is
like,
sugar.
the statistics seem to be very bunk because you just removed 30%, not 50%.
Yeah, it's a big that's a big
This
amount.
is why we
right?
call them firearm homicides and not just firearm deaths when we talk about
Yeah, but they also factor in the justified ones to those statistics. You know that, right?
No, in fact, that they particularly
yes.
they're competent scientists who don't just make mistakes that you would. So,
if a cop shoots somebody and he's justified in shooting them, that gets added.
By the way, two of the most common databases used are the FBI's National Crime Statistics and the National Crime and Victimization Survey. And between those, over 200 studies have been published. 20% of those talk about how basically the more firearms there are in a household, the higher the risk that household is of experiencing a gun fatality or injury. It is literally, that's logic. More guns, more firearm injuries and fatality. It's like,
if you're in a bad neighborhood too, Mel.
It's almost so fucking easy.
Neighborhood too. But that's got
more bullets in the air, more people getting shot. Wow, logic.
Dude, if you're in a bad neighborhood, it's not about the shell chuckers, it's about your location, right? That doesn't matter.
If you're in a bad neighborhood, you're more likely to pull the gun out of some sort of perceived threat than any real threat. And that actually bears out in the self-reported statistics on defensive gun use.
Well, the thing is, listen, I'm telling you again, that's again saying that if you're on roads, you're going to be more likely to get into a car accident. That's just, that's obvious, but that's got nothing to do with the point.
The only justified uses are where you're actually being attacked. A perceived attack would be something where you're like, oh, that makes me feel really threatened. I'm going to pull up my gun and shoot it now. Did you know that the U.S. courts ruled that self-defense has to be proportional to the act being committed? So, for example, was it Trayvon Martin? I think it was Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman. Would you say that because George Zimmerman saw him as a threat, he should have discharged his weapon on him?
What?
It sounded like you knew what happened, so I wasn't going to go into details. But essentially, George Zimmerman was patrolling the neighborhood. There had been recent reports of break-ins, and Trayvon Martin matched the description. He saw Trayvon Martin running from one house to the next, instructed him to stop or whatever. Martin didn't respond, and so George Zimmerman opened fire on him. The only reason Zimmerman was allowed to do that is because of something called the Castle Doctrine, which doesn't look at the potential act the victim did, and just looks specifically at was this person supposed to be there or not.
I explained that earlier, right? So the point is again that things like that are important. Again, the crucial thing that comes down to being safe in any situation, even if you take the shell chuckers out of it, is perception and acting quickly, right? So that's why things like that exist, because you can't always verify how bad a threat is. So there should be parameters and threshold breakers so that you can properly deal with a threat
But
when
you
it
can't
occurs.
expect people to do that at the end of the day. And in fact, a
Dude.
gun enables them to act more impulsively. On top of that, did you know that guns enable more types of crime because criminals who have guns feel more emboldened to take on something like an armed security officer?
You're talking about rare incidences. So I'm
No,
not
no,
interested in
yeah.
rare incidences.
Well, okay, so the rare instances in the fact that most of the crimes, again, happen domestically. But in places without guns, you don't see as many people try to go up against an armed officer, for example.
Dude. So what? People don't go up to armed officers if they don't have firearms.
Yeah, so that again proves that, like, as a use of force, it's lethal. That lethality makes it unsafe.
I don't even understand your argument. So are you arguing for criminals having firearms or not? Because it just sounds like, oh, the police have firearms, so they're more safe.
So the less
What's
the
your
less
argument?
guns there are in your society, in your region, the fewer criminals will have guns, and the less you need a gun.
No, that wouldn't be the case. Again, like, remember what I said earlier, you're granting yourself these small incidences, and you see how we focused on crime and like a small subset.
Well, I
That's a
didn't.
constant reality.
Crime actually happens not just like domestically, but between an intimate a family member or acquaintance. So it's very likely that you're going to use a gun against like a criminal in the street. You're more likely to use it against someone in the home.
No, I mean.
Oh yeah, over 50%. Over 50%. So 50. I've been saying 50% a lot tonight, but again, it's over
50%.
over 50%. Like I can show you where it says this, and that's how much crime actually happens. Then you again have other crimes like tax evasion and stuff like that. Given that,
No,
it seems that only 12% of crime committed happens like on the streets between like someone who doesn't know their assailant.
no. Essays are 21%, homicides are 71%, and accidents account for 8%. So again, what I told you is if you factor this
there's
in
not
at
enough
least
context.
30%,
Whatever you just read, no. There's not enough context from whatever you just read for me to use that statistic properly.
I have synopsises. I don't have the actual stuff. That I'm not going to pull
Oh,
up stuff
have you
and
ever heard
say
of
stuff
Sci-Hub?
because I don't even care about that. I just
There's a way to
looked
get around the
at a
paywall, by the way.
precursor. Listen,
Or
what
most
I'm
of them.
telling you is if you cut that, you can cut out issues with shell chuckers. You immediately take out at least 30%. So what I'm telling you is half of the issues that happen with that in your small little subsets is the equivalent of the deaths of sugar in America, bruh. It's not an issue. You keep making it such a big issue, but with sugar, there is no means of it protecting you from shit.
So in
But
America,
these do. When shit hits the fan, these protect you. Sugar
So
don't protect
here's an
you from
interesting
shit.
thing to know.
It give you diabetes. That's
here's
what it
an
does.
interesting thing. We can agree that pretty much every knife or every home in America has a knife, right?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not American. I wouldn't know that. I do.
Yes, every home has a knife. They're called kitchen knives, and but we know that like on average, 1 in 5 Americans own a home. So we can say that 1 in 5 homes have guns. If that's the case, how come the amount of people dying from and being injured from gun? Let's just say dying because I think that's safer. How come there are more people dying from guns than not just automotive accidents, by the way, or sugar or smoking or any of that stuff? But even more than knife attacks, even though knives are more frequent. Could it be that they're more dangerous?
Exactly. You're making my argument. So knives are more
No.
frequent, but it happens less with them.
Yeah, because they're less.
Just sounds like
dangerous than a
firearms
gun.
are effective. That's
You're
all you're
safer
saying.
around someone with
But
a
the
knife.
thing that's everywhere.
You're
it never
safer around
happens.
someone with a no. Please, you just made my point for me. You're safer around someone with a knife than someone with a gun.
Dude, you made the argument that knives are everywhere, but it doesn't happen that much. But they're everywhere. So how's that your argument? Your argument is guns shouldn't be everywhere because that's going to
Despite not
increase
being
it.
everywhere, guns feel
But
even more
kitchen
frequent.
knives are
Yeah,
everywhere, but it never happens with
Dude,
them.
you can be
see
confused
how
all you
you're
want.
fucking contradicting
No,
yourself.
you're getting
One at
mad.
a
You're
time, one at a
right now.
time.
I'm not contradicting myself. I'm saying that guns are not everywhere, and yet they're still killing more people than knives. They must be inherently more dangerous than knives.
No, it means they're more effective tool at doing what they need to do. That's all it means. It means they're better at doing the job. It doesn't
so in terms-
correlate that the amount of them is bad. It just says they're more effective. Do you understand? That's what that says.
So if it turns out, like the statistics that I've seen, that self-defense uses are exceedingly rare compared to the amount of times that people are victimized in a crime with a gun, then it seems like most of these gun homicides are happening domestically in the home. Oh yeah, again, the statistic bears that out, because again, if you own a gun or you live in a household with someone on a gun, it's more likely to be turned on you than anybody out on the streets.
Dude, I hear you, but you keep bringing up little anecdotal things, and I'm
That's
telling
not
you, if we look at it,
That's statistically just accurate.
do
you know what an anecdote is?
Do you understand how stats work? I
Do you
can go.
want an anecdote?
I can
You want an
say.
anecdote of the guy who shot his teenage son because he thought it was an intruder?
Okay, listen. Do you know how problems work, right? We can look at a problem and say this is a small problem, this is a big problem. So you keep going, this is what the stats say, but the stats say that majority, like 99% of shark attacks happen in the ocean. Shit, Sherlock.
I will say
no
though
shit.
it's not anecdotal if she's claiming that that's a stat. An anecdote would be if I said personally, I had something
sorry.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah, but sorry, it's redundant. Sorry, in proper word usage. So it's redundant because if I say
No, it's
because I'm in the
why-
ocean,
It's
So
why
listen.
medical health professionals are saying that it's a public health epidemic.
I'm telling you, it's the scope of the problem that you're not factoring in. It's not a big problem.
No, they
Again, like
factor
I
it in.
said, if sugar is almost at the same level of being a problem with regards to people being deleted. Do you understand that? That's also how numbers work.
But there isn't the
telling
same-
me
there
there's
isn't
this
the same
really
link.
high percentage of
No,
this
we don't-
really
we don't
small
see the
thing
same-
doesn't matter.
We don't see the same correlation, actually. So interestingly enough.
Well, I looked at, when you like to appeal to your data, I looked at the data, and you know that I even
You're
just
not even looking at
tertiary
my data,
look
one thing.
tells me that most, it's not even at the top of the list of things that take out the most people in the country. So why is it an issue? All of the things that are at the top of the list have no benefit as functioning as a protection mechanism. They're
So
diseases.
ask the question, and you just kept going. Do you want the answer to your question, or was it rhetorical?
Go.
So the reason that we need to take out guns and not just all these other things you're trying to vacuously allude to is that guns are the only things that, when removed from the household, decreases not just like individual, not just firearm homicides and injury, but overall overall injuries and homicide. So and self-deletion, because it turns out that people self-delete based on availability of methods, again called the instrumentation effect. This is something that researchers study, where the more impulsive that sort of thing is, the more the availability and lethality of that object is what determines the outcomes. So they acknowledge that the lethality affects it, but in most of these crimes and self-deletions, these are impulsive things that happen transiently, not well planned out things. And so
Self-deletions don't matter in this argument.
You see that by removing their means, they're less likely to attempt.
Self-deletions don't matter in this argument because the person attacking the other person.
My final thing was for the self-deletion in terms of crime, stuff like that. It just becomes less lethal when someone tries to commit a crime. So again, it sounds like a good thing.
Okay.
Criminals don't have guns.
Quickly, self-deletion does not matter because if you are harming yourself, you aren't safe, regardless. So the prompt is pew pew,
right,
make
but it
you
makes
safer.
It more dangerous.
If you are self-deleting, there is no safety, right? So it's a stupid argument to bring up.
So
if
you're going to self-delete, a failed attempt, for example, is safer than a successful attempt. Would you not agree?
It's got nothing to do with.
No, it does. Would you not agree?
If you're doing it yourself, you're going to do it yourself.
Stop debating my fucking question. Would you not agree that a failed attempt is safer than a successful one?
But that's just a loaded question.
No, it's not. It's very
like
straightforward. Someone who dies from a self-deletion attempt is inherently just having a worse outcome than somebody who hasn't. And going based off of that, we can see that, sure, they might not be safe in any instance if they're feeling like they want to self-delete, but having them be in more danger of actually completing it is a huge fucking issue.
The thing is, what about multiple attempts?
What about it?
You're making the argument that this thing is more effective at a person who wants to hurt themselves, who are going to hurt themselves regardless of how effective the method is. Do you understand that?
No, that's not the case, because first of all, not all cases of self-deletion involve self-harm. It is one of the things that occurs commonly, it's like a common theme, but you can't use that as a predictor. Secondly, people who do want to who do want to do self-harm are still more likely to choose methods that are more final in the sense that, like, let's say you strangle or I don't know how much detail. Let's say you put the stringy around your neck and go downy.
Yeah, but none of that matters.
Here, let me land my fucking plane. Let's say you do that, right? Instead of being 85% chance that you actually die from it, it's a 60% chance. However, most people say that they don't try that because they're afraid of hanging there and being alive and it not working, which can happen.
Yeah, again, I don't care about essays because
I'm not
topic
about
of
essays.
safety.
I never said essays. You're moving the
matter.
goalpost. This is about self-deletion. It's not about essay.
Yeah, well, but SD, I guess, but self-deletion in that sense does not matter because when the debate prompt is safety, you are with yourself, so safety is not a thing when you're doing it to yourself.
Yes,
It's
it
got
is.
nothing to do with safety. No, it doesn't.
Yes,
It's
it
got
is.
nothing
If
to
you
do with
live in a place
societal
that's about
safety,
to
within
collapse,
safety.
if you live in a
doing it
place
to
that's about
yourself.
to collapse, then you're in more danger than if you live in a place that's structurally sound.
You
don't
are
have
the
to be with other
danger.
people for that to matter.
It is almost a contradiction to say you yourself are your own danger. Do you understand how that's not? I don't care about a safety discussion. When you are the problem, you are the problem. There
At
is
all.
no being
People who
safe
want
from
to self-delete
yourself.
are their own worst threat at that moment. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's not
humans
ridiculous.
have agency. You're making the
I'm
argument
not
for how
denying
do you
people
make
have
yourself
agency.
safe from
I'm not
yourself.
denying people have. What I'm saying though is that we need to reduce the chances that they do self-delete on impulse, and that's what guns enable.
I'm telling you, the way to reduce that is saying we need to lock people up in a room and tie them up because that's the only way
No,
to protect
that
you
has
from
very
yourself.
little. That actually increases the chances that they don't get the treatment that they need, because it turns out that these institutions have terrible supports historically. Now, maybe you could argue we could have better, but it turns out that removes their agency, and that makes them more likely to have those feelings down the road. It's essentially incarceration for them, right? Where if say they don't have a successful attempt, they're far less likely to try it again because they've experienced that failed attempt and don't want to go through that again.
No, it's not that. It's because they get pumped full of chemicals. No, it's because they get pumped full of chemicals, or they basically reduced to a comatose zombie by SSRIs. And another common occurrence, again, the cause of why a lot of these things...
Chris, did you know that SSRIs actually increase the likelihood that people want to self-delete? So that was a very stupid thing you just said there. No, exactly. You said that as you said that as if you said that as if it explains why they don't want to commit, why they don't want to do it after. But I'm telling you, it works in the opposite direction. If they're on SSRIs, we should expect to see them want to do it more. But they don't, because they've already had an attempt that failed, and it was really traumatic for them.
Like 50% of the cases is people that do this dumb shit are on these medications.
And if we got rid of guns in America, 700 people who died from doing dumb shit like handling their firearms incorrectly, just basically unintentional firearm deaths, could have their fucking lives saved. That's how dangerous.
What are the side effects of those
medications? Per year.
What are the side effects of those medications? You stated it now earlier, right?
Thoughts of self-deletion is one of the side effects.
Yes, exactly. So the problem is that would
we would logically see already, because that's such a dumb argument on your part. Listen, like you've actually not proven that it makes anyone safer, because as I've demonstrated, you
cannot name one situation where you're unsafe for having it.
No, I have.
I stated that question at the start. You couldn't even answer it.
Chris, I have. Do you remember what I said?
What did you say? Repeat it.
See,
I'm
you're
stupid. Tell
you're
me
just
again.
avoiding my argument. You're clearly just avoiding. You don't even remember what I said, and we had like a 10-minute long discussion about it. It's fucking
No, you
magical
didn't
how your
make a
brain
point.
works, dude. It's fucking magical how your brain works and how you're trying to
Thank
contrive a
you.
win here. I, however, have demonstrated that in almost every way, at every level, owning a gun is more dangerous for you, your family, and the people who live around you. Having a gun in a community is more dangerous because you're more likely to, if you are victimized by crime, have it done by somebody who handles a gun. And in general, the health care professionals, among many other types of professionals too, including firearms researchers, consider this to be a public health epidemic. The odds are simply not in your favor, my friend.
Listen, there is no situation where when you have a shell chucker, are you more unsafe. I've explained this to you, saying that because it's an you don't even
You've already demonstrated with self-deletion.
You're just gonna
You can keep
spurg.
saying that all you want. You can keep saying there's
You're
no
just gonna
situation.
spurg.
I've demonstrated that if you are already at risk of self-deletion, which sure you're unsafe, you're even more unsafe if you have a gun.
Saying you said something but not making an argument is not an argument. You understand how that works?
I definitely made the argument.
Just saying I did make an argument is not an argument, right?
You're just avoiding my argument at this point because I think you've run out of arguments.
No, listen. Again, I can take you through this logically. Is there a situation where having it makes you more unsafe?
What was my answer last time, Chris?
You said because of data, because it's a common occurrence,
Nope.
that makes it more unsafe. And I told you that in
Chris,
any
why are
of
you
those
gonna why are you asking
situations,
these
not
questions
having
if
it
you're-
has the same outcome.
Why are you asking these questions if you're not even going to respond to my answer? Are these literally just you for you to peacock and wave around?
Are you just not going to answer anything that I asked you?
Is that really the best you can do in these kind of debates? I really thought you
You're
could do
not going to
better.
answer the questions.
I have, and I really thought you could do better than this.
No, well, I thought you could actually answer questions.
And I did.
So
I did.
No, you're not answering logical questions. So again,
Okay.
I'm going to ask.
I'm sorry, your amnesia is literally this bad that I remember what I answered to you because I gave you the answer twice even.
Bruh, it's
I gave you the answer
very
twice.
simple.
I gave you the answer twice, Chris, and you've still forgotten it. How convenient, buddy.
It's very simple, right? If saying because something is common, the same thing. If you're in a vehicle on a road, you're probably more likely to get in a car
I never
accident.
made
That's
an
not what I'm
argument based on how common
saying.
things are.
You're not answering the thing. Listen, I'm telling you, there's a situation where you're more unsafe having it
Yep.
than not having it.
And the fact that like your cognitive dissonance is literally so bad, buddy, that you've already forgotten that I said robbery twice to you.
I told you that the outcome would be the
And
same
you were wrong.
with it or
And you were
without
wrong.
it.
And
So
I
that's
explained
not
to you why you
answering
were
the
wrong.
question.
And you were wrong, and I explained to you why you were wrong.
It's the same.
Remember
It's the
why?
same.
Do you remember why I told you were wrong about
Your
robberies?
argument is not having a way to defend yourself is a better way to defend yourself. You're the one with cognitive dissonance that can't
No,
answer a
my
logical question.
My argument
That's the
was that
problem.
when researchers looked at robberies and the outcomes for victims, more victims wound up in the hospital when they tried to pull a firearm on their assailant or tried to fight back at all. It turns out that letting them have the upper hand and giving them what they want is the best possible outcome for you.
Not protecting yourself is the best outcome for you.
But no, at the
So
end of
to
the day,
be
you don't end up
safe, you
doing
should
that.
not protect
At the
yourself.
end of the day, you don't end up
understand how
doing
your
that. You just
conclusion is a contradiction.
Hey, Chris, at the end of the day, you
job.
don't end up protecting yourself with a gun. You just give the other person an excuse to shoot you.
Good job. Good job. Not protecting yourself is the best way to protect yourself.
Yes, especially in robberies, because the robber does not want to be charged with a higher crime. They want to get out of there as quietly as possible before the police can arrive, and they certainly don't want to incur injuries over this themselves.
Bruh, listen to me. I'm telling you again. Even in a modern day situation, you're better off having it. And then again, I told yourself you're granting yourself that tomorrow is going to be like today.
No, you keep saying that, but I've demonstrated that it's just false in every domain you've brought up.
Is it possible that a natural disaster can occur? Is there possible that situations can occur that highly disrupt society?
If a natural disaster occurs and someone tries to steal their food and they have a gun too, then you're just going to be in more danger because now you're in a shootout.
No, you are able to protect
yes,
your
I
food
did.
and your resources.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, Chris. Stop saying no, because I did. I literally explained to you how if you want to keep your food, the last thing you want is for your attacker to have a gun.
No, your logic is if somebody without a shell chucker engages somebody with a shell chucker, they're better not having an equal amount to equalize the force. Again, it's the argument of police shouldn't have pew-pews, and they should go up against criminals with them, and they'd be safer, which is a stupid
Yeah, they get shot less. They
conclusion.
literally
Do you
get
understand?
police literally get shot less when they don't have guns.
Bro.
And especially when the other person
When
doesn't
don't they have
as well.
guns?
Wow, logic.
When don't they have guns?
Actually,
You're just
a lot
saying random shit now to say
in the
random
UK,
shit.
in the UK, owning a gun, like getting a gun, is super hard. So very few criminals in the UK
Yeah,
have.
nobody has them there.
Yeah, that's and that's why cops hardly get shot there. It's like magic.
No shit. You're just saying obvious shit, dude, again. But that doesn't mean they're safer. Do you understand how that works? Doesn't mean that they're safer.
If you're not getting shot as part of your job, you are safer. Yeah.
Bruh, if you don't have a firearm and somebody comes in your house with a firearm,
you're
at a
nothing,
disadvantage. You're not safer. Do you understand how that works? You're not safer. Do you understand that? Because you're not able to equalize force. This is logic. Do you understand that?
Well, here's the funny thing, right? And this kind of goes into second 2A stuff, which I'm surprised we never got into. They can actually call in a task force which does have guns for them, which is kind of the equivalent of if you're a civilian, you can call the police if someone with a gun shows up.
Oh, great. So you're just going to wait for the police to come when you're in a life-threatening situation. Great, because that always works great. I live in a country where they take an hour to come. That's fucking great logic
Again,
right there.
at least you're not in a
Again, the don't protect yourself argument for being safe.
The fact that you think you're safer
Stupidest shit I've ever heard.
The fact that you think you're safer in the shootout is the stupidest shit.
The thing that you think not having a way to protect yourself is the safer option is by itself a stupid argument and a self-defeating
literally,
argument.
someone with a gun
It's
is
not
less
even
likely to shoot
logical
you.
to say that.
Yeah, literally, someone with a gun is less likely to shoot you if you don't draw a gun. It's that simple.
Bruh. Again, you're not factoring in the force.
Thing. Like, you got to stop doing that, dude.
Nah, I don't want to. How about that?
You
If you can deter somebody from using force, you would not have an incident, so it would not be reported. Again, you're appealing to your data and not logic. Again, saying that there's data for this happening more than not.
No, I have a logic.
Yeah, nothing happened. Do you understand how that works, bro?
Chris, you're not appealing to the facts that I put in front of you, which is simply that we don't end up seeing people using guns to protect themselves at the end of the day nearly as much as we see the criminals using them to commit criminal acts. So
do you understand that?
Therefore, your logic doesn't stand in the face of facts. And by the way, the best way to be delusional is to have your own opinion of something and think that you're being super logical when you're presented with new information that contradicts it, and you still try to keep going. So have fun, buddy. Have fun. Here, can we do closing statements, please?
I was actually just going to move us to that. I felt like you guys were kind of starting to sum it up. So, Mel, if you'd like to, or wait, which way did I say I was going to go? I think.
Me first, yeah.
I think I get lost words.
Oh, that's right. Yes, thank you. I confused myself. So before you go, Mel, I just want to let everybody know I will go ahead and start dropping the link. We will go into open panel dumpster fire after this. You're all welcome to join. I will say cameras get priority. Mel, the floor is yours.
Okay, folks. Well, we've talked a lot about Chris and stuff like that. If anyone wants links to the statistics I have and stuff like that, I actually have a document, a research document I can link. That has the sources in it, including a very long and book that's also full of its own sources. Some of these chapters even have like 60 different sources linked to them. It's like, this is a information resource and a half. And so I think I've effectively demonstrated that it's not possible to be safer with a gun in the house on your person or stuff like that. Except for in very rare circumstances that you probably won't find yourself in. Because most of us aren't cops, for example. We're not vigilantes, and most crimes that are committed, like burglaries and stuff like that, people just still aren't safer in a shootout. So my opponent says I haven't used logic. My opponent says I haven't answered his questions. I'm more than confident that I had, and that I've demonstrated that his logic and his assertions can't possibly stand. And at the end of the day, I don't think he's demonstrated that guns actually do make you safer, because again, there's plenty of research that just contradicts him. I'm going to quickly try to get through some common tropes I hear that sort of came up and sort of didn't this time. Guns don't kill people, people kill people. That's funny, because people who use guns are still more likely to kill someone than someone using their bare hands. If the lethality of guns were irrelevant, why would guns be marketed as a self-defense weapon based on superpower and increasing lethality? And I'm going to quote Ozzy Osbourne here saying, I keep hearing this fucking thing that guns don't kill people, but people kill people. If that's the case, why do we give people guns when they go to war? Why not just send the people? Sarah, how much time do I actually have?
You keep going. You're good.
Okay, yeah, because I have 2 more talking points to also debunk, but I'll try to be as quick as possible. And it's just a fact that more firearm deaths occur in the home than knife-related deaths, and that's because guns are simply more dangerous, even though knives are way more frequent than guns. And another trope is if guns are not available, people will find other ways to kill. Well, FBI statistics show that over half of all homicides where the circumstances happened in circumstances where someone was known. It was during an argument involving money, a love triangle, or some sort of brawl due to drugs and alcohol, which means that if you're going to be using your guns to defend yourself, it's most likely going to be in your home against someone you know. Method substitution is well studied and shows that in transient acts like crimes of passion and self-deletion, people just go for what's most available. It's way too impulsive to actually to think about what your next step's going to be and stuff like that if you can't get the first thing. And if anything, guns enable that impulsiveness. And you didn't like my suicide arguments. I'm going to say anyways. Crap, I said the word again. Self-deletion. I'm sorry, Sarah. Self-deletion are likely to use what's available. Oh yeah, that was the thing about the bridge, actually, I wanted to talk about, but I forgot where I put that. And then the last one is if we outlaw guns, only the outlaws will have guns. The problem is that there is no good guy with a gun. In fact, you can a survey once showed that like 99% of people admitted to committing some sort of crime, minor crime or something like that. People are not necessarily law-abiding. Many people who commit violent crimes have no criminal record, which is why we can't just use things like background checks to actually predict who's going to do these things. It's just way more effective to, again, have fewer guns in the community. And there is no link between criminality and a lot of the things we see I don't know what that last point is stupid. So to wrap it all up, if you want your communities to be safer, if you want children to be safer, because right now guns are the leading cause of death for youth in America, it just surpassed traffic accidents. If you want Black communities to be safer, if you want women to be safer, then you want fewer guns in your community, because none of us are safer with more bullets in the air.
Thank you so much, Melanie. And Chris, please take your time.
All right, so I'll do my closing, but let me address Mel's points. So I love Ozzy to bits. How dare you bring Ozzy into this? Because now I gotta go against Ozzy. Well, Ozzy is an old drug addict, and now you're appealing to him for advice on life. I love Ozzy to bits, makes good music, but that's not a good argument. Saying we should send people instead of having them have firearms, we did that. It was called the whole of human history. So stupid argument, not even logical. Then talking about again the regularity of society as it is itself. So again, guns now need to be or shell chuckers need to be collected now and be sent to Ukraine because they needed to defend themselves. If it wasn't necessary to have these things as defense, why would they have to be sent? I can just flip this argument around and it's way more logical than saying not to have it. Again, making the claim that having these things or in any regular state of society, having weapons around makes you more unsafe. It would depend on the situation. If you're in a perfectly safe world where nothing happens, great. Then having them or not having them is exactly the same thing. In the instances of people doing bad things, yes, that does happen. I do grant that. But it happens with pretty much anything. And we have other things that hurt more people, as simple as sugar. Most of the problems that people encounter that leads to people being deleted or diseases and basic things like heart diseases, diabetes, all of these basic things that is food. We cannot ban everything because life is dangerous inherently. If you want to be safe from life, you do not live life. But in a life that you do live that has real life dangers, means of protecting yourself is important. The argument of saying not having a protection is a good protection is a self-defeater on its own. And if any instance happens that just disrupts normal society, not having a means to protect yourself will be the same outcome. Will you have no choice in protecting yourself, where if you have at least a means, even if you're shit and you fail, at least you had a means of protecting yourself. This is very logic. This just logic that a means is better than having no means. And if something bad was going to happen, it was going to happen irrespective. That's just how it works. And there are bigger things to worry about than this. But in instances, again, where society collapses or things happen or you're stuck in the woods or very real life situations where life doesn't go perfect, having another option is at least an option.
Thank you, Chris. I will say I'm super excited to start the panel here shortly, especially with the lineup backstage. There's one of them is literally ready to go to war. We're going to start with the super chats really quick. We'll run through them, and you guys are both welcome to respond to either one. Finkel coming in with the big 20. Having a firearm increases chances of self-delete, accidental discharge, falling into the wrong hands, becoming a target in a dispute, coming to a point of anger and using it and self-defense. And I forgot, a teenager taking the pew-pew to school. Thank you, Old Sarge Finkel. If either of you have a response, you're welcome.
Okay. Well, I would say that we didn't really go into it, but the school situation, these things are everywhere, and we didn't really delve into that. It's something I wanted to discuss with this as kind of a more productive discussion. So, Mel also claimed that these tools are very effective at doing what they're doing. No shit, we made them that way. Yes, they are effective at doing what they need to do. That is how things that are made well work. So, unfortunately, these things are everywhere in the world, and these incidences, especially in schools, is something unique to America. Then we have to look at what could be a cause, because if the tool used is not the cause, right, we can distinguish between these two things. So we would have to look at what is the cause of this and what is another unique instance that could be a correlative that is unique to America and not the rest of the world. And then you would find the path to the medication problem that the country is facing.
Well, no. You can do something called a case control study. And they did that, and they found that, first of all, there are plenty of people who are on the same medications as a lot of these mass shooters, or they had a lot of the same mental problems, but they don't show any violent tendencies at all. Most of these things happen when kids feel at like a high point of distress, a high amount of hopelessness, so they're also likely to self-delete, and they feel like they're in some sort of crisis that they can't get out of. Like the crisis is the key word there. And another thing that they found when they did these case control studies, by the way, is that the severity and the type of mental health problem didn't at all determine what kind of, like, how they did their crime or anything like that, how they did the mass shootings. So it seemed like there's much stronger evidence that it's twofold. Of course, it's the presence of guns in the household. It's the availability. It's the access to guns. These people are way less likely to do this if they have knives. But also, the media has been putting spotlight on the shooters rather than the victims, and that does glorify them a bit as well.
Thank you. Wrongful Rage coming in with a big 10. Furby, here is my case. You are wrong. Simple.
Well, here's my rebuttal. No, you.
Heartbender coming in with the big 2. Win, Chris. L chat. The chat always wins here, for the record.
No, chat always wins.
Gesterog coming in with the big 10. Comment with your favorite firearm. I'm itching for another. Ooh. Chuck in Tennessee coming in with the big 2. Can we backstage the fur ball? No, that's not until open panel. Gesterog coming in with a big 5. I might buy a Tommy gun just for funsies. I think you guys were all imagining him in a zoot suit after that. That was pretty comical watching. Ghost coming in with the big 5. A person drove a car into a crowd of people, deleting them in New Orleans. Should we ban cars?
Well, it's pretty simple. We use cars for transportation, not for killing people. So,
But
no.
you're more unsafe on roads than you are not on roads, Furby.
Well, we also use guns for hunting too, not necessarily killing people.
And
Well, I mean, none of
and
us
as
really need.
deterrence.
None of us,
And
like,
as
it's very rare that you
deterrence.
find people who hunt out of necessity. They're doing it for fun to shoot poor defenseless animals. I'll also say this, like, we regulate cars because they're dangerous. So we have lots of laws around it, lots of different ways of handling this criminally. Even like
Mel,
entire police divisions dedicated to traffic laws and stuff like that. And the reason is that cars are also dangerous. Yeah.
yeah, but you also understand it's something that I mentioned, but we didn't really go into it, is that you do understand that they don't necessarily have to be used to be a deterrent and be effective. You understand that?
Yeah, but nobody actually knows if you have a gun in your house.
Well, if you do show it to somebody, that could be a deterrent, and it never
If that
has
were
to
the
be
case, we would
used.
see places with higher rates of gun ownership have less crime,
Can
but
you
no,
just for
either
once
have.
answer a
No,
question?
no, I am. Yeah,
Though?
I am. If that were the case, if they were effective as a deterrent that way, we would see gun ownership. Places with higher gun
Is it
ownership have less
logical
crime.
that it could deter a bad situation? That's what I'm asking you. Could
Right,
it?
sure.
Could it deter a bad
But
situation?
like the more you think about it, the more it becomes a very case specific scenario rather than a generality. Because again, I'm
You're not
gonna just
answering the
explain this to you.
question. This is what
If
I
if
meant through the whole
if what
debate.
you were expecting to happen board out, then we would expect to see places with higher gun ownerships that have less crime. And in fact, the opposite is true. Either we see no decrease in crime or no increase, or a slight increase of more major crimes because again, criminals have guns; they feel more emboldened.
That instance would not be recorded because nothing happened. Again, I mentioned this. Do you
No, people
understand?
report crimes where they have a gun held to them all the time. You can't just say that it won't be reported.
I've had it happen multiple times, never reported it.
Well, that's your issue.
No, I'm saying this is a common thing because people don't like police or going or effort. It's just logical. I don't like effort. I don't want to
Sure.
go
So,
if I
well,
don't need to
that would
go
mean
to
that
a
it's
police
probably happening
station.
even. That would probably mean it's happening even more, which would make it a bad thing. That like more people are actually being held up by a gun than we even know about.
It doesn't matter. Let's get to the open panel. But yeah, it's not even logical. But anyways,
Wrongful rage coming with the Big Ten. Approximately 3 million people are saved by brandishing.
So that comes from a paper that's been thoroughly debunked by Thomas Gabor in his book. Uh, I don't remember the exact title. It's something to do with confronting gun violence. And what he points out is that that only happens when you come from his like initial estimate. But even I think it's Kleck. It's someone in Kleck. The authors admit that they like you can't just take that number, that raw number. You have to like make it case specific because they themselves did not factor in a lot of things just to arrive to that number.
Okay. And then we have wrongful rage coming up with another Big Ten. Police more often than not show up after the fact. What did you want them to shoot? The corpse? Furby, come on.
Are we doing this?
If you want to, something quick.
So again, this is just a situation where I'd prefer that people didn't have guns on either side because you're less likely to be a corpse if your assailant doesn't have a gun.
Okay. Think we'll come in with the. Oh, did you have a response, Chris?
well, again, it's the same thing. That's why I mentioned it earlier, right? If we even factor out weapons, the best thing in any situation, even if you're walking on a sidewalk and a car comes swerving at you, your best method to always be safe is situational awareness. This is why it gets taught to females in self-defense classes. Situational awareness will save you majority of the time from bad situations happening. So then if your prescriptive is delay action, it just increases the amount of time something bad can happen. So that makes no sense. But yeah.
So if you
Anyways.
have training to act a certain way, do you want to act impulsively or do you want to act like based on what your training taught you? So for example, if you do start to act and you notice that it's not that, you're able to control yourself and redirect yourself so you do follow your training. I would
Again,
argue, so we're clear, just for expediency, I would argue you don't want to be impulsive because that's not situationally aware. It takes time to gather your senses, gather your surroundings, especially if you feel like threatened and stuff like that. Your fight or flight is going off, your heart is racing, there are a lot of things which run counter to the ideal of a good guy with a gun, where you're just going to shoot perfect aim, not hit any bystanders, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, in any situation, if a dangerous situation occurs, being quick to the trigger would save you way better.
Well, no,
So
that's not
again,
what
I
they
can
train
just flip
cops
the
to do,
argument
though.
around.
But that's not what they even train cops to do. They train cops to try to de-escalate first, to try to see if you can eliminate the threat through de-escalation rather than escalation.
Yeah, but if you're in a dangerous situation and you act quickly, that's never a bad thing.
If you act like evasively, sure, but again, you wouldn't need a gun to run away from something. You'd be turning your back anyway, so owning a gun wouldn't matter.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't even be in a situation to need it. So yeah, again, yeah.
That is most situations, it turns out.
Situational awareness, yes, again, yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
save it
But
for the
yet, if
open
you do
panel.
have a gun, sorry, I need to say one more thing. If you do have a gun, you're going to be more likely to feel like you need it, even when you don't. That much has been borne out in the research again, where we look at cases where people use their gun and how they report it, and then you have someone like a judge look at it and they're like, "Yeah, that's not a legal use of self-defense, and that probably wasn't even a real threat."
Fair enough. And a Thothmith backstage, please check the private chat. Finkel with the big 20. The real problem in these debates on guns and debaters are absolutist. Either guns are God's gift or guns are tools of Satan. Truth is, it's situational. Trib One coming in with the Big 10. You won't be able to find anything that shows guns make you safer. It shows the contrary. The real question should be about protection versus the government. In case of an unlawful government, it would be good to have guns.
No, it wouldn't. And I
Modern
actually
society breaks down.
Oh God. Okay, well, if we can
Many
talk
cases.
but no, I think it would be, as Finkel pointed out, at most situational in those situations, and you would just again face worse outcomes if your aggressor has a gun. So you want them to not have a gun, and so you want guns to be less common. But also, more importantly, I kind of commend you, Chris, for not actually being like, we need guns to defend against the government, like don't tread on me type shit. Because if you think about it,
I don't want to use that argument because it's outplayed, and my situation is slightly different. Even though I am kind of arguing in an American sense, my position is slightly different.
I was going to
don't
say,
want to
like,
go with that.
I was going to say, like, I think the American military would love the chance to do what's effectively a training exercise on their own people. I'm just kidding.
They wouldn't, because it's their brothers, mothers, fathers, family. It's not.
I mean, like, okay, like I agree with you. They'd have some sort of conscience, but they've also been trained to not operate on conscience.
That's ridiculous. So. Most of those people are good people serving their country.
Oh, no, I'm not saying they're not good people. No, I'm not saying they're not good people, Chris. I'm saying that when they're following orders, they're instructed not to listen to their conscience and to listen to the orders. If anything, it would be up to like, I think it's like it's the generals and stuff who would figure out like, oh, is this a war crime or not?
Trip One coming with the Big 10. You won't be able to find anything that shows guns make you. Oh, did I just read that one? I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you. Trib One coming with the Big 2. So no, in almost every case, a gun won't make you safer. Nephilim coming in with the Big 2. Death before dishonor, Furby. Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10. 2 foreigners debating American safety with firearms. Didn't we have a war about this or something? I actually thought this was pretty funny.
That is actually how the Civil War with the British started, and the whole Boston Tea Party thing. It wasn't over really a tea dispute. It was Britain wanted to like stop essentially exporting arms there.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of funny. Observer coming in with a Big 10. If feeling unsafe is a valid reason to remove a firearm, then feeling safe should be a valid reason to keep a firearm.
May I?
Yeah.
So the only problem with that is, like, again, if we look at self-deletion, somebody who currently feels safe and thinks that they'll never feel like they're going to do that doesn't actually know the future. And there is no one thing that makes somebody impervious to that sort of stuff. In fact, circumstances are enough to make almost anyone feel like doing that at certain points. And so it's less about the feeling safe versus feeling unsafe and the actual like statistical risk.
Again, self-deletions don't matter because it's a very small substate. We don't make rules for the minority.
It's the 50.
It's
It's
not.
50% of
It's
the
not.
deaths and injuries that we see. Yeah.
It's not.
No, it is.
No, it's not.
It's half. It's half. Like almost every thing.
Appeal to my statistics, your statistics. It's not gonna. It's not even logical.
You mean my multiple sources rather than probably you're just one.
Don't care.
Of course you don't. Sorry, I'll let you
Wicked
there.
Wally. Wicked Wally coming up with the big five. No one should be surprised Mel makes an appeal to the great Ozzy because we all know Mel lives on a permanent crazy train.
No, I'm just against war pigs.
Trip one coming in with the big two. Just my favorite firearm is my right bicep. Mr. Blackstar coming in with the big two. My boomstick. My boomstick. And why is this one not showing up? Hold on. Oh, there it is. And Adam King coming with the big 20. Last one, and then we'll bring up the panel. As a prior enlisted, not officer, Air Force vet, I promise you we were taught about what orders not to follow. The UCMJ is taught to us in basics, so we understand punishments. Yep. Don't spout things you don't know about.
I actually do know about this and how this stuff is followed. I would just argue that that's, again, following orders instead of like it literally being like an issue of personal conscience.
Yeah, but you're appealing to following orders and then saying it's following
Would you
orders.
say that there's pressure against soldiers from deserting?
Dude, it's like you contradict yourself in things you say. And I don't
Would you say that there's pressures against soldiers from deserting? Yes or no?
Dude, it's a job. You can quit a job, bro. You make it out to be this like crazy thing where like
there is definitely like huge social pressure as well as like depending on the military, just like systemic pressure to not
social
like
pressure to not leave your IT job or your job at Burger King because you need to pay rent, bro. That's just
so like you think that the thin blue line. You think that the thin blue line where they cover each other's asses in that sense is like bad in the cops? I've heard some stories about the military and like women who have had to like be in there, but you know, anecdotal.
You're talking about minority things, bro.
Okay, well, but yeah, they still matter.
Let's go ahead and open the panel and let's have some fun and see what the rest of the friends backstage say.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sara has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
Hey, what's up?
All right. Hi, Grid. Grid's ready to go to war. I just want to take a moment. Can we take a moment to have some appreciation for this? Grid 1 is ready for battle. He's ready to go to war. I love it.
Are you comms?
I'm sorry?
Are you? Is that like something you'd wear for comms, like with the headphones and the mic?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay. I mean, I respect the people who carry the comms equipment for the troops. So,
hey, Grid, say I'll be back.
No, I can't do that.
Oh, come on.
The problem is when I pop
I need to get into character too.
I'll be back.
Let's go ahead and start with one rule. One rule is I don't like it when people talk over each other. It gets mumbly bumbly in my head and it gets really obnoxious. And additionally to that, if I start talking, that means you shut the fuck up. Anybody who goes against that, I could absolutely boot the shit out of you if I want to. And Adam coming in with one more 20 saying, so you have more experience in under pressure when we are pressured in our jobs consistently already.
No, I didn't say that.
That's fair. Floor is open.
Also, I have a question for you. If they don't have the guns, but they have the means to make the guns, what stops them from making the guns?
Well, I think if we're talking about something that requires more effort and skill to get there, we're limiting the availability of these things. And availability is what I said is like...
I actually made this one right here.
Okay, so if I may...
literally, I made this gun. I'm going to refute
every single argument you make.
I'm just going to refute it.
Okay, if I may, as a Latin American, somebody who... I'm going to say something simple, because I don't want to be misconstrued. owning a gun is a fundamental right because we have the right to own property. However, the issue of gun has a particularity. One thing I want to say is that it amazes us how United States holds more guns in civil hands than the rest of the world, or half more than the rest of the world. It's like United States is at war with itself.
Ranks number 1, by the way.
Ranks number 1, but that's not the problem. The problem, and here is where I'm going to drop the bomb, and I'm just going to wait to see the reaction. 1, I don't know if the panel is aware that Mexico sued gun manufacturers of the United States because the majority of illegal guns that are being used by cartels are trafficked from United States and usually are bought through the legal means and then trafficked through Mexico. I will cite the case of Charles Anthony Lacara, who was sentenced less than 2 years ago in Texas, who was who had a network of legal buying people in the United States, bought those guns, and then trafficking them to Mexico. Citing the fact that let me conclude, and I'm going to be real fast. So, come on, baby. Get to the point. Citing the fact that the majority of guns, anywhere between 30 to 98% of the guns in at least 10 Latin American countries, of illegal guns that were, captured by the cops, its origin is the United States. Anywhere between 37 to 98%. And that's just in 10 different countries in Latin America out of the 33 nations.
37 to 98 is a big number.
Huh?
37 to 98 is a big number there.
But see, if you weren't watching the program earlier,
but before you interfere, let me conclude.
That doesn't matter, right? Because logic outweighs.
Let him land his plane, but land it quickly.
I'm going to land the plane right now. The point being is that the problem of guns in the United States for the past 30, 40 years has been steadily going into my area of America. And we're sick and tired of it. So this is no longer a problem of just a discussion of Second Amendment. It's the problem that United States, by this fascination of guns and a Second Amendment that one can discuss its functionability in modernity, is causing the issues that then aggravate the conditions of illegal migration, what you guys call illegal migration, the irregular migration. That's one of the causes that produces the irregular migration towards the United States. The violence that is produced by the guns trafficked from the United States.
For the love of God, are you going to make a point at all?
That's the point. The point is the problem of your love of guns is fucking up my area.
That's weird because last I looked, the United States didn't make AK-47s, so that's odd.
We do make pistols, and we do make a lot of them, and most of them that are found and confiscated in Mexico come from America.
Sure.
That's a data point for sure.
That's a pistols versus overall. Just saying.
It's also how there are a lot of ways of buying guns too, which are definitely less than regulated. I can't comment as much on legality. So
what do you mean not regulated? Do you know what a 4473 is?
Sure. Yeah, and you have yes, I know that you need a certain level of license to be an arms dealer. That doesn't mean though that Grid, shut the fuck up, Grid. I have yet to finish. Wait your fucking turn, fat man. Wait your fucking turn.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you gonna cry? Are you gonna cry?
Time to wait your turn. So, for example, just because you have a license to sell doesn't mean that the government's actually tracking your sales and making sure they're all legal.
It doesn't. What's wrong with you?
So just because you have to get a license to sell a firearm doesn't mean that the government tracks it. Okay, I'm just going to say it again. I'm just going to say it again because you're the one who can't. You're the one who can't handle hearing this.
You don't even know what the fucking thing is.
Yeah,
and you're talking about it like a moron. Like
So
a
I do.
complete idiot.
I've looked at this.
4473 is the form that you fill out to buy a gun, you dumbass.
So again, I'm going back to the
Don't
general
go
notion.
you know where you need to go? You need to get off this panel because we're going to get owned every time you open your mouth about guns.
You own me on like a specific piece of knowledge,
I will
and I'm
own you
still
on
going to
every
own
single bit
you
of it. I
by
already
responding
have.
to it in general. Just because these things exist does not mean
Because
that
you
they're
said
follow
you
up-
knew what you were
followed up
talking
on
about, just
properly.
like you have all night, and you have
No, I
absolutely
actually didn't
shit.
fucking care, and I was going to respond to it
You
either way.
don't know shit, so stop.
No, I
talking
clearly
about it.
do. No, I clearly
No,
do
you
because
do
I'm
not.
still going to
Okay,
refute
all
what
right,
you
all
said
right, all right.
anyways.
Let me
I'm
ask
still
you
going to
something.
refute what you said
Let me ask you
anyways.
something. You
No,
seem to be really
you
cool
don't get
on
to ask
chat.
questions now. I'm going to respond to your first question, which is that it doesn't matter that these things are in place because they're never followed up on properly. Things
You're
like
an idiot. Obviously, they are. We have an entire
What do you
agency.
mean obviously they are?
dedicated to it. Are you a
What do you mean
moron?
obviously they are? Would you
How
say
are
that
you
like
this
would you say that
stupid?
registry databases
No,
for gun
normal
ownership?
people
Would
are
you
not
say
stupid. Why are you
that
this
gun
stupid?
registry databases are well networked across the nation, or are they horribly networked such that if
There's no gun database, you moron, because we don't
There's an
register
FBI
firearms
database.
except in the state of
there's an
California.
FBI
and New
database?
York.
There's an FBI database. You should know
There is
that.
not, you fucking
Holy fuck.
idiot.
No, you
You're
just
an
don't know that
idiot. Stop
exists.
talking
You just
about
don't know that
shit
the
you don't
FBI has
know
a
about.
database.
Stop
That's fucking
talking
crazy,
about.
dude.
There's no database.
That's how we
There's
know.
no national database.
That's how we know that 1 in 22 homes own a firearm, or one.
No, that's an
22%
estimation.
of homes.
and
22%
that
of
is
homes. That is not an
You are
estimation.
the most
Nope, that
retarded
is
person
from
on
the
panel.
FBI's own statistics.
Anybody else can
That is
talk
from the
about this,
FBI's
but
own
you can't.
statistics.
We
You-
can't
no,
hear
you're full
either of
shit.
you, so you guys are going to have to give a little to be able to take.
No, I can't because she's wrong. You're
So
just
again,
wrong.
I'm
You are
I'm
absolutely
talking
wrong.
about.
The only way that these things would matter.
I'm
The only
talking
way-
about.
You don't know
Hold
anything.
the fuck up, both of you. I'm talking about taking turns talking, not
Oh.
on your argument. I'm talking about just take a little, give a little.
So the only way that this would matter is that if I applied for a gun license, if every other database that had my name in it that could have relevant information,
You don't know how it works. Stop
suddenly popped up.
talking like
Yeah,
you
no,
know how it
yeah,
works.
there is literally there's things that describe how it works, and I have access to them. I have sources
You're an
for these
idiot.
things.
You don't know anything.
So
How
you're
do I
just
buy a
you're
gun
afraid.
here?
You're afraid. You're actually afraid
Explain
of
to
what
me-
I do know.
explain to me-
You're afraid of what I
explain
do
to me
know. So that's why you need to find these little discrepancies.
How do I buy a gun here in Tennessee?
I don't know about Tennessee specifically.
Okay, what state do you know about?
I don't know about any particular state.
Okay, then shut the fuck up. you
No,
moron.
no,
You don't
because
know
you're the one who
shit.
doesn't know statistics.
You don't know. I
You
don't
don't know
give a
the
shit about
fucking
your made-up
stats.
statistics. I honestly don't care about your made-up shit. I know how to buy guns. I bought guns in most states in this union, and you don't know shit.
You literally have to look for things like little niche information that very few
That's
people.
not
actually
niche
know.
information. That's your whole fucking
Pretend I don't
argument.
have a
You're
ground
talking
to
about how easy it is to buy
Yeah,
guns, and you
The
don't know how
actual
to buy
general
guns.
information. You don't have an argument for my general arguments.
You
So
don't have a general
just
argument.
admit that you
because
can
your
only
entire
performatively
argument
win
is
here.
based on your entire argument
admit
is
you can
based
only
on how
performatively win
easy
here, buddy.
it is to buy
Just admit
guns,
that you can only
and
get a
you don't know
performative
how to
W.
buy a gun.
Just admit that you can only win performatively here because every time I bring up statistics,
I
you
beat
have
you.
this bullshit
You're
standard
beaten.
that no one
You're
actually cares
You're
about when you
beaten.
do firearms
You don't know what
research.
you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking
And
about.
you don't know about. You didn't know the FBI actually keeps track of gun ownership. You dumbass.
They don't.
You're the one who's clueless as fuck.
They have no fucking clue how many guns I have.
Just because
None.
you don't know
Zero.
it doesn't exist doesn't mean it doesn't.
It. You're an idiot. You're making shit up, and I'm calling you on.
No,
it.
I'm definitely not making.
You don't
shit up.
even
I'm
know how to
providing
buy a
actual
gun in
arguments.
this state.
I'm providing actual arguments to the things you're saying. You're throwing a tantrum.
you're
that I
not.
don't understand the things that you want me to understand.
No, you do not understand
All right,
anything.
You're throwing a fucking tantrum because I didn't know a specific
throwing
thing.
a
You realize how
tantrum.
immature this is?
You both of you. Trib came in with a big 5 to put you backstage for 5 minutes, Furby. We put you backstage. Grid can settle down for a little bit.
Oh, I'm happy.
Oh, wait, Grid, you got 5 minutes too. I'm going to put you back. I'm going to bring everybody else up. All right. And
I just wanted to refer to something that Rick said real quickly.
Hold on. And let me.
Legend right there.
Hold on. And Wrongful Rage came into the Big 10. What are the 5 rules of gun safety? Does anybody know?
Four.
I know the 4. I don't know the 5 or the 7 or the 18 or whatever stupid fucking metric some people use for gun safety. There's predominantly 4. Yeah.
And I just wanted to.
It's going to
can't
be, just so
remember
you know, it's going to be finger off your trigger, off the trigger. It's going to be muzzle in a safe direction, and I'm paraphrasing these, of course. It's going to be, treat every gun as if it's loaded, and then the 4th would be know your target and what's beyond it.
So I just wanted to clarify something Grid said. He mentioned AK-47. He's 30 years behind on what's happening in Latin America. Just in Colombia, 70% of the guns taken, they range from M16s,
I'm back.
The M16s, the
M16s haven't been made for 30 years, sir.
But they're still in circulation. The R15s, M16s, M4s, M60 rifles, and shotguns, handguns. A lot of them coming from United States.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Made here, but they're not coming from here, unless
they're coming from there.
Being provided by our government, which is possible. We do remember Fast and Furious was a thing back in Barack Obama's day, but nobody. It's actually against the law in like a big way to sell guns to anyone south of the border or north of the border without a very, very long list of paperwork that has to be filled out. It's always interesting when I talk to people that don't know shit that always try and talk to me like they know.
No.
I'm actually being nice to you guys, because when Clovertat gets up here, he knows even more than I do because he's in this world every day.
Can you riddle me something? The case of Charles Anthony Lecara, a U.S. citizen who built a network to traffic guns that were bought in the United States to Latin America and
they're bad people.
More heavy things.
They're bad people out there. Your point?
Bad people do bad things, and there are laws on the books to deal with
that. How about all of
the
Mexicans that smuggle drugs across the border? We want to talk about that too? I mean,
I'll talk about that in reference of Richard Nixon establishing the war on drugs through the United Nations and through the 3 international accords. Being the trafficking of drugs the fault of your own country's foreign policy for the past 60 years. So if you want to talk about the issues of drug war,
I'm not sure.
No. Nixon started it 71, and it was then through the United Nations.
71?
Yes, through Nixon, it was the beginning of the war on drugs.
I got to look that shit up. I don't believe that shit at all.
It was through Nixon 71.
Again,
and anyway, point being is, I understand, and if you want, but the point being is that
how does this help? Look, I'll grant you all of that. How does this appeal to the argument that guns don't make people safer?
Guns don't.
That's why I have the argument. I don't think that Furby realized when I flipped the argument and
I don't even lock my fucking doors.
Okay, hold on. Guns do not make anyone safer, because guns are an inanimate object that require the use through somebody who will wield that.
Breaking in your home, do you want to have a gun?
Bro, if you break into my home, I have the contingencies and I have the necessary defense to protect my home.
It's very simple. It doesn't require any explanation. If someone's breaking in your home, do you want to have a firearm? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'd rather have a knife.
You'd rather have a knife?
Yes.
No.
Because I already have contingencies in my home. In the event of somebody breaking into my home. I have
why not both?
I have necessary defense positions in that sense. But the taking the argument of somebody breaking into your home.
If somebody breaks into your home with a shotgun, do you honestly think that you are going to defend yourself with a knife?
Hold on.
My little chihuahua would do more damage than your knife, bro.
The problem with your argument. The problem with your argument.
Breaking into my home.
An argument. It's a question.
No, the problem with your argument is that you just want to assume that the only form of using that tool called a gun is because of that type of circumstance.
No,
however,
sir, stop.
However,
The only thing we're talking about is does a gun make you safer or not? I will say that in every single case, you're gonna want a fucking gun.
So, okay, for example, I'm gonna give you an example.
Yeah, give me an
All
example. Keep going.
Ukraine had how many guns per citizen?
I'm sorry?
Did that make them safer having a military invading
I didn't
them?
hear what you said.
Let's take your argument to the maximum.
What do you?
Grid, do you know what's funny? None of them will answer the question again of
Ukraine
in
with the
which
United
dangerous
States.
situation are you more unsafe having a firearm? None of them can answer that question because they understand the implication.
No. Okay, so here I'm gonna answer it in a very simple fashion. Having a gun in those type of circumstances do not give you more probability of being safe or unsafe. It depends on the wielder and the capability of that wielder of using that gun at that moment of
That's not what I asked. You guys keep not hearing what I'm asking you. If you didn't have it, it's the same thing. How are you worse off?
It's a simple yes or no. If you have a gun, someone's breaking in your house, are you safer if you have the gun?
Also, it's not a musket.
Necessarily.
Well,
not necessarily.
Well, you have a gun. They're more likely to shoot you. If they had a gun,
not necessarily
to shoot you. If you didn't have a gun,
I can only listen to one person. What did you say? Fergie?
Actually, I'm going to interrupt for just a moment. Guns, can you voice check on your mic for me?
Can you hear me now, Sarah?
Yeah, you're still coming in pretty muffled. Are you away from your mic, or is it tucked into something maybe?
I thought maybe I had it turned down. But
hold on.
How about now? Can you hear me now, Sarah?
I can hear you, but you're still muffled, like longer.
Oh, boy.
Charlie Brown's teacher.
Roger.
Let me read. Wait, who said that? Was that Jess? Or was that Guns?
No, that wasn't me. Can you hear me now?
No, it's still muffled. Are you using a Bluetooth or
Bluetooth earbud?
Maybe come off the Bluetooth and just talk into whatever you're speaking into.
Yeah. Bluetooth sucks.
Good. That's why I knew that question would be the killer for all of them, that they won't actually answer the question, because in every instance, if you go, but you're going to still get hurt having a firearm, it would have still happened without it.
So
that's what they don't realize.
So let's
straw man argument. Hey, please let me
respond. It's not a straw man argument. It is.
That wasn't even my fucking answer.
It's literally logical.
That wasn't even my fucking answer.
Let Mel talk.
It is your answer.
My answer was, in robberies, we can see that when you try to stick up for yourself, you're way more likely to end up in a hospital.
We can't see that. There are many thousands of people
true.
Who save their own lives.
Grid. I know that the things that I know are very scary to you.
I know. I get it. For a fucking second. Now I've already said this. Stop over talking each other. Let them land their plane and then you can respond. But all of this interrupting only lengthens what they're trying to say, and then it just turns into a big shit show. Now, while I have the floor, I'm going to read these really quick because people are paying for their thoughts. Gestural coming in with the big 5. He should buy one of our boomsticks. Restore order in his nation. And then also coming in again from Jess with the big 5. I'd get every member on this panel a brand new buckshot if I could. And then K2, keep on trucking, coming in with the big 5. My AR-10 makes me feel a lot safer. And my 12 gauge Remington 870. Fair enough. Thank you, guys. And all right, let Mel finish. And then Grid, you can respond.
By the way, that last super chat really reveals how it's all about fees for gun owners, not really like the true risks of things. But yeah, so if you're being robbed, you're in more danger if you present a gun and stick up for yourself, because robbers are not actually trying to hurt you. However, if they feel threatened, they will feel like they have to defend themselves. And if they have a gun as well, in other words, if you both have guns, your chances of going to the hospital are magnitudes higher. I don't remember offhand, but probably in like 20 times higher, given that if you didn't fight back, they probably wouldn't have tried to hurt you at all.
It's not
Also-
about fifis,
Well,
but the fifis
before
of
you
the
go,
country is the.
How do you reconcile?
Furby,
How do you?
pardon me for a moment. Furby, you got 5 minutes in the back.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Look, I want to address this.
No, I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from Finkel. You've already wasted a lot lot of our time.
No, hold on. I'm going to make it
get
very
him out of
simple.
here. Get him out of here, Grid.
Okay, great. Let me tell you why your argument of appealing to that self-defense is absurd. One, the majority of break-ins and property theft are done while the owner is not in the home.
That has nothing to do with my question, sir.
You wouldn't be even there to use your gun to protect
If
the
I
property.
were there,
Okay.
and
If
you were home,
on those
if
circumstances,
you were home and someone broke in, are you safer with a firearm, sir? That is the question.
No,
you
not
keep
necessarily.
dodging it because you
not
don't want
necessarily.
the answer.
I'm not dodging it. You're not
You're not
wanting to
touching
hear
your
my
gun?
answer
Have you-
because at the moment
Okay,
somebody
fine.
breaks in your home.
That's okay. You have that
think,
right.
think
to make
about
that
this.
choice for
If
yourself.
somebody breaks in your home,
I,
and
however, will put two in their head and move on with my day.
if
Grid,
you
quickly
get the
tag
chance of
me
putting
in.
two on the head, because it may be possible that that person puts two on your head.
Listen.
I have like a
it's
1-second draw, so I'm
Doubtful.
pretty good.
Look,
The thing is though, do you know why people go when you're not home? Because it's safer for them. This whole discussion is a safety discussion. That's why.
The discussion
So let me ask you a
into it.
question. Hey,
then-
serious question. Hey, let me talk. I've let you talk. Let me talk.
Go ahead.
So let me ask you a serious question. Serious question. Do you know why there's never a single, not even one, robbery at a gun show?
That is kind of funny.
No shit, right?
No
Have
shit.
you
We're all
ever
of them are
heard
there
of
to
someone
steal.
breaking into a police station, sir? Do you know why?
Alaska has one of the lowest crime rates.
Sorry?
Alaska has one of the lowest crime rates. Almost everybody packs there.
Robberies
Here
at a
in
gun
my
shop
town-
during business hours, right?
Yeah. Here in my town, in Tennessee, the patron state of shooting people, we go armed. We don't have the problems other towns, cities, and even areas of the country have. I don't lock my doors. I don't lock my truck because people know that more than likely the person you piss off was probably ready to shoot you. They don't want to take that 50-50 shot that might be an unarmed guy. Now, I'm not saying that someone maybe that looks like they don't carry, like maybe they just imported from California. Maybe you might get robbed. But I walk anywhere in town peacefully, whether I'm armed or not, because everyone assumes that I am. And an armed society, sir, is a peaceful society because nobody wants to run their mouth when they may have to back up their last words with gunfire.
I'll agree with that. And I'm sure. I don't know if you can hear me now, Sarah. How about now?
Yes, it's
You sound a lot better, Gun.
Okay, great. I'm sure Clover Tack will plus one about what I'm about to say. He's in the industry. He's a pretty big player in the competition industry. I myself have been a trainer for more than 25 years, both in the military and some big name companies that some of you may recognize. And I've brandished myself twice. I didn't want to have to do it, and I've talked to several dozens of people that have been in actual gunfights. Some of them 2 or 3 gunfights. These are not police officers; these are everyday people, and a few of them, were never in the military. All they had was formal training classes, and I document all this stuff, and I never met one single person that got into a gunfight and afterwards was not carrying a gun afterwards. In fact, they were carrying a second gun and an extra magazine.
Don't want to run out of ammo.
So
yeah, but this was brought up in the debate. Can you verify for me these brandishing incidents? Is it a common occurrence to go into a police station and report them?
Nope. No, it's not, because usually, I understand what Furby's saying to an extent, but in most cases, I'm the person that wrote I'm usually the guy that writes the pinned comment. Okay, in today's pinned comment, I get a lot of flack for this, and anybody that has any kind of formal firearm training will tell you the exact same thing. I'd rather have training and no gun than a gun with no training. And this warps a lot of people's minds, especially coming from a guy like me, who who has had a tremendous amount of experience. And it's all about avoidance, detection, and deterrence. And in between, there's de-escalation.
Well,
it's all about don't go stupid places with stupid people and do stupid things.
Well, that's the thing, right? Brandishing doesn't require any use of the tool, right? I mean, it literally by itself needs no
direction, ammunition.
I'm actually going to give the floor to Finkel. Wrongful Rage got some credits back because he had paid to get you out of timeout grid, but that was already taken care of, so he gets some credits. So Finkel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Once upon a time, the British did not want to fight the Indians and the French, so they made the colonists do it. So they armed the colonists. But then the colonists got upset about taxes and this and that. And the British decided, we better take those guns away. So they raced the colonists to Lexington and Concord to get those guns, but the colonists hid the guns, and there was a little kerfluffle over that. And therefore, it is in the Holy Scripture that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Praise Hamilton, praise Madison, it's there. Can we stop talking absolutists about whether guns make you safer or guns make you more in danger, and how can we work together on making it a more safe culture with guns, because they're here to stay. I'm a bleeding hearted liberal. I don't like the gun nuts, but it's a requirement.
Are you Finkel? Are you a member of Liberal Gun Club by any chance?
I'm not.
Were you fucking aware there was even a Liberal Gun Club?
I didn't know there was one.
There you go. So part of all of this is the awareness that there are these organizations and groups out there, and gun owners in general get painted into this silly corner, characterized, if you will, right? Or caricatured, maybe. You get where I'm going with that. And like, people don't understand, we were talking about, when the conversation of self-deletion with firearm comes up, and I throw this out all the time. It's like, did you know that the former owner of a major firearms importation company that was family owned for decades gave that up to start a mental health organization? The gun community, the gun industry themselves are tackling the problem of mental health, both inside and outside of firearm ownership. Were you aware of that? Like, no,
if
the vast majority of people are not aware of that.
If these organizations are against red flag, like for instance, red flag laws that would be raised when somebody says that they're suicidal while also owning a gun, thus, disqualifying them from being able to own a gun, then they're probably being more counterproductive than anything. Mental health stuff is great for when you're treating the problems that may lead up to those things. But again, self-deletion, that ideation is transient. It happens with rapid onset, and it also can go away just as quickly. And it's that time in between that people are most vulnerable to it, where you don't want them to have access to the most lethal means available, aka, and I'm going to say this again, the instrumentation effect.
That's great. Now, with the Second Amendment in play, what do you do about it?
Okay.
I don't give a shit about the Second Amendment.
Oh,
it was made by people. It was made by people.
Over. Now,
it was made by people who didn't know. It was made by people.
Hold it up.
It was made by people who couldn't conceive. It was made by people who did not conceive of it being used to justify individual gun ownership.
Go hunt a moose. Conversation's over.
Yeah, no, they actually didn't. They weren't talking about individual gun ownership, so it doesn't apply to individuals.
If I may just address something real quickly. I completely agree with Finkel in the point he was making in that sense. Because, great, I don't want to just address you. I want to address the general argument in that sense. The arguments of telling me, if somebody breaks in your home, you prefer having a gun, we would make you safer, is an absolutist argument that does not see the contextual reality of in that event. Hold on, I did not interrupt you when you spoke. So in that sense, that context means that it depends on opportunity as well as detection, as well as prevention, as well as deterrence. That depends, and I brought it up. Majority of the cases of property theft happened because the owner is not there. Yes, because if the whole reason is I want to go steal the things you have, I don't want to go fight you.
Yes, exactly.
I want to steal the things.
Yes. Why?
So
because that's a threat, right?
Hold on. I'm gonna land it with this. The problem here is there's no doubt that the issue of guns and having guns, as in the situation of the United States, has not made it safer. Has not made it safer and has given more problems into the society of the United States.
Hold on a second.
I'm not against the ownership of guns.
Hold on a second.
I've said that in the beginning.
Hold on.
Incorrect.
Hold on, let me read these first real quick. Trib 1 coming up with the Big Ten. If being robbed while at home where you can get to your gun before the robber knows you're there, then yeah, it's more safe to have a gun. Is that even registering, let alone even being uncommon? In the scenario I posted in my last dono, it's probably better to call the police. And if you have family, get you and them out of the house because y'all are more valuable than your TV than to go for the gun.
Yeah, you definitely need a plan, right? That's the key. I mean,
the whole criteria here is whether or not it's safer at a certain time. I think everybody can agree on panel that somebody who's not trained, who does not know what they're doing with a weapon, is going to be not safer. Right? That knowing what you're doing with that piece of equipment, right? It's like
guns are a pretty simple mechanism. I don't know that I get on board with that.
And we mentioned
there's a difference than knowing how to use a gun versus knowing how to use it safely.
I spent 2 decades as a youth shooting sports instructor, starting at 8 years old with kids in my families as young as fucking 6. Guns are not fucking complicated. This whole idea, it depends on what level of training and everything that you're talking about. Now, I want to go back to something real quick because this needs to be pointed out. Because I'm coming from the position, I don't give a shit what Canada does or Mexico or any other country, right? I'm a red-blooded American, red, white, and blue. Finkel's holding up the Constitution. That's what I believe in. And our courts have stated the Second Amendment is a fundamental individual right. Period.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I
just hear our new leaders' recent
and you're welcome to do that. You don't live here.
I'm throwing something in the back chat.
And I'm just gonna throw out there that as much as it's ideal again to be able to just shoot and kill on sight, even highly trained people like police officers on average still only make 1 in 6
police officers are not highly trained. I don't know of a very good department.
They literally most police stations have like a gun range in them. You realize this, right? Like
you know, most of them
does.
Yeah, that's assuming that what you know or what you experience is everywhere.
Clover, I'm sorry. When I took hunter safety class, okay, when I was 17, 18 years old, there was 2 sheriffs in the hunter safety class. Okay, they could legally, do what they need to do on the streets, but they legally could not go out into the woods and harvest a deer without taking rifle training class and getting the hunter safety certificate, right? What I'm saying is untrained people are not safer with weapons. They end up hurting themselves. They end up hurting others. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
So I'm going to push back on that a little bit because
the training, the licensing, whatever it needs to be. Red flag laws are not going to work for one reason, because of the arbitration.
But the thing is, that's why, again, if just merely having, they already mentioned, the dude at the bottom mentioned, people don't go do dumb shit in your house when you're not there because it's a threat. So a threat alone is a deterrent. So the usage of the tool is not even necessary if just owning the tool is already effective.
But if they have a gun as well. Sorry, can I respond to
When we look at 2 people in a situation and one has one and one doesn't, okay? Now let's say that they both do, but one has training.
Exactly.
How would you know?
The person that's not trained is more likely to hurt themselves.
But Fatty, may I ask you something? Would that person with training still be less safe? But wouldn't that person with training still be less safe? But would you not agree that the person with that training? Please, I'm trying to ask Fatty something for once.
It's not the criteria, though, Mel. It's not the criteria is safer, not less safe.
Yeah, no, I'm literally asking. That's the same thing. It's just
in reality, it's kind of a loaded question, and like
if I'm demonstrating right now that person with training is still less safe, then yes, I'm demonstrating that guns are unsafe.
Basically, yeah. And like Finkel said in the super chat earlier, this is a situation where both sides can be a little bit right at the same time, and we don't have to be so.
That's my problem with the debates. It's always an absolute.
Right.
Can I address that, Patty? I've been trying
liberty and freedom is not safe, though. We're glossing over that.
I'd like to hear what you.
and I were discussing this just the other day, and I actually, so I'll push back a little bit in that there's an example not too far from where I live where an 11-year-old boy who had never picked up a gun before because his dad, or a pistol before because his dad didn't let him, successfully defended his home against an intruder. Matter of fact, he shot and killed that intruder. I'm going to push back a little bit against the idea that guns are these highly technical things that need tons and tons of training. Now, I'm a competitive shooter. I'm at a high level. Like, I know Jerry Mikulek. Anybody you want to name that's a competitive shooter, I probably have shot with them, or I know them and I've got them on speed dial. And I've
Did you know Randy Weaver by chance? He lives right up here by me. He used to.
Who's that?
Oh, yeah.
Randy Weaver.
Randy Weaver.
Yeah.
I know Doug Hogue. I know all the Hogues
were safer, right? They still came for him and got his family, right?
Yeah.
Well, I see what you're saying, and the argument is just because I own a monkey wrench doesn't make me a plumber. Just because I own a stethoscope doesn't make me a doctor. Just because I own a fire extinguisher doesn't make me a firefighter. Yes, there's a diagram on the fire extinguisher, but if you had some actual training and experience in using the fire extinguisher, you would be more confident should the need arise.
Yeah, okay.
So a lot of people.
Hold on. Let me finish my point from earlier because
I apologize, sir.
It's important because. Yeah, sure. Training is important. I've trained a lot. I used to teach kids how to shoot. But I'm telling you that for most defensive situations, a lot of training is not necessarily that necessary. And to be honest with you, cops are the worst shooters. Every single time I've had one on the range, they are the worst and the least safe.
You're just saying that because it's a convenient talking point. Also, your story was super cute. Your story was super cute about how you teach kids to be safe around guns, even though, again, when we actually check, you're never going to be done. Your diatribes are just as long as the people you cut off.
Melanie, let him finish.
And then I'm going to read a super chat so that you all can shut the fuck up. So please be sure to send more super chats because they're going to continue interrupting each other, and I need something to dismantle them. Just Gerald coming up with the big 20. The Second Amendment exists so every American is capable of fighting back against our government if it ever becomes tyrannical. If every citizen assumes the others have heat, they're less likely to fuck around and find out.
Had an F-35 and a couple of nuclear submarines. That would be so awesome. I could fight the government if they ever came for me. You fucking kidding me?
Coming in with the big 10. Thank you to the panel. You have convinced me I need to buy more guns and train with them. Thank you, Tiki.
Well, actually, no.
Real
We still be at a high risk of population, by the way.
I had two F-35s. I could really take on the government.
So I posted a link in side chat that shows a study which children don't adhere to gun safety training, by the way. Your story was very cute, Greg.
Because the Furby can't shut its furry little asshole up. Literally every single time that we've had police officers come out to a match, they're the least safe and they are the least their skill set's really low. Most officers go their entire careers without ever even drawing their gun. To say that I should rely on somebody that has no fucking clue is ridiculous.
You really think that the general population is going to shoot better than them out of the box?
Okay,
really?
Hold on.
That's bullshit.
100%.
You're delusional. You're actually delusional.
Here's why, Mel.
I'll tell you.
Because when we go to the range, we're all nice and calm, right? And we're not in a rushed, anticipated situation. We're not in a high adrenaline situation, right? And in those points of even somebody that's never been trained is more likely to use that thing correctly than somebody that's thinking about all those things in the moment sometimes. So it's a situational thing. It's a situational thing, and we can't just broad label.
It's way more logical to assume that somebody who doesn't have training is going to fare even worse because they're not going to have any idea what the fuck to do in that situation.
I want to address.
That's not what the stats actually.
Hold on, Clover. Let me address two things.
What's that? Show me.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Just give me a moment, Clover. I want to make it very clear. I'm not against the Second Amendment, the part of the right of owning guns, because that's standardized throughout the whole Western Hemisphere.
Well, I should be clear that I don't mind if you are, but you're going to have to figure out a way to deal with that.
Hold on, Clover, you interrupted me before I made the point. You jumped to the conclusion. What the major?
You can't show that on a live stream. You can't show that on a live stream.
Grid.
So the complaint I can have in regards of the Second Amendment in the impact of my history in Central America is the regulated militia. And there's a history there on 1850s to 1857, William Walker. You can look it up, the filibuster wars. However, that's another discussion. The point being here is as follows. The absolute argument of saying guns make you safer is unreal. It's how the person who has that gun utilizes and is able to defend in that moment of aggression. I can tell you two things. I've been a hunter and a fisher since the age of 8. I know how to hunt. I know how to fish. I know how to shoot the guns. All right? I know how to skin my animals. I know how to do my stuff. That's my heritage over here. But as well as the fact that in the last 15, 20 years of my political activism here in my country, in Costa Rica, in matters of drug policy reform, human rights, etc., there has been 2 attempts of my life.
I don't believe you, bro. Last time you said you were born in America. I don't believe you.
Dude, where's Central America?
Stories now?
Costa Rica, where is Costa Rica? I was
South
born
America.
in Central.
That's not in America,
no,
bro.
Central America. America is a continent that spans from Argentina to all the way Canada, plus the Caribbean. The United States does not hold a monopoly on the term American. A person born in Costa Rica is as American as a person born in Mexico or Oklahoma or Ottawa. That's a fact. You cannot.
You guys speak Spanish, but you're not in Spain, bro. I mean, I think you're playing loose with America there, dude.
U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens.
Okay,
U.S. citizens speak English, and they're not from England. What's your point?
Exactly.
So back to what you're saying.
It's an absurd point. Again, you move the goalposts just to troll on that one. But the point being here is fact. Gun usage depends on the capability of the person knowing what the hell they're doing. At least have a minimal training. 2, in the question of self-defense against either governmental tyrannical aspects or individuals who come and do aggression, that depends on many factors if you're going to be successful or not.
Okay.
And to end the fact of this point and land the fucking plane is that the issue of guns is not making United States safer in any way, shape, form, or manner the way it is right now.
I disagree.
And it's dripping into our Latin America and creating and aggravating the conditions of the bitching about illegal migration. So the issue of guns in the United States is no longer just an issue of the United States. It's fucking up my area, and it's been doing so for decades. Now it's our problem too. And that's why Mexico sued your gun manufacturers in your courts. And 13 different states have accompanied that suit. So the problem is just that it's bigger.
Hold on.
So
go ahead.
That's the whole point.
And everyday people sue Mickey Mouse because of some weird reason.
Hold on. Tomich had his hand up, and I think he wanted to say something to that.
I was just going to ask another kind of linking statistic. Out of the deaths that occur in the United States compared to gun violence and like, let's say, just out of general aspect of how bad it's been, fentanyl epidemic, you know, I would think fentanyl was taking more people out, wouldn't it?
Don't get me started on the war on
more
drugs.
Americans are dying from guns, especially youth. Youth are the leading cause of death, or guns are the leading cause of death.
On that study you're using for youth? Is that the study that's referencing 18 and 19 years in gang violence?
Oh yeah, we're including gang violence. It's 18 to
18.
It's anyone under the age of 24. Actually, is how we define youth.
Yeah. So is that it? You don't see a problem with that being a little disingenuous with the whole
Nope.
save the children or whatever when the numbers drastically drop when of age people are removed from that study?
No, they're not of age. People who are
Oh, really?
still have like
under 24, like
still have a
can't vote,
developing
can't
prefrontal cortex, right? So we can easily see that they're not.
So we need to strip all the rights from people until they're 24. That's what you're telling me. You're okay with that?
Well,
Apparently?
I don't think
Advocate
having
that now?
alcohol is I don't think being able to drink alcohol is a right. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, yeah.
Well, nobody was talking about stripping rights.
Drinking
Anyway.
alcohol
Literally
as an
just
adult
did.
is a fundamental right. The
I mean-
choice of drinking or not drinking is a fundamental right as
sorry.
established in the last 74 years through the international law. So the decision, the free decision of somebody deciding to drink alcohol or smoke a tobacco as an adult, that's a fundamental right. That's like the basis of all the fundamental
No, they
rights.
still have to adhere to
The
like
self-determination.
Not really. They still have to adhere to like the
is an
regulations that we
adult
put on it to prevent it from being a massive public health disaster.
As an adult, I'm referring as an
What
adult.
years? What age?
I'm just happy here that
Okay,
Mel
for
has
us in
acknowledged
Latin
for everybody
America-
out there.
All right, everybody's interrupting
18 and
again.
over.
Finkel coming in with the big 5, saying step down so someone else could have a chance. Thank you, Finkel. That's very kind. I also do have Animated FG and Teriak K in the backstage waiting for their turn. So if anybody is panel squatting, and you want to step down, you have no more to say, please feel free. Or the chat can pay to bring either Animated or Teriak on screen and boot somebody.
By the way, may I just
I'll drop off. I
clarification
have to
question?
work tomorrow. It's almost 11 over here. I do gotta fall asleep.
Did you want to
Gladly
give your
some
final
other-
thoughts?
Sure. Simple as this.
We don't gotta have
The core issues of violence that are happening in society, the failure of the drug war, of the 60 years of the drug war, the incapability of dealing with mental health, and then having people unalive themselves with a majority of handguns, the incapability of handling the violences that are happening in your schools and that eventually is dropping and being copycat throughout the world, it's something that the United States has to really start sitting down and saying, we fucked up. Big fucking time in every sense of the word. As a society, as that aspect. Yes, Latin America will say to themselves, we fucked up and we're working on our fucking issues. But having the North American Destiny Manifest bullshit in the last 200 and 250 years does not make our issues easier to resolve. So please, we are not anymore begging you, we're demanding you to cut the shit and talk the real fucking issues.
Fair enough. Thank you. Is it Ditso? Is that your name, Ditso?
Yes, Ditso. It's in the language of the Bribri, means seed in one of the languages of the native here in Costa Rica, Native Americans, Native Central
Normally,
Americans.
Ditso over here is an insult. That's kind of funny. Well, thank you for joining the panel and giving your opinions.
Pura vida.
You're always welcome.
Beshko woblava pura vida.
Have a good one for whatever that means.
Nobody knows what he just said.
All right, and then let me read these. Ghosts coming in with the big 5. Lake and Riley would have been safer with a pew-pew, or if illegals didn't come from South America, she wouldn't need one. And Jester all coming with the big 5. AR, shoddy, revolver, or sniper rifle. I have so many options here. After this panel, I might buy one of each. Oh, fair enough. Thank you.
That decision.
Which one of those would make you safer?
Yeah, people are the problem, not guns.
Yeah, what does every tyrannical government do before they take over?
You know who is
Do they do not ban the guns?
gun control?
Oh yeah, they take the guns from the people and then they just
there was
inflict
a-
their will on them.
No, but they're not a
Was the
threat.
Wild West
That-
tyrannical?
Yeah,
Because, like,
yeah.
many-
So
many-
it's kind of crazy that like
The
we're all
Wild
up here
West
saying that you're actually
Teriak, answer
safer
my
without a
question.
gun when you have tyrannical governments.
Teriak, was the Wild West tyrannical?
What are you talking about?
The American Wild
Anarchy?
West.
You talking about anarchy?
More violent.
No, actually, there was fewer gun violence on average because in a lot of Wild West towns, you're actually required to give them your guns. Open carry and gun touting was largely illegal because a lot of them saw it as bad for business.
You mean that time in history where you could settle your differences with a duel?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
there's
that
actually
wasn't
single shot.
historically-
Yeah, okay. So
they were more afraid of guns.
And
then
another thing
than
as well, do we believe in bodily autonomy for women?
Sure.
Yeah, so why do you not want women to have a right to defend themselves rather than having to call a man to come and defend them?
Oh, because usually the guns in a household just disproportionately harm women more than anything, so that kind of limits their bodily autonomy.
Again, like if a man is getting raped by or if a woman is getting raped by a man, you wouldn't want to have a gun to prevent that.
Well, no, chances are that their assailant's going to have a gun because if there's an increased amount of guns in the area that causes them to need a gun in the first place.
Yeah. But do you think that she's safer without a gun or with a gun?
Well, this is
then,
actually a close
as
contact
Chris
thing.
was
A knife.
saying earlier, though, the gun would be the equalizer if she had one too.
Well, no, because then again, that would just go back to she's not safer because now you're in a shootout, and shootouts are never safer.
If I could jump in really quick.
So she's safer without a gun. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying she's safer if her assailant doesn't have a gun, and we have lower rates of gun ownership.
No, just answer my question. You're saying that the woman is safer without a gun.
Terry, I answered your fucking question, okay? It's not the answer you wanted.
Is the woman safer without a gun?
You're going to have to use your big boy brain and handle the fact that you didn't get the answer you wanted.
Is the woman safer without the gun? Yes or no? It's a very easy question.
Bro, they can't handle it when you flip the prompt. I did that earlier.
Exactly.
Bro.
She's more likely to be shot.
Yeah, like we get into this like fucked up logic, these fucked up statements saying, no, the woman's actually safer without having the gun.
I'm answering your
because
question,
there might be a shootout, and then you're safer not being in a shootout. So you're technically, if the robber, because this is what was said at the very beginning, like the opening statements, was like basically it's like you're actually you're more safe if the robber has a gun and you don't have a gun.
Dude, I made the logical deduction
so fucking retarded.
at the start of the argument.
I need to respond
You
to Terry.
guys just are not learning tonight. What is the moon full? What the fuck is going on with all of you?
Moon is full tonight, actually.
You all owe me an
I'm behaving.
apology because this is the 10th time you've all interrupted this way. But more time for Trib 1. Coming in with the Big 10 question for the panel. What's a realistic solution to make the reality of gun unsafety match up with the feeling of gun safety? Also, would smart guns ever be viable, or is it a pipe dream? And before you answer that, Uncle Guns, did you want to make your exit?
Yeah, I'll get my political step out.
All right, go for it. The floor is yours. Nobody fucking interrupt this man.
Sarah knows I barely panel anymore. I used to come into the room and just wipe the floor clean, but I don't do that anymore. Panels have changed in a few years. The statistics, if you want to talk numbers and statistics, you can. And, Grid and Clover will tell you that over the past course of 20, 30 years, more and more states have enacted concealed carry laws. They enacted a constitutional carry, open carry, and statistically, violent crimes and homicides have gone down in those states and those cities. And on the contrast, in the states and cities that have actually made worse gun laws against their citizens, the violent crimes have actually gone up in those cities and states. Hopefully it doesn't make it safer. Yes and no. It is kind of gray area. I say, get training, get by a competent instructor, practice that training. It was, hopefully this can be resolved one day. I do think overall that you have to have the training and the tool to actually be safer overall, because whether you have the tool or not, if you get the training, you'll be safer overall. Again, with the fire extinguisher, example. So other than that, despite of tonight's topic, I have always closed my shows this way. So I'll say that sometimes it is better to draw your secondary than it is to reload your primary. Carry 2 tourniquets and carry a spare magazine. Carry 2 spare magazines, making sure that one is accessible and the other one has a gun wrapped around it. Thank you for having me on, Sarah. Everyone have a good night.
Especially
Thank
so
you,
your
Uncle
kids can access
Guns.
it.
Based.
Can I
Uncle
follow up?
Guns is
Can I follow up?
Can I answer Trip's question?
Hold on. Uncle Guns, do I need to remove you or are you just hanging out?
No, I'm going to drop.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, dude. Good stuff.
I'd like to follow up on that
I'd like to
because
answer Trip.
I think there might be potentially with what Uncle said there a point of contention, and I want to head that off. In the interest of being honest, with crime overall during the lockdown cough phase, I mean, we did see spikes during that time. Things have since started to settle again. So when the argument is made, and I've seen it made a lot of times by anti-gunners, that crime, especially during that time, that crime is going up because of the guns, and it's like, nah, there was other factors involved in that.
Oh no, the studies I'm looking at accounted for other possible factors and eliminated them, because that's what you do when you do a serious study, is you try to think about what all the variables are at play and how can we isolate the variable we're trying to focus on. I just to answer Trip's question, I think that the most realistic solution possible to get rid of the public health epidemic, again, not my opinion, that's the opinion of professionals, is to have fewer guns in the household. Buyback programs, if done properly, like Australia did it, can be very effective. And at the end of the day, people don't need guns to defend from other guns if they can feel assured that nobody else has a gun.
What are you gonna do? Throw a knife at them? Practice your knife throwing skills.
Regarding the smart gun thing,
you're getting shot at. It's like
regarding the smart gun thing. I'd just like to land my plane.
Craziness.
I've seen mixed results on that. One of the biggest issues is that, as much as that's the case, they can fail, and there are 2 types of failures, right? First of all, you don't get access when you need it, which is bad if you do need the gun, but fairly rare. But still more common. But the thing that you really don't want, because people often keep these things loaded, is for it to fail in the sense where it gets a false positive and gives access to someone who shouldn't have it. And there has been some evidence of that happening. So I think there still needs to be work done on it. There's still issues with the fact that these guns are still loaded. So I'm still skeptical.
It doesn't matter because you're not unsafe for having the firearm. If you're shit with the firearm, you shit without the firearm.
Can I jump in, please?
Please.
I've been patient. I've been patient. Because you guys and gun rights activists and people who follow under that line do this all the time. You are hyper focusing on the minority problem. More people die of self-deletion from guns than they do from homicide each year in America.
Right.
No, that's
as far as violent interactions with guns yearly, you're talking about 0.0 at most 5% of the population. Whereas, what is it, 30 some odd percent of adults own guns? Most of the people's encounters with weapons are in a passive way, just in their house, So just throwing that aside and then having all of these like conversations going off into these hypotheticals about violence and altercations with people when they are like way, way, way more rare than the other situations just seems completely disingenuous to me. Like when you're in a home with a gun, you're 3 times more likely to have a homicide. You're 7 times more likely to be shot by a spouse. Like,
yeah, well,
I'm not trying to say that it makes a prognostication against like owning the gun. I'm not trying to like say what the end is, but to not be able to just simply understand that by having that weapon in the home, there are now likelihoods that were not on the table. Like, and I wouldn't really harp on it that badly, but the self-deletion rate is a higher body count than homicides in America. So just by that alone, all of your focusing on the violent altercation part just seems, like I said, disingenuous.
Yeah, owning a swimming pool.
If I may step in at a time.
Can I respond?
Technically, at the time, she was an ex-spouse.
I like what you said there because you said it clearly, and I like all that. Do you know how many, since we all love statistics, do you know how many kids were deleted during school shootings last year?
I do not have the total number.
127.
I'll help
That's
you
still
out.
way
6.
more than any other country. I can guarantee you that much.
No,
It's 6.
besides
Do you know that,
this is-
that
this is-
malaria is way worse in other
Please
countries?
let Grid finish.
Just calm down. Do you know how many children were killed in crosswalks?
Oh, probably way more.
92.
Yeah.
So by this logic, we should ban SUVs and the women that drive them.
It doesn't change the fact
And
that countries
crosswalks.
still leading
Apparently, it's a
causes
very
death
dangerous
on you.
Well, I'm not saying anything about banning.
Let's ban crosswalks.
I'm
I think
not
it's
picking on you, animated effigy. I just
no. I mean,
like
it's a perfectly reasonable thing to say this thing is unsafe, and yet I think it still provides me benefits. Like like, but the fact that you guys won't even go anywhere near that, like, that's would be my opinion. Is that this is an unsafe thing that creates unsafe potentials, but it may still be worth having it, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying to Mal is you guys grant yourself that society will carry on the way it has today, tomorrow. But what we see from history
Actually
is
really
this
good
is
at
not
that.
how it works.
Society's pretty good at that, though, right? Like, there's
things
currently like
change.
there's huge fires in LA and the rest of America, and even like the state of California seems to be doing all right. Like, in fact, we're rather impervious to a lot of these things, and if we hunker down, we're usually better off than if we like put ourselves in scenarios where we'd even need a gun.
Do you know that
You're still
in
not
North
more unsafe
Carolina
in a
that there are
fire
still
having a
people
gun.
living in tents from Hurricane Helene? So we're not that good at it. So
There's
you
still people in
absolutely
Tennessee
do need-
Katrina, bro.
Right, but they're not going to get their food stolen.
You're right.
at-
Yeah, Uncle
at the
Fatty's
site.
right. Uncle Fatty's
Come
right.
on.
There's still people that are displaced from Katrina.
But they're not fighting. They're not fighting for their food, like in the
How do you
scenario
know?
Chris put up.
How do
So,
you
like,
know?
How
You
do
like
you
to make
know?
statements that have no evidence.
do you really think
Still
that?
no
You
idea
really
what
think
them
it-
people are
you-
doing
you-
down there in North Carolina.
You really think that
Don't
it's
you-
reasonable to say that people who are receiving food donations that are distributed to anyone who's at a shelter are fighting for food?
It was the people.
How is how these
United
shelters
States.
work? When you get evacuated, you go to a shelter, right? And those shelters
No,
receive food
not
donations.
necessarily.
Okay, so they just fight for food.
Shelters have
Yeah.
to have enough room.
They're in tents. Tents.
Yeah, but
What
in
a-
no idea
disaster
how
a lot of
zones,
things
the
work
military
down
passes
there.
out MREs. Trust me, I've been hit by
Literally.
enough hurricanes to know.
I know
Yeah,
how
like,
shelters work because I've
The
been
whole
in
function of
shelters
government is to
before.
protect, is to
I know how
prevent
these
this. And
things
they've been
work.
doing that at least that effectively for
No,
over
they
a
have
century.
not.
No,
They
just
have
not
not.
to your standards, but to the standards
To
that they're not
England's
living like savages to the point where you need guns to have any self decency. That's just not the case.
And
all the people-
Christina coming in with the big 7. Furry, shut the fuck up. I'm from, I'm guessing Canada. Stay the fuck away from, you sure?
It could be either, really.
Was it with a CA?
Yeah, CA.
Yeah, I'm from Canada. Stay the fuck away from our firearms. It's our rights to hunt. No buybacks. Move to Australia.
Yep.
Actually, I don't think it's a right to kill defenseless animals for sport. Like, if you actually needed to eat, like if you're an Inuit person in the Arctic, sure, but it's not very.
So
common.
how do you practice game management to ensure that wildlife is
No,
healthy?
the
and staying
rangers
around?
You
can
hand
do it
that
all
duty
by
off. I want to
themselves.
respond to his question, please. You hand that off to agencies who actually have the resources to manage populations, like keep track of them, stuff like that. You don't leave that to
Always.
individuals.
So big
There's
daddy
always the
government.
professionals. There's always like some sort of authority
It's the
for
rangers.
Who
rather than
are
actually
more
have an
accountable with
agency
it,
over
yeah.
your own
Who
life.
would be more confident in
They'll
the
always
individual.
make the arguments like, "Oh, we got to give women agency. We got to make sure that we have agency for women." But then when you actually try to apply, it's like, I can't do that myself. There has to be some sort of professional that's going to tell me what to say. There has to be some sort of professional.
First of all, I'm
opinion
arguing with the
or some
framework
sort of
of world-
authority.
Yeah,
That-
first
that's
of all,
gonna be the thing.
I'm
But
arguing
you just
within the
ignore the
framework of the
downsides of
world.
like tyrannical governments, all this kind of shit.
So
you know what I mean?
autonomy for women is
It
regarding
doesn't seem like
abortion.
there's a whole picture being
Hold
actually
on, Mel.
How
let
wrong
him
can that
addressed
finish.
here.
be? Like, Teriak, how wrong do you want to be? Because first of all, my bodily autonomy thing
Well,
is
you
in
didn't even
regards
listen to my answer because you
abortion.
started over talking me halfway
For
through.
abortion, I don't think bodily autonomy as a right means that everything that happens in the world has to be done by individuals. That's a way different argument.
Yeah, so why should a woman have a right to their body in terms of that essence, but then when it comes to actually defending their own body, you say no, that has to be delegated to an authority?
Because again, when we look at the statistics of outcomes for women who are in a household with a gun, they're in way more danger than safer. So again, this is about removing.
Again, there's no stats that you can show that
Yeah,
proves
no
that.
stats that you can
an
prove the
assumption, not in
opposite.
evidence.
Exactly.
that's not-
You cannot
there's
prove
plenty-
the opposite. That's the
there's plenty of
problem.
studies that have
Well,
done this,
I
not
mean,
evidence.
can you guys
They-
at least
they
admit
vote
that
one
most
of them.
people who own
Can you
guns
name
will
them?
never get into a violent altercation in their entire lives?
Do you know
can you
why?
name one study?
Because of the threat of violence.
Hello?
No, it's because statistically it's rare.
It's the threat of violence. They
Statistically, it is
already
pretty
consider that people only engage into people's homes and break in when they're not there. Why? Because people don't like getting hurt. The threat of violence is the biggest deterrent. It's logic. Just logic, guys.
There's some truth to that, Chris, because you know the Christian school person, psychopath, bypassed 2 other schools to go to one that they knew did not have security. Did not have arms.
Even though over the course of a 30-year period, there were no mass shootings that were shown to be stopped by someone with a gun.
There's
Again,
also.
do you understand that it's what I said earlier?
Well, statistically,
The
every single
amount
mass
of-
shooting is stopped with a gun.
Well, again,
But how big is the problem? That's what you guys conflate is. You act like it's such a big problem, and that's what Grid stated earlier, when you can look at very simple things that are way more harmful, but you don't care about
my
that.
argument
But
was the
the small
opposite.
minority you care about and blow it completely out of proportion.
I'll
My
go
argument
with
was the exact opposite of that. It's that you guys are the ones conflating it. Like I literally said, self-deletions have a larger body count in America than homicides. Like, what are you talking about?
The debate
Here's
prompt
my
is
problem with that
safety.
claim.
If you are hurting yourself, safety is a non sequitur. It doesn't matter because it's redundant.
No,
if
you
you
can
are
hurt
the
yourself
thing
with a
making
knife.
yourself unsafe, there is no safe.
If you can do more
Except
harm,
taking your
So
mind
this is
out.
this, but Chris, this is the whole thing. Like their whole argument doesn't make any sense because like they have to like start clutching at straws like this and say, well, let's look about self-deletion, let's look about
Dude,
self-harm.
I said
but
I
you
don't
can do that with a knife.
self-deletion.
Oh, that's
You
a
cannot
major-
be safe
that's a
from
major
yourself unless you medicate yourself
Hold on,
into a coma.
guys, calm down. Let me just say something here. So first of all, having known people who have self-deleted, gun or no gun, that was going to happen, pal.
Yeah, that was
Exactly.
gonna happen.
I think.
one way or the
Hold on, guys.
you have no way of knowing that,
Really?
though.
Not necessarily.
Are you? Well, I'm
Oh,
going
come
to tell you that in the cases I'm aware of, gun or no gun is going to happen. And in one case, when every weapon was removed, they hung themselves. So don't.
Well,
just
I mean,
keep
come on, Grid. You know
keep
why it's
moving the
statistically more
goalposts
likely
all
that
you
they do it
want.
with a gun, right? It's because all the other methods have a chance of failure, a much higher chance of failure.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to argue that. I'm not an expert on suicide.
I can tell you what
or
the
anything like
statistics
that.
are.
I don't
Are you
care
telling me
because
if you jump off a skyscraper, you have a chance of surviving?
No, I'm saying if you like slit your wrist or you take a boatload of pills, like there are other ways that are much slower than just putting a gun to your head, right?
They make the argument that
We're
guns
talking
are
about in
effective
your
at being
home.
guns.
Like the whole argument is safe
Yeah.
in your home.
Great
Self-deletion's a
argument.
very complex issue.
There's also a gender dynamic when it comes to self-deletion with firearm. Men are more apt to I'm going to get the fucking job done, and therefore they choose the most appropriate, the fastest means necessary. Where women it can tend to be more of an attention thing, and they're not nearly as serious about it. So there is that dynamic at play.
This is where the guns are. This is actually where the guns are a great equalizer because when guns are in the household, women are more likely to complete their self-deletion.
No, but it's what Clover
But
says.
they're less
That's
likely
why
to
they
use
want
that
it.
as a first
That is
attempt.
that is
Well,
not a good argument. That's
their
not
chances-
even
their chances of
that's-
dying
you
to that
literally
increase
just
more than
make
men.
assumptions, not in evidence at all.
No, again, I have evidence for this.
No, you
Thomas
don't.
Kapoor wrote a book on it and talks about this in his book.
Yeah,
He
let
cites
her
a bunch of
finish,
research.
Let her finish.
In his book, he cites more research than I think you could ever read in a lifetime.
Yeah, so does John Lott. You've never once mentioned him.
Nobody cares when you don't answer logical questions, so the appeal to
And a lot
authority
of
doesn't
John-
matter much.
Yeah,
A lot of John Lott research.
No.
It's
All right, let me interrupt the panel again. Jesterall coming up with the big five. Teriyaki, come to Alaska. We'll take you to the range for pew pew extravaganza, then to the backwoods to bag a delicious, helpless deer.
Sounds sexual.
Sounds beautiful.
Deer meat's not that bad, especially if it's in chili. I love
I
good
love
deer meat
Venus,
chili.
Deer meat's the best. What are you talking about?
Actually, really enjoy
Crib one also coming in with the big five. If the blue-haired baby-killing cocked Southern Californians had guns, the fires wouldn't be happening right now. When guns stopped natural When did guns stop natural disasters?
When in a natural disaster is having one make you unsafer? Nobody could answer that question, so it's a
We can
stupid
nuke the
question
hurricanes,
to
though,
ask.
can't we?
Huh?
Right.
But this is the
harp was
Observer coming in with the big 5. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Ronald
Come on
Reagan.
in.
We all trust the government,
go away.
right? Right?
Yeah, the
I'd like
government
to-
actually does want a population that's not in crisis. It benefits
Oh,
them greatly.
Okay,
wrong.
whatever. Here's a problem with an appeal to authority.
Like they manufacture consent. They don't
When you
necessarily,
keep
and they
appealing
manufacture
to the-
crisis elsewhere, but they don't manufacture
just
crisis
Hold
for
on,
them.
let Grid finish now.
Just
Let
keep
Grid
talking
finish.
over me.
Oh, I was
Okay.
responding to James, but okay.
Shut up.
I hadn't even noticed you started talking.
Of course you didn't.
Okay.
You don't listen to anyone but yourself.
Oh no, you just you
When
don't. You're not
when
that
you
important. to
Make
me.
an appeal to it. The problem with making an appeal to an authority is that literally whatever stat you have, there's a conflicting stat, and we just don't care about them.
Good thing it's
I
not an
just
appeal
don't.
to authority, and this actually looks at multiple sources, thus showing that it's not just
No,
one.
that's not it. But it is not the source.
But
There
Grid,
is
that's
no
why I
these
try to
people.
make
Only-
logical
Look, the
arguments
only-
and not
look,
use
it's a
statistics.
logical fallacy to continuously appeal to an authority that is not the source.
No,
So
but
can I-
this would be like the
Let me-
majority opinion of the firearms.
No, it is
No,
not.
I mean,
No, it's
Let me
appeal
jump
to authority
in.
fallacy is saying that this is correct because it comes from this authority. Statistics
Yeah.
is just giving you statistics. Also, Chris, really quickly, if you put in faulty premises, non-sound premises into logic, you can get a bad conclusion. So just stop like logic.
Yeah,
logic,
so
logic.
then why but then FG, why are you making
if
the
you're
argument
full
of
of shit, you
self-deletion?
can still use logic to get a
But why-
conclusion.
You guys
It will
have
just
to
why
make
would
one
you make the argument
argument that
self-deletion?
doesn't lead down to statistics.
But FG, why would you make the argument of self-deletion then?
Yeah, literally.
because
We've
we're talking
already-
about safety and it's got a higher body count.
Yeah, but if it's safety, then for example, globally speaking, hanging is one of the most popular methods to self-delete. Should we ban
Yeah,
rope?
we're not, the conversation is
Should
not
we
about
ban rope? Yes or
Barry
no?
Ack. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
about
ban
rope.
rope.
Guns are-
Do you see how that's a stupid argument to make?
No, but what is rope created for? What
Ban
is its
rope,
purpose?
absolutely.
What is its purpose? Is rope created for the
To hang things, to hang
people?
things, FG.
Hang
So
people?
it's literally
Hang
created
people?
for things. So do you see how stupid that argument is?
No, it's not stupid at
Oh.
all. You just don't see where I'm going on it.
An extreme
What is a gun
Hang
meant
on.
for?
No, because
What
you're
is its
trying to
only
appeal
purpose?
to emotion. You're making an
No, I'm
emotional
not-
appeal,
I'm
saying,
not.
"Oh well, we have people who suffer from depression and they take their own lives. Ergo, we should ban guns."
Well,
I
Terry,
never even argued that we should
hold
ban
on,
guns.
hold
I
on.
Well, again, you would never make that argument to ban rope.
Come on, Jesus Christ. Uncle Fatty, did you have something to add in?
I wanted to press Chris on the logic argument from a different angle.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let's go.
When you
I like
when you're
this.
going
I
through
don't like the
and you're in the
statistics.
argument, right?
Yeah.
And you say, data points to data doesn't matter, right? I choose to believe what I want to believe. Data points, and I can refute with logic.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if we can have this discussion just by using logic, and we don't need to appeal to statistics.
Sure, but twice
Not that
during
it
the
doesn't
debate,
matter.
you paused and asked the Fox for data.
No,
Where's the
well,
data
I
on that?
just refuted its data, saying it's not correct.
Right, but then when you got into a point of contention, you straight asked her for data. Like, I need some data on that. So what? Which one is it?
The point is I was going down the Fox's
Is that
questions.
data matters, right?
Well, for the argument's sake, in that sense, it was the point of discussion. But it was because the Fox didn't want to engage with logical
So some
arguments.
data matters,
so
but other data doesn't
I
when
kept
we
the
don't wanna
debate
believe,
moving,
right?
right?
I mean, I'm all for. I mean, I know, the tyranny argument and all that, but like,
I didn't even use that argument once.
no. I would just say, like, just pick a lane.
Yeah, it's very simple. Again, I can ask you the same questions and you're probably not going to answer it, because if you answer it, it shows our point. That's what I asked earlier. If I just flip the prompt to give a situation where it doesn't make you unsafer. The same thing with the self-deletion argument. Saying I'm safe from myself is ridiculous on its face. How do you have safety from yourself?
That's not my argument.
Explain that to me. Quickly
that's
explain
not
that to me
your
without
argument. It's a
medication
straw
or
man
tying
argument.
somebody up.
You're making a straw man
That's just
argument right
logic.
now. No, that's not, because you're making a straw man argument. So you're
Okay,
logicking.
answer the question then, if it's not a good argument. How are you safe from yourself?
No, I'm not. I'm not propositioning that by
It's the
like removing
prompt of the
guns.
debate.
On which
I'm not
You guys
propositioning.
understand it's the prompt of the debate.
I'm not propositioning that.
Do you not get that people can self-harm?
But like,
so
Oren,
is that you hurting yourself? Does safety factor in?
Okay,
you
Chris,
understand that's the
Chris,
point.
Let's say I break my hand, Chris.
Have you never had? I'm
please,
sorry. You go ahead, Mel.
Chris, let's say I break my hand versus cutting my hand off. In which situation did I incur more harm?
Break or cut it off, right?
Yeah, probably cut it off.
So, so probably when you cut it off, right?
So would you say that's a more dangerous situation too? Like anything
Yes,
that can
that's definitely a more dangerous.
So you're
situation.
safer if you were probably safer if your hand only got broken. And
oh no, you were safer if you just didn't do anything. If
sure.
you literally did nothing,
I just mean between those 2 points.
This is a false dichotomy.
It's just ridiculous.
Well, no, it shows that the more harm something can do, the less safe it is for you.
The more something, the more harm something can do. So the more effective the tool.
Safety is removed.
Okay, so a furnace would be worse than a firearm because it can take your whole body away within seconds. So what's your argument?
But it's way less likely to do that, and it's not going to do that because you have an impulse to self-delete.
But isn't the prompt whether it's
so I can
safe or
step
not
into a glass
degree?
oven and be gone way more efficiently than a firearm.
Nobody really has one of those in their house. So again, this is about what's in the household and what's available.
I have a friend that has one. I can just walk in there and fucking
Chris,
not just self-delete. I can even sort out my own cremation.
Moving the
so if you guys want to have an efficiency discussion,
you're just avoiding
we
the
can have
obvious
that.
fact right now. You're just avoiding the obvious fact right now that attempting to self-delete with a gun is inherently more dangerous than any other method. 85% chance
tool is more effective.
85% chance of completion versus 60% chance from the next lethal method, which is hanging.
My intention, whether I have a fucking shell chucker or a knife, if my intention is the same, it has the same outcome. The one might be more effective, but it achieves the same result.
It's harder to get the
Yeah,
same
so like this is the
it's
thing.
harder
that,
to get
like,
the same result.
They try to only use it just for the
please
guns.
let me
but then
respond.
when it
You're
gets
the problem.
applied
Will you
to
jerk
the
yourself
same
off?
thing.
Let me
All
respond
right,
to
It's a
Chris
fall
one
flat
coming
in
in
place.
with a big 5. Chris is right. If you create a scenario where guns end up in the safe category, then guns will be safe based off that. But then there's other scenarios.
So going back to what Chris said, if you have that intention, it's often transient for one thing. So if you have a less lethal means available, you're less likely to do something that's going to result in failure. Because, for example, in hanging, a lot of people are afraid of the idea of hanging there helpless, still being alive, and having to suffer through that. So people are more hesitant towards it. So that is actually why it's tried less than guns.
Then why is Japan's rate higher?
Where you guys are missing the logic is you're conflating safety with efficiency.
I know, the logic buzzword.
Dude, safety and efficiency are two different things. I'm not overusing this word. You guys are just not failing to.
No, because I'm not talking about efficiency. I'm talking about lethality. And so again, it comes
what the fuck does that mean?
You know why people rarely
efficiency?
Do you know why people rarely use knives?
You literally are contradicting yourself.
Do you know why people rarely use knives? Because it takes an insane amount of commitment to actually do that much cutting of yourself or stabbing to actually to complete it. That's why it's almost never seen, except for like maybe in Japan where it's cultural.
But this is the thing, the logic, you can't follow the logic through with the whole argument. You can only do it for the gun thing, and then as soon as you say, for example, the rope argument, or we could just say the same thing about rope, that no one's allowed rope now because it's used as a self-deletion tool. Then
we have other uses for it.
Yeah, exactly. Now the argument changes from, okay, yeah, it's self-deletion to now it's utility. What can you actually use? But then we have the same argument for, let's say, a blowtorch or a lighter. All that's used is to burn things. Oh, well, you know, all of a sudden then it's got to do with like practicality, or it's just constant like goalpost shifting or like emotional arguments.
So I can explain it in this way. When you talk about efficiency,
standards,
I would like to hear what CloverTac actually started to say on this.
And can I actually defend my position super quick? Because that's not a goalpost shift, since it's consistent in the fact that we would only do this. We'd only talk about banning something, for example, if this was its only use. Otherwise, we talk about heavy regulation.
No, because again, rope is used to hang things.
No.
Really like to hear what CloverTac.
Lighters are used to burn things.
people get electrocuted off a toaster.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, like here in Canada,
exactly. That's
here in
another
Canada,
thing.
you're not allowed to buy a
should we
lighter
ban
under
that shit?
18, actually.
You know what I mean?
That's an extreme opposite argument, which is just fucking
No,
bullshit.
what I'm getting at is what I'm getting at, Fatty, is that the crux of the argument they're saying is utility wise, guns are only able to use to kill things. Even though there's the recreation use in terms of the shooting range, all that kind of stuff. But you could make the same thing about rope. You could make the same thing about lighters. You could make the same thing about electronic devices, tasers, etc., etc., etc. But the logic falls apart once you start applying it to these broader situations.
That's really fucking dumb. What you
How?
just said.
I've literally just explained the whole. Okay, we're gonna take what's dumb about my thing. Exactly. Nothing to say.
What is the purpose of a gun?
What are you gonna say, man? I really actually. Before you forget about
What's the purpose of a lighter or a blowtorch? To burn things, correct?
To burn things, burn anything.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the only utility for blowtorch and.
This is what it's being
lighter?
used for at the time.
It has many uses.
Right
You're listing.
Oh
things
yeah,
that
well,
have
the gun then
literally
technically has many
uses.
uses as well.
Right?
No, it really doesn't.
It does.
Gun has one purpose.
But by the same logic, like how can a blowtorch have like many uses? You can use a blowtorch for so many different things, but then a gun you can only use for this one specific thing.
You could theoretically set off explosives.
Yeah, this is what you call being disingenuous.
Does a bomb have multiple uses, Teriak?
Are we talking about bombs?
You can drop it in different places.
Yes, it does. Demolition, land clearing. There's a lot of uses for them.
Construction use bombs.
Let's start letting people.
Yeah, you can blow up different things, but it's still just to blow something up. To destroy it.
Let's be mindful
again,
how
what we're doing is we're highlighting how bad your argument is.
At the end of the day, it's
let's
just there
be
to kill someone.
mindful
Sorry.
how we're using our words, please.
Yeah, TOS.
Thank you. And I'll use
Sarah.
this moment to say, Adam King coming with the big five. How many times has Furry shot a weapon? If so, what kind? That's a good question.
0. Dilch.
I was asking Furby.
Yeah, so I assume they don't just mean guns because they said weapon, and the answer would be more times than I can count with a slingshot. I actually have a pretty deadly aim.
Nice.
Shooting a weapon.
I'm like, that makes me think of like chipmunks or something. Like Alvin, Simon.
Oh,
Theodore,
bless.
Zero.
Nice.
Zero
Maybe kill
times.
Goliath with
I should have had a slingshot ready for.
Slingshot
one.
wizard, not to be forgotten.
Now with firearms, go. I'm curious.
Oh yeah, no.
I'll make the question more specific because I'm just
No, I've never felt the need to shoot a firearm.
Clovertech, you were gonna come in a minute ago. I'd really like to hear what you had to say because you started out and then you got talked over.
Yeah, what I don't understand is this notion that, we're going to save lives, we're going to reduce self-deletions by snapping our fingers and getting rid of all of the firearms. When per capita we see in other countries that essentially have no firearms to speak of, the rates are much, much higher. So that's a situation where I'm kind of pulling a card out of the opposite side's playbook, always wanting to point to other countries, which I don't necessarily agree with that. But
May I
sometimes
just ask a clarification
fire,
question?
fire. Yeah, you can once I'm done. Yeah, if you don't mind, because I've been really quiet and sit back and
Oh no, it would have been quick. Just that way, I could have followed you better. But go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
when you said countries have more self-deletion, I think, did you mean self-deletion by gun or just self-deletion in general?
I mean, in general, because if you got rid of the guns, then that would be the ultimate goal. You're saying the number would drop because we would get rid of guns, no?
Well, okay, I'll respond when you're done because it's not exactly that simple.
Okay, interesting. So then I'll follow down the road of this idea because the panel has been back and forth on it. That what about a blowtorch? What about pills? What about carbon monoxide or rope or this, that, or the other?
Yeah.
At the point that you've decided to self-delete, whether and I would argue you're not in the right mental state, regardless. But at the point that you decide to do that, you're not using anything to do that in a safe manner anyway. Safety is non-existent and not even in the realm of self-harm. Like, it's contradictory to the idea of safety to self-harm, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's the problem that they're mixing up efficiency or lethality, which is a grading for a violent level
And that's why I asked earlier, are we talking about safe or
efficiency.
not safe, or are we talking about degrees of safety?
Yeah,
Because
of
those are
efficiency
different
or
conversations.
yeah, that's what they weren't getting.
I've
Clever Cat
actually
got it.
answered how they are effectively the same when it comes down to, because the lethality of the weapon is what determines how safe it is.
Yeah.
So how do you reconcile the
younger?
So could I
Japanese-
just you asked me a question after I clarified. Could you just restate that, because I think it was important to touch on?
Yeah, I did. I doubled you up. So
Also, I just want to state, bear in mind, this is for the self-deletion discussion, right? That's what we're
specifically.
talking about, because
Yes,
it's regarding
specifically.
yourself.
Specifically, yes.
Yes.
So, which is roughly 2/3 of the numbers that are reported yearly. Roughly,
It's half now,
It's
but
been slowly. It's been on the decline. So I would accept that. Anyway, so I got to go back and think of how I worded this, because I think it's important. But if we snap our fingers and we get rid of the firearms, they're gone. Everything, right? No access to them, or at least minimal access, like some of the other countries that have astronomical self-deletion rates, right? If we get down to those levels, or even before, it would the arguments I hear is, if we get rid of the guns, that 50% will drop to 20%, or it'll drop to 10%, it'll drop to whatever, right? Well, how are we to if we look at those other countries that don't have the gun culture that the United States has, then how are we jumping to that conclusion if that happens in those countries, that it's not going to continue here? People are just going to choose alternative methods.
Well, yeah. So this is if we're talking about like how would we know like a way that works. There's an example out of Israel with Israeli soldiers. I don't know if you're here when I mentioned it earlier with Chris, where they stopped letting soldiers take their guns home, and just from that, I think it was about 2/3 or 1/3 of the self-deletions were taken care of just by that alone. But in general, I think when you're referring to other countries that have non-gun self-deletions, the thing you have to consider is that it's difficult to look at statistics on this and say, well, how many non-gun stuff can we expect? Because you will have some people who do substitute. I'm not saying it never happens, but what you do see in like similar examples, I brought up the 2 bridges earlier. I can actually read you a quick passage from it if you really want to know. But essentially, these 2 bridges were both viable options for self-deletion, equally as lethal. They had barriers. They had a chest-high pre-barrier on one and a waist-high pre-barrier on the other before they put in anything that was anti-self-deletion. The one that was really bad, because it had the waist-high, they eventually put the barriers on there. That dropped to nearly 0 attempts after that. And the one that had the chest high, still had some attempts, but it only marginally increased, showing that people, even when they had the substitution, didn't do it. And this ties back again to the research that shows that these decisions are often impulsive, and people will use whatever's readily available to them in that moment.
Yeah, just to point out this, because I was just doing a bit of research as well. America is currently 31st in the world for self-deletion at 14 per 100,000. South Korea is almost 50% higher. They're 12th. They have 21 per 100,000. And they have literally some of the strictest gun laws in the planet. And they have a higher suicide rate. So it literally makes this whole kind of like tangent that
nobody's
this emotional appeal. One sec, let me finish.
Nobody's arguing.
Let me finish.
Nobody's
arguing. Finish. Everybody lets you talk.
You think they want to know when they were wrong about their argument?
Hold on.
Yeah.
But wait for him to land his plane, please.
Thank you, Sarah. So like this whole kind of like diatribe, like this emotional appeal to emotion fallacy that they've been doing, where it's like, oh, self-deletion, all stuff, it literally follows no water, because you can get rid of the guns like South Korea did, and you're still going to have a self-deletion problem. So it is what it is. This is the typical argument they try to do.
So again, nobody's arguing that guns cause self-deletion, so you wouldn't expect to see 0%. And the rates in different
you were saying that it's safer, but there's more self-deletions without guns.
The rates in different countries are a function of different things, a huge culture and shame around it. So in places where it's more shameful to dishonor you or your family, you might see more. But as I've pointed out, there have already been examples where we look at where there's a change in gun ownership and how gun-based self-deletions clearly drop, and there is also a marginal drop in overall deletions because of that.
So I'd like to bring those goalposts back down to planet Earth for a minute.
Can I get in one thing?
Absolutely. Go ahead. Go ahead.
If you don't
I'm
mind.
not going to interrupt you, sir. Yeah, go right ahead.
So let's. I just want to follow this to in my mind what would be a completion here. So we get rid of guns. Okay. They're gone, right? We do this in the best way we can, knowing that people that want to get guns, blah 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 blah, right, are going to be able to get them, right, one way or another. Like, you're not going to magically snap your fingers in my scenario before, right? It's done through legislation. Maybe we repeal the second, whatever. But as the gentleman talked about earlier, with guns flowing across borders, guns are still going to flow across borders. Black market, people are going to make their own. There's going to be things, right?
Well, have you ever seen?
Great. Let me finish, if you don't mind. So, the numbers for self-deletion drop, okay? Because you've taken them away from a large quantity of people that weren't engaging in anything other than self-harm with those, right? So now that you've done that and you've taken, and it's a wide swath, you've just zapped them away from those people, right, that have them for legal purposes, do it through legal means, and except for times when they're in the state of mental anguish or stress, right, which can happen. Now, you would have to say that guns pose a 0% chance of averting or dealing with some type of a deletion. In other words, you would have to completely ignore the self-defense stats on guns, because if you didn't, when you took them away from all of the populace, that stat would then increase, because there would be no equalizer for the average person versus the criminal element that have gotten on the black market, built them themselves, whatever. So ultimately, the decrease in self-deletions would be countered even by the increase in criminal deletions. No?
No. One of the biggest reasons is that criminals often have a harder time buying guns, so they only get their access to guns through either robbery.
Hold on, stop. Because
no, he got to fucking finish.
Let Mel finish, please, and then you can interrupt after that.
And so when we're talking about whole populations, when populations as a whole own less guns, then there are fewer guns available on the black market. Now, you make a good point about there's kind of like this outer cell theory, where even when you do these things, you also like a gun buyback, for example, you need to acknowledge that, like, if someone has different policies in another state, well, then you need to do something about that. That is where I think better border control is a good argument. Not totally there on that yet. I think we can still minimize a lot of this with the gun buybacks and having a nationwide gun ban like Australia did, which America has never done to that scale. But in general, no, if everyone has less guns, then you're less likely to encounter a criminal with a gun, and they're less likely to be doing a more violent crime, for example, attacking an armed security guard to get at a safe.
Well, I'm talking about it from an equalizer standpoint, though, right? Even if there are less access.
Well, it's also an equalizer.
If they're using a katana or a machete or whatever it might be, then you're relegated to having to use something like that potentially to defend yourself with.
I don't think those are even legal
except for the simplest, most easy to use, most effective tool for self-defense.
Well, it's also an equalizer.
Why would you regulate citizens to that?
It's also an equalizer if neither side has guns. We don't just need to regulate citizens. We also need to regulate gun manufacturers.
But you see how that becomes redundant. When you say, okay, we can have both sides not have
self-defense is not a UFC fight. So it's then it just like, it's not a fair fight. It should never be a fair fight. When you're already self-defense in and of itself, you're already at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and you're going to be more likely to be shot, or and so is any bystander.
Shot with a machete.
Furby, just listen. Listen, I know we don't make anecdotal arguments.
Can I go now?
But have you ever been shot at, or have you ever had a
No, because I don't live in an area that
firearm
has a high
against
gun
your head?
concentration.
Well, or had a firearm pressed against your head and been in those situations?
Have you?
Yes. I
Okay,
remember
well,
I
then you
live
really
in
need
South
gun
Africa.
control in
dude.
your area. Yeah, that's probably why there's a gun-free South Africa coalition.
Ever had one in your mouth?
But the problem is you don't understand
sounds
real
sexy.
life. That's why I said earlier you're arguing from a point of privilege, having not dealt with real life situations. That's what I was saying earlier to you.
My privilege doesn't really change the fact that, like, what policy researchers have found is that you can improve these things by having better, more effective policies.
No, you're assuming things.
No, we look. No, they don't theorize it, Grid. They look at cases where it happens.
It's just
Remember when I
theorized because,
told you
for
you
example, we can
yourself?
use.
I was very polite.
All right. I will say Grid has been waiting very
Yeah.
patiently.
Very
And I will
polite.
also
Apologies.
add in,
Let other people go in front of
I threw in a super chat goal. If we don't like make it happen, I'm shutting down in like 4 minutes. Okay. Go ahead.
Pay the lady.
So here's
Pay the
the
lady.
deal.
Pay the lady.
Good
When we
evening.
talk-
Make
when
it
we
make
talk
it rain,
about,
Chad. If you're enjoying
hey,
the
shut
content,
the
give
fuck
Sarah
up.
some
I'm trying
love.
to get this shit on here. Come on.
Go ahead, Grid.
The thing about when we talk about Australia and England, where they banned guns for all citizens, Australia has a booming black market in firearms, and because the UK made the use of a weapon, because there were so many people mugging people with knives, because they made it what is it, Teriak? It's not you don't call it a felony over there, but it's a crime where they can suffer life imprisonment. They're more likely to kill someone during a mugging than just take their wallet and move away because they don't want to be recognized. So the exact thing that you're talking about, you getting rid of firearms, getting rid of the ability for self-protection is counterproductive, and you ignore the stats. You cherry pick stats, which, by the way, it's an appeal to authority that is not the authority. It's just some random dude that compiled some information that we have no way of verifying.
Okay, which
Whereas-
chat?
whereas-
Post
hold
them in
on,
the side
stop,
chat.
stop.
No, I thought you were done.
I'm
You
not
gotta stop
done.
doing massive
I'm
pauses.
not
Go ahead and let Grid finish.
Can
off,
he not
Grid.
make pauses like he's done at least?
Well, I think it's normal and natural for people to make pauses, and it's okay. He's taking a breath. Grid, go ahead and finish, and then Mel
Thank you. I
will
appreciate that.
respond.
At the end of the day, whatever data that you show me, I can show you conflicting data. So when you're appealing to an authority, you have to go to the authority, and currently you haven't done that. You've not demonstrated that at all. You're cherry picking data, and we all know it. So if you're going to stop trying to use data and move goalposts and make an actual argument that is coherent and logical, which you've not been able to do.
No, I definitely
You
have.
did not do that at all.
What
you
authority
haven't.
would work for you?
You
though?
haven't been able to
authority-
show.
Let Mel go now. She was waiting to respond.
You haven't. Firstly, you haven't been able to show that it actually does make people safer. If anything, you keep saying you're cherry picking statistics. Look at the statistics. You have yet to post any links inside chat which post your side of things. Secondly, none of your arguments are convincing to me, especially because they all seem to be whataboutisms or moving the goalpost or Chris Straw personing me. So I'm incredibly unconvinced by you.
Yeah, I can counter.
I think I've been able to at least convince some people, whether or not they're here on the panel or in chat, that it's not as simple as we think it is. Finally, see how I said finally here to show that I'm still talking. That's called signposting, by the way. Signposting is when you use indicative words to show that you're still completing your thought instead of taking very long pauses so no one knows when you're fucking done, like Grid does. So finally, what we see is that the data is not just coming from one source. I'm not cherry picking. I'm looking at sources that match not just the expert opinion of firearm researchers, but the general data, because a lot of these things are literature reviews and meta-analyses, which don't just look at one study, but the state of the literature itself.
Yeah, so to destroy Mal's logic, like when we looked at like the porn argument, basically Sarah hosted the exact same topic, of the porn thing. Mel came up here. It's like, well, if you have prohibition, then it just goes into a black market, and then it's actually easier to get because you don't have to get licensed, all this kind of stuff. The same argument can be done for if you ban the guns. Then as the criminal, because this is where we're saying, let me finish. We all gave you your time. When Mel like looks at this, like all they do is they look at from the like one perspective, only the good person. Like what happens to the good person? But when you look at like from the actual criminal's point of view, it's actually easier for them to get a gun because now they don't have to get a license. Now they don't have to actually register. All this kind of stuff that like it's like magically more difficult for them to get a gun now because the guns are banned. Is the complete opposite when it comes to porn or giving children hormone drugs and all this kind of shit. It's just like completely backwards logic. In one case, prohibition is great and awesome for guns, but then it's the worst thing possible for porn and all this kind of shit.
Because we have to actually look at the thing itself instead of treating everything like they're a moral absolutist issue.
Prohibition is either good or bad.
I am a moral
It's either a solution or it's not a solution.
Hey, Kariak. I am a moral realist, which means I look at whether or not something can be
so you just change your mind every single day.
Can be effectively remedied this way or not. And what we have seen from gun prohibitions is yes, they are actually quite effective.
You understand?
Do criminals register
It's
guns?
a yes no or no discussion, right?
Sorry.
It's not a gray area. It's a yes or no with the prompt we received.
Yeah, and I'm still.
I missed the
still
prompt.
taking the affirmative or the negative.
It's are you safer owning a pew pew, Grumple?
While you read the title at the top, Clover Tack comes in with a big 5. Come on, don't be a freeloader like I was. And then Robert Demita comes in with a big 10. Thanks for the debate. Adam King coming in with another big 10. Furry, what if a woman has to fist fight with a man that intends great bodily harm? Do you really think the strength of a man versus a woman is an equalizer?
Yeah,
Does she have fingernails?
She's still less likely to have a gun turned on her, which is still less dangerous.
What if there's a bear in the woods?
Well, that's a different argument.
Do you hear?
Don't you dare! I know that trap.
But like, just notice how the question was dodged.
Bear
It's
trap?
like, oh, it's less likely for a gun to be turned on, but it's like the question is like, who, like, what is going to experience more harm, or like would she actually like
Whoever
the
gets
chance
shot, yeah.
of her actually getting raped? Like, is it lower or higher if she has a gun? It's clearly lower if she has a gun. She also
you don't know that.
the
I
gun,
can guarantee
and your
you
man
there's-
starts pegging it down the street.
Where have you done any research
Gerald
on that?
coming in with the big 5, saying not convinced. I think I need a machine gun now. And for
You
the
do.
record, you
No.
guys have purchased yourself
100%.
another 30 minutes, and then we will shut down.
So yeah, by
Good
the way,
evening.
Kane, you're simply not convinced
You
and
move
not
up here where I'm at?
having a counter
Hold on,
argument.
Rumpelstiltskin has stepped into the room and
I just wanted
apparently
to
has
respond to
something to
this.
say. Hold
I
on,
just-
let Grumple go.
Oh, I just wanted to say hi. You're on one of my favorite kind of like. There's a few things where like I kind of know what I'm talking about, maybe just a little bit. But this is 100%. Everybody is safer. Like if you have like 115-pound little waifish woman, and then you have a 300-pound dude that wants to do harm to that woman, is that woman safer with a pew or without? It's what John Brown, the Colt 45, the equalizer of the West, John Browning, Lord among men, invented some great
Colt,
things.
Sam Colt.
Sam Colt, that's right. Yeah, the 45, back in the day. But man, there were so many prompts, and I would like, or not prompts, but okay, owning a gun makes a person safer. 100% answer is yes, and society on the whole is more people that don't intend harm on others being armed and able to defend themselves and others is better for society at large, even if the bad guys have maybe easier access, even though in the United States, in our society, in most of the world, minus, some little like fringe kind of areas where it's just, no holds bars, like in Khyber Pass, just go, just like, hey, here's 3 goats. Give me an AK that looks like an AR. Cool. Yeah, that's fine. Like the bayonet's a giant dildo. I mean, yeah, whatever. Give me all the bells and whistles.
Hell yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mel.
There are of course a wide range of estimates, which I've pointed out, some of which are more robust in their data than others on defensive gun uses. One of the things the authors point out.
Final sentence, just one. If so, taking away the right of law-abiding people to defend themselves the only thing that does is help criminals who did somebody say criminals are going to register their guns, or is it like did I mean I think I maybe misunderstood or maybe misheard thing. That doesn't make sense, because why would you just give the police evidence if you intend to do a crime?
Where do you even register at?
So I have a question for you. Have
California, Stan.
Have you actually looked into any statistics? For example, you brought up one
Yes.
as it being an equalizer. With the grape thing,
Yes.
have you looked at any statistics about whether or not nations with guns or states with guns report less of that per person than states without? Because the research.
Yeah, I was actually just looking this up. California has the strictest gun laws. Mississippi has the loosest gun laws. Mississippi is 25 grapes per 100,000. California is 37.5 grapes per 100,000.
Yeah,
amazing.
If you look at more states than that, then you see a much muddier picture, which is again
loosest versus strictest.
What it comes out to show, what it comes is that the top 4 states with the most guns have, on average, the same amount as
Say top 4 and then on average. Come on.
If I may, Furby, Melanie, we've interacted on this before. This is where you get accused of cherry picking.
No, but I let you interrupt me so you can say one last thing. Even you need to do this because yes, there could be individual differences against states where you cherry pick the state that has the least amount despite having more guns and the most amount despite having less. Where when you average these things, it takes out noise.
Mississippi also has one of the highest gun violence rates.
Okay.
So you're talking about signal to noise ratio, right?
I know. I live next to it.
Teriak, it's not cherry picking to have a better analysis than simply your version of
Define better. Define better.
No, you clearly just cherry pick.
Define better because it suits your opinion. That's what you mean by better. Right?
My sample was 4 times greater.
Define
than
better.
My sample was inherently 4 times better than yours, and you're accusing me of cherry picking.
Define better.
More logical and backed up
clearly
with
don't even
data.
know what cherry picking is.
Yeah,
then.
just because it suits your opinion or your predisposed position does not necessarily make it better. No, because like I said, like Furby was like, oh, like just pull up the state that has the strictest versus compared to the loosest, and we did that. We done California versus Mississippi, and California has like 50% higher rape rates than Mississippi.
Talk, please.
Those are clearly the states you picked because they suit your argument. I'm
no,
saying
this was the strictest versus the loosest gun laws.
Yeah, and when you actually look at the averages between the top 4 and
yeah, because you top 4, and then what happens when you do top 5?
That's not cherry
or
picking.
top 6. Why not top 5 then?
What's the definition of cherry picking?
Top 6.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Being more representative. You can't cherry pick if your sample is more representative.
This is really
then
disingenuous.
why not do top 5?
It is cherry picking because you're using grape instead of actual violence. Right. Mississippi has like 29.6 for every 100,000, whereas California has like 8.6, and Massachusetts, which has even stronger gun laws, has 3.7 per 100,000 gun violence rates. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, we're talking about who's safer. A woman is clearly safer in Mississippi than she is in California.
No, a gun in a household makes a woman 4. Not 4. 8.
No, we just gave the example there. We just gave the statistics, and you tried to say, "Oh, well, then if you just do top 4, but not explaining why you don't do top 5,
grape
top
instead
6,
of actually
or top 10.
picking gun violences, which is what
again,
we're talking
because
about.
that was the topic in terms of like if a woman has a gun and a man's coming after her, she is far safer with the gun than without the gun.
I think Teriak is actually making that up because I have conflicting data.
What?
Yeah.
What part?
That I have data that shows that it is actually higher in Mississippi per person.
Is that cherry picked also, or cherry plucked? What's the past tense of cherry?
Any more or less.
Cherry plucked.
It would look like the authors of this cared greatly about cutting out like other factors, so that might explain it better.
Of inconvenient factors, or
no factors that would be better explained by other things because you want to focus on a variable that tests your hypothesis, not variables.
You're trying to remove confounding variables, but you're doing it by cherry picking, which doesn't work.
No, you're not. No, you can't just assume that. Do you know the difference between an independent variable and a dependent variable for one thing?
Well, it sounded like you were trying to describe confounding variables, but you weren't.
No, I didn't do that. The researchers who were qualified to focus on the thing that they are studying and not other variables are the ones who did that so they can focus on the thing that they are studying.
That's called removing confounding variables, which isn't what you said, but you were trying to kind of describe it, but poorly. Just,
Okay, cool.
You were trying to justify cherry picking by describing confounding variables, which are different things.
No, I wasn't justifying cherry picking. You're against.
Well, I apologize. I don't know if that's what you were intending to do, but that's what it really sounded like you were doing.
No, I was actually talking about how it's not cherry picking to have sources that look into things more deeply.
Yeah, but you were saying that my stats were wrong.
Yeah, because I have stats.
Where are you quoting your source from?
Oh, the Harvard Institute of Public Health.
Yeah, I'm quoting directly from the FBI statistics.
So Harvard, fun fact, Harvard gets $45 million a year as an endowment from the federal government. Do you think any research is maybe that they want to keep getting federal money?
By doing good research, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, you think, hey, maybe we get more grants?
Thank you for cutting in before I could respond to Teriak. So,
continue.
So you can't just look at FBI statistics and read them directly. There's a lot of the papers actually say this. That's why.
Yeah, because we need experts. We need professionals.
Why a lot of the papers I
their
cite
opinions.
discuss that. They discuss how you actually have to look at things like, for one thing, a lot of these things are per population, but they don't consider other variables.
Per 100,000.
Like the thing that you want, if you don't want it to just be surface level data, which doesn't actually tell you much about guns themselves.
No, we're directly comparing. Is a woman more likely to be raped in California or more likely to be raped in Mississippi, and she's more likely to be raped in California?
Well, no. So again, the top four.
But yes, but by statistically speaking, she is.
So there's something called
the fact.
So there's something called a case control study, where instead of just looking at these two numbers and thinking, "Oh, this number is bigger, so I must be right," you look at each state as a case of like how many grapes does it have, and then you compare the other things and you decide which one is the biggest factor in determining this. Guns were not determined to be a factor in the outcomes of grape cases.
So
says who?
I warn you.
Meta-analysis that
exactly, just like more meta-analysis. That's all they do is you just get meta-analysis and say, well, this expert's opinion is this. Do you know what I mean?
Well, no, Jerry, do you think that every grape?
We directly compare the two numbers.
Let me read these, and then we can let Grid talk. Ticky Tack coming with the Big 10. Thank you, Ticky Tack. Fight, and fight.
Ticky Tack, where are you?
Ticky Tack is playing around in the chat. Darth Maul coming with the Big 5. To the Pew enthusiasts on panel, what is your favorite Pew Pew, and what is your next purchase?
I answered him.
I'll answer. I don't actually have a favorite. I have a group. I have a type that is my favorite. I'm a big fan of the 2011 pistol, and my next purchase is
platypus.
No, I've got. I do want a platypus, but I'm looking more at the
Glock mags. Yeah, sorry.
I'm looking more at the Dan Wesson 2011 style pistol, but I'm a big fan of the 2011 style pistol. But obviously, I have a whole collection, so it's a toolbox. You pick out the one you need, and you use it.
I answered him in the chat, but just so the next purchase, I'm not going to say my favorite because I mean, it's like choosing your favorite kid, right? It's just whatever is the most commodity thing that is reliable. But yeah, next purchase, I would love to, if I can find one, a Solitherm SA-18 1100 20 millimeter semi-automatic cannon would be, and that does require a destructive device $200 tax stamp for the rifle, for the cannon, but not for the ammo. Or alternatively, 950 JDJ, which does not require tax stamps, but it's like it's just shortened case. It's the same round, but it's a shortened case, so it's not. It's like 1,500 grain.
I'm trying to buy a HK91 right now, but it's obviously an NFA item, and there's only like 3 or 4 in the country right now that are transferable.
I just looked at what 93s were. It's like an MP5, but it's 5.56. The long boy is 93. The short boy is 53. What's a 91?
91's 308.
Oh, is the long or short barrel?
Long. 91's long.
I think it'd be cool to have a shorty board.
Can I give a different perspective on this? So 30-06 shot my first deer and shot competition with it, and then German Mauser because it's over 100 years old and it comes from my grandfather. Nothing about efficiency.
Also, secondary to that, I want a 30-06 Vepr which are it's an AK. They're manufactured in Ukraine, and I found out this fact like 3 months after the Russia-Ukraine thing kicked off in like after Joe Biden got inaugurated, like a day after Joe Biden got inaugurated. I discovered that fact of I need a 30-06 Vepr in my life. I even found a guy who makes 30-round mags. He only made a run of 50 of them. I think he still has 20 left for sale. And I'm like, do I buy? Will they ever be? Can I get them ever? Can I get one ever again?
Well, I know how much money you make now, and
don't worry about that.
Yeah, but the only 90 HK91s I can sell that are transferable in the United States are all over 18 grand.
That is very low for is it a full auto?
Said over. Yeah.
No, that's you can get an auto. So the cheapest thing you're gonna get, just so everybody knows, to get into the full auto game, the cheapest thing you're gonna get is into like a Tech 9, which is absolute garbage dog shit. Pardon my French, and maybe 10-12 grand these days. An auto seer for an AR, you could. Last time I checked, you could get under 20 grand. Figure
for mine.
A full auto AK, maybe budget about 30. An MP5, budget about 35. If you want to get into belt feds, budget $120,000. Yeah. Like a full transferable auto, full auto, like a 249 or 240. Budget at least $120,000. Which, fun fact, you can buy a tank for 80. Last time I checked, because I have been looking at it, and I want to buy a diesel amphibious assault vehicle instead, because you can get into that game for roughly 15 to 20 grand.
Melanie, how does that make you feel?
Like
now it's vehicles. It's not even boomsticks. Now we're talking about boom vehicles.
Oh yeah, no, dude. I'm like, come on, this is.
Yeah, but
you're in my fun zone right now. This is funsies.
We're in the zone. But a reweld's now 22 grand, 22, 25.
Wait, what is?
A reweld, the M16 rewelds.
Of the pre-1986 legal ones, or
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like the transferable?
Yeah.
Of ones that were cut.
Yeah, so they were cut. They were demilled. They had the right serial numbers. So they welded them back together, and they're called M16 rewelds. Look it up.
Yeah, welding aluminum is a pain in the muscular, shapely taint.
As hell, bro. You burn it so easy.
Jester all coming in with a big 5 says, "Oh boy, Darth Maul. Let me tell you, Barrett MK22 is a MRAD. Dream rifle. I'm also a sucker for a weighty revolver. Thank you, Jess.
I got a Vaquero recently. That's pretty cool.
Trib1 coming with a big 5 for the panel, including Sara. Should gun laws be more strict or less strict on a federal level in America? And what would those actions be? Well, I believe that the states should have the rights. I believe it's called federalism. Everything should be down to the state side. Now, as far as your individual rights, I believe that, federal concept to protect our rights so that the states cannot impede on those initial rights. But anything as far as, gun right ownership, so on and so forth, I think the regulations thereof, that should be stateside. Let's go around the panel. Mel, are you back with us or are you still on the phone? All right, Grid to you.
Obviously states' rights. And we're going the right direction on that. We've got more open carry or constitutional carry laws passed every year in more and more states. And so it warms the cockles of my heart to see the way the country is going.
Cockles. Clover tag.
The most important part of the heart. For big facts, I have scientific studies to prove this.
The Second Amendment obviously ties the hands of the federal government when it comes to private firearm ownership. And since the federal government trumps state, and that is regulated to the federal government as well, then all gun control is an infringement.
Grumple?
So, A, repeal or overwrite via new amendment. 1934, 1968, 1986, all three need to go away. Heller just invalidates half of it anyway. Heller and Bruin invalidate half of it anyway. But so yeah, the states, but just if I may, currently, just I'm gonna advertise real quick for this topic. So currently, you can buy you can have a tank as a civilian, 100% with a functioning cannon. You can have a full automatic assault rifle, which assault rifle does have a definition. It means it's select fire, usually medium cartridge. Assault rifle means it's medium cartridge and select fire. That means it goes pew more than one time from one action of the trigger. You can have a grenade. You can have a bomb. You can have a destructive device. You can have an RPG. Every round of ammo, it requires a $200 tax stamp. Everything, all of those items, all they require is a $200 tax stamp, and anybody can have them. Go and it's all authorized by the National Firearms Act of 1934. If you hate people having full autos, go and solicit your politicians to repeal the NFA, because that lets people have all these dangerous things. And if you don't want them to have it, you should bug your politicians hardcore to get them to repeal the NFA, because that lets these people have these dangerous things for just $200. That's a latte these days.
Yes, please repeal the.
No, great. The NFA is horrible. Come on.
Effigy.
It lets people have things shouldn't have.
Oh, I'm fine with federal regulation. I think regulations need to be consistent across the board. There's all kinds of things that involve interstates, firearm trafficking, and all that stuff. You can exploit different laws in different states. So, yeah, I mean, states are going to have their own laws anyway, but at some level, I think you have to have homogeneity across the whole country. Doesn't necessarily mean there needs to be more, but I'm fine with federal regulations.
Teriyaki.
Yeah, I think it should be up to the states, individual states, but I think there are some common things that like a lot of people would agree with. For example, like history of mental illness, felony, substance abuse, things like that. Also, one thing I would like to point out is that like if you compare Switzerland to America, they have pretty much like similar kind of gun regulations or gun laws in terms of the whole, but when you look at Switzerland's deaths of firearms, it's only 2.1 per 100,000. So in terms of the whole thing, it's culture and not the actual weapon itself. Guns don't kill people, people kill people.
Fatty?
I think federal regulation and state laws need to coincide better with each other. There's a reason for federal regulation. It's a standard of care, right? It's a standard. When looking at new things on how to prevent this, whatever the conclusion is that's going on, how do we implement these things, right? Without having some sort of cultural come together moment, you know? When we got both sides so heated, right, and so staunch on their whatever belief that we can't meet in the middle anywhere. I mean, we can look at stats or we can go with logic, but we can't use logic and then at the same time say, I want to go with stats.
I have a final word after everybody's done.
For that, Fox for the win tonight. Great panel, great debate, guys. And if you guys want to talk about like how do we solve the problem, that's the conversation I really like getting into.
Yeah, that's a good discussion. Just tonight, I wanted to focus on the prompt. You know, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And
there's nothing saying that anything's ever safer. You know,
and
other than condoms, always use condoms.
That's good advice.
Never stick your dick in.
Uncle Fatty, thanks for jumping on panel and everything. We'll see you next round.
For sure. Great to see you guys.
Chris, your thoughts on the question?
So I'm at some point still gonna fight Grid on this because I represented Team America tonight, but as usual I'm a scallywag, so I like to just test ideas out. So yeah, I have a different stance on licensing as I'm in a country that does it. So yeah, that's as much as I'm gonna say on the topic. So I wouldn't say I'm 100% for the American system, even though that's what I was arguing for.
Fair. And Melanie, are you back?
Oh, am I ever? Can I have to go. Can I take that opportunity to read everything I have on firearms regulations real quick? Because I think it's all relevant to the things we've been talking about tonight.
Yep, floor is yours. Take your time.
Okay, so early America, including the founding fathers, were heavily in favor of gun control. As America grew into a unified nation, many states and cities imposed heavy restrictions on gun use in public because it seemed to interfere with commerce and public decency. Firearms should require a test and regular retesting to prove competency in firearms handling, safety, and storage. Unannounced inspections of people's homes would ensure that they are being stored properly at all times. It's interesting to note that guns are the only...
No, don't interrupt. It's her closing thoughts.
It's interesting to note that guns are the only consumer products manufactured in the United States that are not subject to federal health and safety regulation. All the products that Americans use to come into contact or come into contact with are regulated by a federal health and safety agency. The toy gun thing that I was talking about being regulated by the CPSC and not actual firearms is a good example. In 2006, Israel was able to reduce soldier self-deletion anywhere between 40 to 56% by prohibiting them from taking their weapons home. I know I mentioned that multiple times tonight, but that's a great example of where policy can make a huge change. And I think I underquoted it before just to be safe. David Hemingway, in his book Private Guns, Public Health, notes that the solution to gun violence seems to be analogous to solutions used to reduce the public harms caused by tobacco and automotive accidents. Essentially, it is a public health issue. In the U.S., there is no law to ensure households store their firearms safely around children. That comes from the Trace bylaw, if anyone wants the source on that. Gun buybacks make safer homes, particularly reducing self-deletion rates up to 80%, and there was a study done by Doherty on that in 2008 that I can also link. Asking why someone wants to buy a gun, mandatory waiting periods, and better networking of databases could raise red flags about prospective gun purchases may also help. So in conclusion, I'd like to see just less guns in general. I think that's the key player in the epidemic, much like how a virus, the amount of a virus is a huge player in the epidemic. But there's also lots of other things that we can do around that as well. I just think that eliminating guns is the most effective way to eliminate gun violence. So, and maybe that's almost so obvious it's circular.
Guys, did you know that eliminating knives is the most effective way to eliminate knife violence?
Yeah, but it also eliminates our ability.
Like, how fucking stupid are these points? Like, do you know what I mean?
I gotta say that since the Revolutionary War in the United States was fought over literally over gun control, the fact that the opening statement of the founding fathers were for gun control is incredibly inconsistent.
It's ludicrous.
Well, they're against gun confiscations, not gun regulation. Like,
they literally wrote, "Shall not be infringed." Literally.
Oh, and we never scratched the surface of, I talked about, somebody being a genie and snapping fingers, but aside from that, like, how do you get rid of them in the United States? Like, it's that's a pipe dream.
Wait, I had an item, which I honestly, as soon as everybody was done, which I think. Oh, Furby's gone.
Yeah, that was her closing exit statement, so she had the right to leave.
Yeah.
And before you get into anything, NE Logger comes in with a big 10. To those who say that you are not safer with a gun, how do you reconcile the fact that defensive gun uses vastly outnumber crimes committed with firearms? And I don't think anybody is left on the panel who would be applicable to that. I apologize, NE Logger. Oh, Effigy. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Especially with undocumented and unreported defensive uses of firearms where a shot is not taken.
Yeah, you mean just brandishing? Like,
yeah,
in a defensive context.
Yeah.
Is brandishing just showing? Is that what that is?
And pointing, like using in a threatening manner, that's brandishing.
Yeah, I mean, brandishing can be as simple as lifting your coat and pointing to it. But
it honestly depends on the jurisdiction.
Yeah, but I was
normal, standard, definite. Like, is that You kind of you point, you use a threatening, you
present would be the proper term.
Well, not necessarily, because presenting
It does
means
vary by
you're
jurisdiction a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll defer to Clovertac on this one. You
Well,
probably know more about
jurisdiction.
bullying
So
than me.
bypassing jurisdiction altogether, in all jurisdictions, presenting would be considered brandishing. That's what I'm saying.
Presenting would be always considered brandishing,
Always.
but brandishing isn't always presenting.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
That's where I was
that's a good. That's a solid way to say that.
Like open carry states, obviously it's visible. It's not. That's not brandishing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
or even having a handgun in your hand is not brandishing.
It's true.
If you
raise it.
now, if you raise it towards somebody, then that gets into brandishing. But also, I believe in some jurisdictions where if you like not fighting words but make threatening, if you
we're going
like
let's not go
yeah,
down
we're getting way down in the weeds because here's
way in
here's
the
the
weeds,
thing.
though. Yeah, you're right.
Bureaus of prisons have put out reports for decades and decades. You can go pull up from the 70s, you can find them, where they have taken criminals and they have surveyed them and everything. And just the sight of somebody open carrying in a convenience store would make them go pick another fucking convenience store. That's what they said, right?
That's correct.
So it really has nothing to do with whether you pull it or you don't, or whether it's legal to see it, under your garment or what. Just the mere fact that it's there, right?
Clovertac, that's what I was
be a
trying to get at
deterrent
earlier.
that counts
when they
as
were making
defense that nobody would record.
Yeah, but it's when they were making the use argument when, that's what negates even having to have the use discussion. And I mean, all of these instances that happens would go unreported. That's what they didn't want to acknowledge.
Show of force goes unreported. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Chris. Show of force goes unreported.
Yeah, because why would the criminal run to the cops and go, "Hey, I tried to rob this dude and he showed me a gun"? Like, what? That doesn't fucking happen.
And that's the logic I was trying to get them to realize is that you logically would not attempt something when you know it's more dangerous, because a human can calculate risk. So if you see, okay, boomstick sounds risky to approach that person, it's a deterrent just without even having to use it.
Well,
that's what they don't want to acknowledge.
It's a hard target versus a soft target.
Most anti-gunners will tell you, most that takes that stance, and I'm not claiming all, but most, there is a fear somewhere of guns, right?
Yes.
So inherent in their anti-gunness is the whole reason to have a gun is that people are not going to fuck with you for the most part. Like, because they're afraid of them. Like, it's like, come on.
Yeah, but
if I made my final closing, my final piece for after, I forgot what the big slam dunk was. But so currently in the United States, per 100 people, there are 120 known legal firearms. That's more than one per person. Just so everybody's clear. It's not one per person. Obviously, there's a lot of concentrations. In the United States, it's also, I know Joe Biden told us we need nukes and F-15s. In the United States, you can have tanks, you can have fighter jets. There are 2 civilian-owned MiGs in the United States on U.S. soil. You cannot have an F-16 on U.S. soil. There's a U.S. citizen who owns an F-16. It lives in Kazakhstan or Canada. There is a civilian group called Bad Guys for Hire. It's a business. They have, a dozen or so F-18s. I forget where the business is registered out of, but it's a U.S.-based group. They have fighter jets. Civilians have fighter jets, just like in the Civil War and the Revolutionary War. Civilians had ships with cannons, and civilians could still have cannons. Those exact same cannons with black powder and a fuse, you can still have those exact same cannons right now.
I think there's a couple of Apaches in private hands right now.
Oh, I don't know. That's super cool.
Yeah,
Well, you little gun talkers might like this one. Trib 1 coming in with the big 5. What's the most effective self-defense PP pure shooter? as in easier loader, safer safety, and best aiming, not too heavy, not too light, etc.
The one that fits your hand.
The one that
you
have on you.
good and Big Mag.
The one you have on you when you need it.
That's right.
Period.
The one you have on you.
Oh, I guess that's an easy answer then.
For serious, if you're looking for something for home defense,
shotgun.
A
Just buy a shotgun
with a suppressor.
Biden said it.
Shut up.
Shotgun. Just buy
And no, for home defense, you need a suppressor on it, and get you a suppressor because you probably don't have ear pro on your nightstand.
Yeah,
and if you're married or you
And
have a significant
auditory
other,
exclusion the first
if you
time.
have to go and take care of business in your house, say, if any rounds go, you are shooting indoors, sir. You are not going to be able to hear anytime soon. Really. And neither is your wife.
Auditory exclusion the first time is amazing.
And you want your wife to know, hey, it's me coming back into the bedroom. If she's behind the bed with her pew-pew, you want her to know it's you coming into the bedroom. Even though neither of you had your earmuffs on your nightstand, even though maybe you should have, suppressors will save marriages and lives. If anything bad happens in the middle of the night and you have to actually go and use that pew-pew.
There's a lot of mythology around. There's a lot of mythology around self-defense guns because I actually read a report from the FBI talking
3
about
points of contact, pistol caliber carbine. Please continue.
I read a report from FBI that they released a couple of years ago that just a standard AR-15 with regular 55 grain, they tested all kinds of different things. The indoors, assuming that you're shooting in a house, the drywall is enough to cause the cannulared round to fragment, and so you don't get over penetration. You don't get over penetration with an AR-15, which is weird because you would think you would, but 9mm goes right through drywall.
That's why they sell bonded. That's why they sell bonded projectiles a lot of times and stuff for hunting, because it reinforces them and keeps them from flying apart.
Yeah,
like Federal Fusion. I use that for hunting.
Yeah.
And Siege D coming in with the big 2, saying Grid, Clover Tack, and Grumple here to defend guns.
I was really here just to have
Screw
fun.
you, Siege. Screw you, Siege. That's the one that had to fight the
Greyhound
Furby.
ass dog stripper single mother lover. You're sexy.
That's a lot.
I think something that, and I'll let Sarah read that first. Read that first.
Just Raw coming in with the big 5. Once people see the gun in your waistband, they magically lose all their hostility.
So one thing that I think non-gun owners don't get, right? I think number one, I think that they don't get that the community is what it is. I think there's a lot of them that see the characters in the tropes or whatever, right? But there's something about being a safe, responsible gun owner, and I almost always use those words as a added in there, that also makes you realize the tool and the capability of the tool, right? And it adds to your situational awareness. And I think Finkel hit on these earlier, but your situational awareness as well as your de-escalation. I've talked about it on Grid's channel before, that there are people that want to be a sheepdog, right? And if somebody comes into the mall or the grocery store or whatever, they're running to the front, they're engaging. Fuck that. If I'm at the back with my family, my firearm is for my protection, my family's protection, and the immediate people around me. And if somebody comes in the front door and I'm at the back of the store and I got a way out, I'm gone.
Clovertuck, it's what I made. I mean, I'm sure Sarah will remember. I made that argument to the Furby earlier that the main point of safety is always situational awareness and then reaction time. That is despite the weapon, anything, regardless, road, in a vehicle, always your safest option.
Any other veterans on just right now, or Sarah? I don't think I knew you were. Sarah. Or anybody else who's used a pew pew in a situation. You don't want that. You don't, because you remember and you have nightmares.
Yeah, I've had.
Doesn't matter how tough you are, you're still gonna have nightmares.
Yeah,
I've been close.
I was
volunteer fire for a number of years, probably a couple of decades. And so I've seen some horrible things because of that. People that were trapped inside, blah blah blah. And so I can't imagine people that have been in that situation, and I'm prepared for that. I mean, I understand if I have to present, and use in self-defense, I know that I'm probably going to have go seek therapy, and I'm probably going to have some issues because of it. I know that.
It's a responsibility. It's not, I mean, for anybody who's taking it seriously, it's a responsibility of, hey, I have the ability and the training in order to do this if necessary, but you have to think about what's going to happen after, and then, measure your responses. Dude, when I was an active duty Marine, dude, I studied like anatomy with the docs to learn how to fight, like anatomy and physics, not necessarily just McMap training about how to do stuff better. I was way into it. Okay. But and I don't know that I wasn't thinking about it at the time either, but you have to think about it. What happens? And there's was it Jeff Cooper, or it was one of the big guys, not Admiral McRaven, Left of Bang, I think was the name of the book. Just like the mentality of what happens to the human psyche after bang on a human size target that's actually a human.
Was that a Ayub?
A what?
Was that a Ayub? How do you say his name?
Masad Ayub? No, that's not by him. He's really good about the knife versus gunfight, because it's not as one-sided as you might think. The knife versus gunfight. Masad Ayub is big on knife versus gunfight.
Have you ever seen? So one of my favorite presentations that I saw him do was he's talking to everyone, and he's like, and obviously this is a little stage, but he pulls out like his gun, and then his backup gun, and his knife, and his backup knife, and his backup gun for the backup knife, and the backup knife for the backup gun, and his sandwich, and his backup sandwich, and his water bottle, and he's like, it doesn't matter how prepared you think you are, you don't have enough. Like whatever it is that you think you have, it's not enough. And it was one of my favorite presentations.
Yeah.
And I did
I
that.
don't think I've seen that. I've seen a lot of his stuff, but I don't think I've seen that one. But yeah, if somebody has the drop on you, it doesn't matter how prepared you are. Like really, it can still take you. It can there's only so much you can do, but cost benefit analysis of what are you doing versus what are you getting out of it. You still have to live.
Yeah.
In the civilian world, unless you're doing active COA, course of action planning on a military operation, is then it's a different thing.
I mean, it's
even still then, this is an actual thing that happens in the Crucible in the Marine Corps boot camp, and fucking boot camp stories, is you're presented with a choice where you can either you're going to get unalived, but you have the choice to take out one of the two attackers so that the guy behind you, your buddy, doesn't have a 2-on-1 situation in real life, because you're in a column moving forward. That's an actual decision, like a leadership decision, where you learn to what love is, and that's for your what's the greatest love to lay down your life for your buddy.
That's what it says in the Bible.
Got to do
right?
with it.
Those that lay their lives down for their brothers and sisters are of the highest honor, right? The self-sacrifice.
Honor for the living.
And I just want you guys to know that all of your paneling, particularly when Mel comes on, every time she comes on, I've started making donations on her behalf. And this evening, we made a $50 donation to the Pasadena Humane Society to help with the animals, relocating of animals in the LA fires right now. So that is officially done. Every time, I know you guys give me a lot of heat when Mel comes on. You guys complain, you say terrible things, you chastise me for always having her on. But
I don't. It's content.
Well, yes, when she does, we typically do very well in terms of the super chats. And so, you know, she doesn't want any money. She doesn't want anything for it. She just comes on to help the channel. She believes in supporting the channel. And so in her honor, we are pushing that outward to, you know, help support something else. So you guys give me a lot of shit for it, but she does it for the good of the channel and for additional purposes. And she takes the heat. You guys super chat shitty things, but in the end, somebody else is benefiting. So
W Sarah and W Mel for that. That's pretty cool. But I did my best. I tried to behave. I wasn't rude.
you were very
once.
nice. You were
I
very
tried
nice.
my best.
I've known Melanie for years before the Furby became a YouTube thing. It was back on Twitch. Try and keep it cordial, but some of the shit that comes out of that face is ridiculous. And it's all just
the
content.
way you worded that, Grumple, is just, it's brilliant. Go, carry on.
That face has a beak. It's a Furby, you know?
We should also address Farney's question. I feel like that's a good one, but I think everybody will probably say the same thing. Unfortunately, after brandishing, if you get into a situation, you need the little things inside that go boom. So it's not. I mean,
the most useless thing in the world is a gun without any bullets.
Yeah, it's.
I'd rather.
I mean, if you're good at gun kata and you can fight,
it's worse than useless. It's actively bad. That's
yeah.
Well,
that's inviting calamity.
Okay, one thing I will say that I know from Special Forces training, if it's big enough, it means you're increasing your reach, and getting hit with a piece of metal in the face is not fun. So it's not ineffective, it's just not as effective as it could be.
So rather
actively, the downsides are way worse than having 3 to 6 inch increased punch impact.
So
sometimes that can make the difference.
So for folks that feel that way, and I run into this quite a bit, right? First of all, I would say, get comfortable. That's the whole thing with, going to the range, practice, training, and range time is fun time, right? So, get out there and get comfortable because it's really not a big deal. But if you find yourself not being able to do that, I had rather somebody, rather than them carry with one not in the chamber, I would rather somebody carry a double action revolver with hammer down on an empty chamber, because at least then you've still got 4 or maybe 5 rounds or something, that it's not going to go off because the hammer's down on an empty chamber, and all you got to do is, skin the smoke wagon and pull the trigger.
I disagree on 1.5 points, Clover.
That's fine. That's an opinion, so you're free.
Yeah. So,
did we answer? I apologize. I put this question up from Chris's side because it was a question to the panel, and I thought maybe you would want to answer it.
I want to answer that also. So, which also is me disagreeing with Clover. Thoughts on having an unloaded gun visible, like in an open carry, like in a duty holster, with no mag in it. That's say that's inviting calamity. It's like, oh, this is for show. It's akin to like carrying a Nerf gun, open carrying a Nerf gun as a serious adult in a public place, only worse because it's an actual firearm that somebody all the memes, all the tropes that the anti-Pew folks like to use about, oh, what if somebody gets it away from the teacher who's concealed carrying, so how would the students even know? What if somebody gets it away from you? That's what could actually happen if you're carrying with no mag in it, Pew. And now what I'm saying is only considering a pistol, a handgun. If you're carrying an unloaded rifle as a deterrent, I mean, that's a beaten stick, honestly.
Yeah.
What Chris was saying, using it as a club, I mean,
dude, I've used a skateboard before. A skateboard has saved my life.
Yeah, the skateboard defense, yeah.
Where did we disagree? Or are you getting to it?
I think I was getting to it.
Or did you misunderstand what I said? Were you not listening?
Well, I'm not all that bright, so I probably misunderstood.
He hadn't had enough crayons
I'm a
today.
simple monkey, dude. I ate red crayons for like
the red. Okay.
As a, well, I mean, Marines. So
most Marines I know prefer the grape, but that's fine.
Oh, excuse me, sir. I doubt you know very many. Then
Grumple has informed me that the Marines only eat the red ones.
Oh, I can name a dozen.
I mean, you'll eat you can. They're non-toxic. You can eat the other ones, but the red ones taste the best. So it's like the cheese tortellini MRE, dude. You just that's what you go for, or the jalapeno cheese spread. It's like currency. The red crayons.
Alrighty then.
I was starting to write it down, but I disagreed on it.
I think carrying an unloaded firearm invites a lot of damage to yourself. So that's my point of view.
But
go ahead.
No, but again, I'm gonna use the same argument I made for the Furby. I mean, it's technically, if it comes down to that situation where you use it as a club, you're still better off than having nothing.
You're better off with one of those aluminum combat tactical pins, to be honest with you. So you're still going to get your ass kicked. So.
the place Clover, the place where I was, the half at least that I disagreed with you was, I totally agree with, if you're learning to concealed carry, yes, carry unloaded for as long as it takes you to feel comfortable with it, for you to be comfortable that, hey, yeah, it's not going to.
Well, he was saying carry it.
Well, I never said I preferred.
He never said that.
And I said.
Oh, well, I was making
not one point. In the chamber. You jumped to the thing of not even having a magazine. I was talking not having one chambered. I would prefer people not do that. I would prefer let me reassert my position.
Well, that's what the question was. Or that's what I took the question to be, is like, hey, if you have a semi-auto, a magazine-fed semi-auto, and there's not even a magazine in it. That's what I read the question to be.
But the thing is,
Clover said started out with that. Don't do that. But if you're going to carry
if you feel unsafe,
to have a false trigger first, like a dead shot before it actually loads.
Yeah, just have a hammer down on an empty chamber on a revolver.
Yep.
So I'll share, and I fully endorse people doing this. When I switch to appendix carry, because it is pointed at my cock and or femoral artery, right?
Right.
I carry without a mag, without one in the chamber for 2 weeks, 2 full weeks. Even though G19, or 45 sometimes, and sometimes at 20. But appendix carrying is a risky endeavor because it's literally pointed at your own stuff, which is rule 1. I mean, it's not one of the safety rules, but don't put your own stuff in front of the muzzle.
Yeah, everybody, if you
that goes out the window when you're appendix carrying, even though it's in the holster.
Everybody, if you want the instructional video, go subscribe to Grumple's OnlyFans. He's got all the information up there.
It's at onlyredcrayons.com.
I've actually seen somebody have a ND while
the
they
SIG D320s.
We were at an range in California. It's called Oak Tree, and I was there for a class. And the guy in the bay next to us was doing drills, and we could hear the kydex, right? Because that sound that working out a kydex, that just the kydex click, and I could hear, and we could hear that, and we'd hear ding, and then you go back and ding, and so we're in the middle of this class, and all of a sudden we hear the ding. And we don't hear the click, and what we actually hear is a boom, and then some groaning. And so we looked over, and there the guy's sitting there or laying there, and he had apparently looked like he had put it back in appendix while he was looking at the target. He didn't see the gun into the holster, and it got caught in his shirt and triggered, and it took a massive chunk out of his leg, and also obviously there were some powder burns in some sensitive places. And he got very lucky that our instructor was exceedingly good. He had all. I mean, obviously we all had gear, right? Like we're IFAC'd up like none other. But the
if you're carrying, carry an IFAC on your ankle. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Carry a tourniquet.
Two
really
tourniquets.
advantage of like gauze.
Well, and know how to wait,
There's ankle
guys.
kits.
Again, also know how to use a tourniquet, right? Because we know that's important.
Yeah.
So,
but two, because if you have to use one for somebody else, then that leaves you without. So carry two.
And sometimes you need two for a single appendage that gets one.
That's true too.
Depending on
it could be multiple people too. I mean, it could happen.
or multiple shots on one person.
But no, Grid was saying something. Please.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about this is that at the end of every bay at that range was the the closest emergency room and life flight with grid coordinates.
That's hot. Every range should have that.
like you
Was this an
literally at the
outdoor
end of
range?
every bay, there was a sign that had emergency room, life flight, grid coordinates of the bay.
That's cool. Yeah, that's helpful. See, safety. That's what we're talking about.
If you're gonna carry a pew, you should also, I mean, probably carry some things that in case you encounter a pew.
You gotta carry the first aid, and you got to get training on that.
And which 100% everybody needs medical training. Some of us.
I just wanted to say I recommend it across the board to if you're a parent, even if you don't have pews, in any situation, even with children, it's good to know.
Yeah, I mean the interesting. I mean, I'm sure that I'm preaching to the choir at least on one half of this panel, but like I've got in my stuff that I carry, I have an IFAC that's got an Israeli bandage. It's got Halo chest seals. It's got a bunch of good, it's got a bunch of good stuff in there. A couple of tourniquets attached, one inside, one outside. It's ready to go. In my truck, I have even more.
That's good.
And so it's a very common misconception that I'm practicing just to put holes in people. Right. We learn how to stop the holes. Right.
Worst case is you can use like friggin' cellophane or the wrapper, which like the wrapper from an Israeli dressing and an Izzy to create a chest seal. You can use a cellophane from a cigarette carton and some tape to do a chest seal, which you don't need a Halo chest seal. I mean, that's what I recommend because it's like peel it and stick, and it's like it's a one-way valve. It lets it out and doesn't let the air back in. You're good to go. I recommend it if you can afford it. They are like a little bit pricey for a really niche thing. Same as like a tension pneumothorax needle, which also learn how to do that before you attempt to do it on somebody. Yeah, that's one of the more advanced things.
I'm blue collar. I have a leather belt. I have a t-shirt, and I have super glue. Let's go.
Oh yeah, you need some paper clips and duct tape and hey, MacGyver style.
Ballpoint pen. Don't forget the.
They're just really bored right now.
you also need a mullet. In order to do MacGyver stuff, you have to have a mullet.
I know nothing about guns. I've shot a few here and there. I have no issue with them. But as far as all of the details, I have
Oh no, Sara! Right now, we're not talking about unhealth care. We're talking about healthcare,
first aid.
We're talking about fixing. We're talking about first aid, healthcare. We're talking about fixing people.
We're talking about after the smoke
After I
settles.
shoot you, I have to fix you.
Well, no,
safety first, then teamwork.
Oh man.
No, but seriously, that's exactly the way I've always looked at it. If I ever had to defend myself, once the threat's over, then I can plug the holes in. Assuming that
yourself first.
Yeah, myself.
That's what I was saying. I used to, when I was active duty, I was a comm guy, but I still studied anatomy and kinesthesiology, like the way bones move. Like those were just for how to how to do things better.
This conversation goes to the one we had earlier about, your mental health after, an event like that was to transpire, right? and it speaks
You're
to
not going to be okay.
You need to be thinking about not just the act itself of self-defense, which you definitely need to do that. You need to practice with that. You need to think about different scenarios and situations, but you need to be thinking about the before, right? Which is the situational awareness and the de-escalation, and then exactly what we're talking about, the after, right? The mental preparedness, your mental state afterwards, the first aid, potentially, those sorts of things too.
After an event, you are not going to be the same person, and your entire circle and friends and family are going to have to deal with that.
Yeah,
and it's on them now, because it's going to be like, and there is no going back after bang. If
Right.
I could say it that way.
Life after bang.
Yep. But the
Go to bed. Not that you
These
guys are
animations
boring
are
me
the
or
best.
anything like that. I've actually been really entertained by animated effigies.
Yeah,
anime.
dude, his animations are the best, dude.
He literally
He
has
keeps
dragons and
changing.
shit.
Dragon, he had his head disappeared.
But like, do you know the way they say, Chris, like, yo, cool story, bro, needs more dragons and shit? Like, F just like, yeah, no
Yeah.
problem, bro. Hold my beer.
He's like, I got you.
Got dragons
Hold
for
my
you.
beer.
Got dragons all day.
Done shit, right?
That's why he's such a valuable member to the podcast. He brings dragons and shit. Like, step it up, Grumble.
Yeah,
I will say earlier that because I haven't talked that much, I especially didn't talk earlier because Mel was kind of like on that side, and every time
was
you
mad
know,
at Brad.
that
He
argument
was
that way.
mad.
I will say I was trying to kind of come in on a technicality because I do feel that just and it's an extreme technicality. And I was being a little shithead for doing it, but in the same sense that you are less safe than, say, like, if you have a fireplace in your house, there's a chance that a fire could happen. Because you have a firearm on you, you are in a sense less safe because there are potentialities that exist that did not without it. And which is, I think, just it reminds me from your conversation, because you guys were just talking so much about gun safety, that to me it kind of admits that with it you are unsafe, therefore you have to train yourself to be safe with it.
But that's why I pressed on, are we talking about the degree of safety or whether or not it does or does not exist, right?
I was arguing just from like internal versus external. You guys are stuck on the external. Yeah.
And who's
absolutely,
to say,
absolutely.
yes, okay, if you have a gun in the house, the same as you have a pool in your backyard, you'd be more susceptible to drowning. You have a gun in the house, okay, you could say that, but then but that gun could also mitigate potential safety hazards outside of the home. And by the time you factor all that into the aggregate, can you say whether it's more safe or less safe with any type of certainty?
Yeah,
Right?
and let me just really quickly, because I don't want to beat the point to death, but so I carried for a decade with no real training other than going to the local quarry and shooting tin cans and whatever else that happened to be out there, and never put a hole in myself. Never had any issues. All that kind of. It was only when I got into competition that I started to go further with it, and it was only when I really made my earlier mind. I had a mindset change about. Initially, it was I carry this to defend myself, and that's it. And if I have to use it, I have to use it, and that's it. I didn't care anything about first aid for someone else or anything like that. I had a mindset change about 6 years ago, where it was like, look, if I actually had to, because I had a couple of really close calls where I actually had to pull a gun on a customer, and I had some other things happen, but where I was like, you know what, if I actually had to shoot somebody, once the threat is neutralized, then I would try and save their life, because it's not about killing somebody. It's about it's about ending the threat to my personal safety. And once that's over, assuming that it's possible, then I can help you, right? But maybe I can't. Maybe I do too good a job. I don't know, but that's when I started getting into the first aid aspect of it. It's not because I thought I was going to shoot myself in the leg. It was not because I had any qualms about me personally having an issue. It was just I had a mindset change, and I just rotated about that. And I think most people, as they travel through the arc of of shooting, whether it's competitive or hunting or whatever, you know, it's just an arc, right? Where you go from like, yeah, it's cool, I've got it, it's awesome, and then you kind of lose interest, and then when you get interest, there's always some new aspect, whether it's first aid and medical, or it's competitive shooting, or it's defensive shooting, or whatever it is. If you get into it, you get into it. It's like anything else.
Yeah, well, Grit, you brought up a valid piece that also doesn't really get talked about, is that aspect. And it's like you say, it's once you experience it. So I was lucky that I experienced it as a teenager. I had to save my stepdad's life. And it does really change your mindset. So from when I was a teenager and had a practical experience with this, I've always been like the medic wherever I go. I would always carry some form of medications or, like you say, bandages or some stuff in workshops.
It's great. More people should
Whenever
do that.
people get hurt, they come to me. So it's just a good skill to have in general. And the sooner you can kind of have a click in your mind, the better it is.
Yeah. So that, I mean, I don't know if that helps you from my point of view, animated effigy.
Sure, I'm not as anti-gun as Mel is, for sure. I grew up in the woods in the South, so I've fired guns many times in my life. I mean, I remember being like 6 and my uncle handing me like a huge revolver and just to watch me fall when I shoot it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I live in the city now, and guns aren't even like a second thought to me. So like, but I completely understand the perspective of people who like, especially, you know, if you're coming from a military background, like people who it's just part of the culture, or it's a hobby, or it's a competitive thing.
And you have on tap right now, maybe
all
more
of those
people
things
who have carried a rifle for work professionally and still maintain the professional skill set.
I find that
my grandfather was a what do you call it, a person who shoots for competitions.
So I'm plugged into a big, huge community, you know, and so a lot of different moving parts and pieces and groups in that community. Obviously, FG pointed out several of them, right? And one thing that I've seems like I've noticed is that this notion that military equals gun people, or police officer equals, like you use them in your profession and that makes you a gun person, is more often the exception rather than the rule.
Oh, 100%. I made that point earlier. I don't know if you were up yet, Clover, but I made the point that in training and in competition, police officers and normal soldiers are the worst gun handlers and the least safe on the range.
Well, I'm not even going down the road of proficiency, right? Because that's going to be
it's per person
skill on the person, right? But it seems
big army, average soldier in the army.
It seems like the ones that really get into it, as far as knowing all the calibers and, you know, keeping up and being a part of the community and just loving the gun fucking prattle and hanging out in the gun shop even when they don't intend to buy them, and loving going to the range and all of those aspects like that. That's what I'm saying. It seems to be lacking with a lot of them, or it's the exception when you find veterans or law enforcement that are to that level.
Yeah,
but like this,
and then also Second Amendment. Their stance on Second Amendment is not always super solid either.
I remember the thing, and just wait, real quick, just because I'm doing a callback for the thing that I was trying to do when everybody was done for the final statements right before Furby left. Okay, so there's been a new movement, and I think Grid and Clover are maybe aware of this. There's been a new movement of we'll call them the political left, or whatever you want to call them, the progressive, whatever, the perceived downtrodden community. I'm not sure what you call them. The gay, trans, prevent fascism from thyself crowd are now arming up. and I'm all for
Oh,
it.
I threw links everywhere. You've got armed equality. You've got in the side chat. Now when I dropped my internet dropped, I come back and they weren't there. But I do have them under a 2A organizations tab in my Discord. And there are multiple LGBTQ as well as liberal and every race under the sun gun rights groups and organizations. So
and I'm all for that.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to say this, but
we Southern liberals were never against guns.
When you have people like Mel, you have anti-gunners a lot of times, especially when they say, "Oh, I'm scared of guns," or "I've never handled a gun," or whatever. I'm an old white dude trying to preach to you about the Second Amendment and how cool guns are, and they're just objects, and kids can handle them with no problem, and all this other stuff. But you're hearing it from an old fucking white dude. So, that's why I know the people with these organizations. They're amazing fucking organizations. Donate to them if you can, because they need your help to spread your message. But more importantly, if you fit into their group and their demographic and everything else, you can have these conversations with somebody who is where you're at in your lot in life, right? And not some old fucking white dude like me. Like, don't take it from me.
But this is the problem with, like, people like Mel who've never used the gun or never went down the range or anything like this, is that they oversimplify the argument and say, well, if we just get rid of the guns, then there'll be no gun murders anymore and no one will be dying of guns. But and then they'll bring up like England as an example, say, oh, see, they got rid of their guns, but England still has half the amount of gun homicides that Switzerland does. And Switzerland, it's legal for you to buy a gun so long as you have all these checks.
Well, unless you become a fucking genie tonight when you go to sleep and wake up in the morning, and you can bob your head or snap your fingers or whatever the fuck it is, twitch your nose, right? The guns in the fucking United States of America ain't going nowhere. I'm sorry. Yeah. There's too many. The genie's out of the bottle. I'm going to a show. I leave in about 3 days, headed to the biggest trade show for guns in the fucking world. In about 3 days, I'm headed that way. Yes, hell yeah. A week's the best week of the fucking year, right? Thousands upon thousands upon thousands of new guns come out every single year, right?
Wait, are you streaming at SHOT Show?
That's why I never try to make the argument for going after guns like that.
We're actually doing a podcast, a 30-minute podcast every day from one booth, and then switching over and doing an hour-long podcast from another booth. Yeah, live.
Clover, I know you're not on mine. Can you link me yours? And can we like exchange Discord servers and shit?
Yeah, I'll put it in the side for you. Yeah.
No. I mean, we've DM'd each other. Just DM it to me.
Really?
I gotta go. I'm going to bed.
I can't believe
Grumple, old man nap.
Actually, I was
good talking with you, Grid.
the same thing as
Great
everybody.
talking to everybody. Animated effigy, good to see you again. I had to dip out on you the other night on the, whatever that was, wherever. But good to see you, Teriak. I apologize for kicking your ass the other night and then leaving. That was rude.
That's debatable.
There was no debate.
Chad always wins, but it's debatable, Grid. It's debatable.
You guys had a fucking heated debate. That was entertaining. Good job.
It was great. It was awesome. I loved every minute of it. To everyone out online and everywhere that this is being watched, I know I've got this up on my stream. Sarah's got it up still, obviously, because that's where we're at, and I don't know who else is streaming it. To everyone,
Chris is live. I am not.
Good evening, good night, and goodbye. I love you all, but I
piss off, Grid. Piss off.
Go away, Grid. Go away.
Yeah, I'm going.
Leave us.
Bye, Grid.
Quitter.
Grumple, would you like to give your closing thoughts?
Where is my
more pews equals more freedom for everybody? And yes, more people should own tanks and fighter jets, and it's totally legal. Everybody can. You can, just not certain ones on the United States. And you can't get, because I looked into it, you cannot get an A-10 Warthog. The only one that's not in military service was given to the weather service because of how badass of a tank flying gun in the sky, minus the GAU-8. So they can fly up into storms that are like ridiculous, and any other airplane would be damaged beyond belief. But a hog can manage it. I'm Grumple Stiltskin. I got a new gig, new contract, so I'm not streaming or making content as much, but I do sometimes. Come and hang out with me on Twitch or You know, trying to build up YouTube to get monetized there. But I do like prepper stuff and garage cleaning. I won the best garage cleaning stream on Twitch 2019 and 2020 back to back awards. Nice. I was the only one, so I had to win. We do prepper and practical stuff, and sometimes games, but mostly just yammer on other. I mostly just go on other people's streams because it's a lot easier than streaming myself. So I don't have to like manage anything.
Teriac.
The Discord.
Teriac K.
Yeah, so again, shout out to Sara for hosting the debate. Shout out to Chris and Mel for coming up, giving their arguments. Again, like I said, I'm in a country where guns are banned, but even still, I recognize the importance of having a gun. Like I said, like they'll always bring up it's a very kind of like childish argument in a way. It's like, oh, if we just get rid of the pew pews, then there'll be no more pew pew murders. But it's just not the case. All you have to do is study England as a European. Like I know this because it's like you study England and you study Switzerland. Switzerland basically has the same laws as America for guns, whereas England, they got rid of the guns, and England has what is it, like 0.05 deaths per. Like they still have murders involving guns. And it's like 50% of the amount of murders that happen in Switzerland, even though in Switzerland they're legal. And then like if you just look at the knife crime as well, it's like 5 times the amount of people getting murdered with knives in England than there is in Switzerland as well. So it's like, just look into it yourself. It's not a gun problem, it's a culture problem. Guns don't kill people, people kill people. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
An animated effigy.
Thanks for having me up. I just wanted to jump on and kind of like add to the side that was kind of getting overwhelmed a little bit. I still think my technicality works. I think people who own guns are accepting something that is unsafe to try and provide for a potential greater safety. And because that situation is potential, I think it overall puts you in a more kind of like unsafe position as far as the things that happen in the homes with firearms. But that doesn't mean I want to take away your weapons or your ability to have them, or an A10 Warthog, because those are awesome.
Get you one.
I mean, those Gatling guns in the nose, that's just amazing. But thanks for having me up. I always enjoy coming on.
Thank you. Clover Tack.
I'm going to fall back, I guess, on basically what I said earlier. I mean, obviously it's been fun. So, thanks to, of course, the Sara for hosting and the panel, but I do GunTuber stuff, obviously. So, the YouTube channel, do podcasting, do a lot of other things. You can come over to the channel if you want. I'm not this subscriber beggar type person. If you're not going to participate, engage, and watch, those are the metrics YouTube like. So I would prefer you not sub there. Come over to the Discord and hang out and learn some things. Get to know some people in the gun community if you're on the fence or left of the fence on that topic. Because we've got a pretty amazing community, as I alluded to earlier. Tons and tons of great organizations that fit your demographic, no matter where you're at in life. And again, you can find those on the Discord. So thanks, Sara.
Absolutely. And Chris, to you.
Oh, thank you. Firstly, to Sara for having me. I appreciate you hosting Africans on your channel. You bringing dirty foreigners on to talk about guns. I appreciate you. I didn't want to do too much of the statistics discussions. I feel that's been beat to the head, and it's always an appeal to my statistics, your statistics. I wanted to have this discussion go in more of just us trying to ask simple questions and just kind of act like I'm stupid and just figure out the logical entailments of the prompt. It always becomes difficult, and something I wanted to go in but just decided to leave it is Teriac alluded to this. A lot of times aversion to firearms or shell chuckers is usually from fear and the person not being able to operate them. The times I've actually heard somebody that's operated them that are against them is very unlikely. It's usually the case that it's people that are scared or don't know how to use them that are against them. If I took an industrial grinder and I threw it in your hands, if you've never worked on a power tool with a power tool in your life, you'll shit yourself. That's just how it goes. So yeah, with that Well, just say thank you. And I do beg for subs. I would like to get at least subscriber, like the membership. So please go sub up so I can get some monetization going. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And thank you to Chris and Mel for putting on quite the performance this evening. You guys kept the heat going. I know we definitely hit over 100 viewers this evening. I think it was like probably, I don't know, it was pretty high. I remember
saw
the
like
number.
140 at one point.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it was almost 150.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was awesome. It's very exciting. Mod Mondays are just growing and growing and growing, and it's because of you guys, not only the debaters, but the panelists who come on afterwards. And of course, we all know everybody does great on panel, but the chat always fucking wins. You guys are truly the breath of the show. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be having so much fun. Please be sure to like, subscribe, do all of those things. We will be, pardon me, I know I have one more in here. Trib1 coming in with the big 2 to finish us off for the evening. Mo harm done from bad moments in Pustery. Thank you so much, Trip, for keeping us entertained. And then also we will be rating Flow State. There's some Mel Pandora drama going on that he's been covering this evening. So we're going to head over there and see what all the fuss is about. I hear some pictures were being sent to gentlemen and things were going down. So we're going to go find out the scoop. Outside of that, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.